Couture. 3 years after the marriage favor epilogue. I can't believe I actually did it. I fell back on the large bed in Kari's in my bedroom, staring up at the ceiling. I'd just taken my last exam for my second year of law school and was feeling amazing. I knew every answer to every single question, and it was a no-brainer I would come out with all A's, just like last year. Shit, I can, Kari replied, climbing on top of me to kiss my lips. For a moment, I got lost in those beautiful hazel green eyes as I caressed his supple caramel-colored face. I'd seen a lot of men in my life, and from all over the place, but no one compared to Kari. He was a beautiful man. Lisara and Devante, or whatever he called himself now, had done one hell of a job making my baby. Only if I could make one with him. I kissed his lips before saying, "Now I can take a little break before the next year starts." I lifted my brows, hoping Kari caught my drift. After I'd graduated from undergrad, summa cum laude at that, I took a year off to just travel with my man while he went on tour. My mother was livid and wanted to legit strangle me, and even Lisara was skeptical, but I didn't regret it. I'd worked hard all my damn life, and I just wanted to have some fun while celebrating my wins with the person I loved the most. Boy, did we have a time. I lost count on all the places Kari and I had sex, how many times we'd gotten drunk, smoked some of the best weed, and witnessed all kinds of experiences most wished they could have a chance to. Not to mention, I got to see my man in his element, performing in front of large crowds full of adoring fans who supported his art the same way I had for years. It was also nice to see the Kari Compton be faithful. At least it appeared that way. If he had been cheating, he'd learned to hide it better than anyone. I never caught him even looking at another woman, and though I was paranoid for the first few years of our rekindling, the thought of him cheating on me was no longer a nightmare. I was simply waiting to come true. I kept my promise to my mother and Lisara, though, so after that full year of just getting my life, traveling the world, I enrolled in law school, thankful that I'd been accepted to all my top picks, so I had my choice. I'd been making all A's ever since, and most of the people in my life couldn't have been prouder. As for my mama, she just couldn't stand the fact that I'd continued my relationship with Kari. She already couldn't stand him from the hurt he'd put me through for all those years, but once the doctor informed her that she would not have grandchildren, she abhorred him. I couldn't even speak his name in her home, or she would rage the hell out. I understood some of her plight because, for a while, I held some hatred for Kari too. Every time I saw a little baby, a child, a mother breastfeeding, or even Lisara bonding with Banks, I resented him. I wanted that. Kari and I had spent many of nights in our teenage years discussing how many kids we would have and what life would be like when we got older, got married, and started our family. We even discussed our schedules as if I was already a top lawyer and him a chart-topping rapper. So far, everything had been going according to plan, minus that one huge thing. I know. We should take a trip or some shit. Kari kissed all over my neck, letting his strong hands ride up my thighs to grab a hold of my panties. For now, though, let me eat this pussy as a congratulations. He winked up at me with that crooked and cocky smile. I love you, I giggled, watching him. I love you more, he replied, completely removing my underwear. My clit pulsed with anticipation, knowing I was about to experience some of the best orgasms ever. Granted, Kari was my first and only, but the way he had my legs shaking and my juices leaving the sheets sopping wet, I highly doubted there was better out there. Kari ate pussy like he was on death row and would never eat again after this. And the dick, while yes, long and quite thick, was a tool he knew his way around that had me nearly speaking in tongues. As Kari propped my legs over his shoulders, taking my clit into his warm mouth, I shut my eyes with a smile to enjoy the ride. Life was perfect. Well, almost perfect. The next morning, I spit out the Listerine I'd been swashing around my mouth and then cut on the shower as I tuned into the radio station Kari was doing an interview with this morning. As I examined my teeth, a smile crossed my face at just the sound of his deep voice flowing from the speakers as he spoke to the host. "I see you just got off tour, man. How has it been to be able to relax?" the male host, Webb, asked. "Good. I definitely enjoy my rest, but I actually like touring and shit," Kari answered, and I shook my head, hearing them attempt to bleep out his cursing. I'd been telling him about that, but he claimed he couldn't help the way he talked. In his own words, niggas needed to know who the fuck they were inviting into the building. The interview progressed as I undressed, climbing into the shower and allowing the warm water to fall all over me. I had a time in there listening to Kari's vulgar ass, and I never got over the fact that people addressed him as uncut. I couldn't find it in me to do the same. He was Kari to me, and always would be. As I stepped out, wrapping the large, warm waffle towel around my body, I swayed to the remaining 30 seconds of Kari's new single as it faded out. "So now that you've been in the game for a little while, uncut, have you thought about having kids? Or do you already have some? I feel like you rappers surprise us all the time with these kids y'all have had forever," the female host, Oriana, inquired. My heart thumped as I paused, my moisturizer still between my fingertips as I awaited Kari's answer. Chuckling in his raspy tone, he said, "If I had kids, you would most definitely know. But, yeah, I do plan to have some brats sooner or later. I've always wanted a family and shit." I stared at my iPhone as if it were Kari himself listening in disbelief. All the fear, hate, anxiety, depression, and sadness came tumbling back into me as I realized I wasn't over the fact I would never be a mother. I was somewhat okay with it, knowing that Kari was okay with it, but hearing that he still wanted children and still had plans for them made me sick to my stomach. Running the face lotion down my light cheeks, I stared at myself in the mirror. On the outside, I felt perfect, but internally, I was a broken woman. Yes, Kari loved me, but he was rich, famous, and very handsome. Women would pay top dollar to have his child, and here I was, unable to. He had no business with me, and as much as he claimed to be okay with our future, I felt like I was holding him back. It was right then and there that I knew he and I couldn't go on like this. He needed someone who could give him what he wanted, and I needed someone who was truly okay going without. Aimlessly, I left the bathroom, forgetting where our bedroom was for a second. I finally located it, then began to pull out my suitcases and duffel bag. Once they were out and open, I slipped on my undergarments, then some aloe tights along with the matching bra. I hurriedly threw my belongings into the suitcases, knowing that Kari would be home soon. The interview was delayed, and therefore he'd been done and had been on his way back probably half an hour ago. I took the largest 2 cases filled with all of my shit out to the trunk of my brand new Range Rover Kari had bought me for passing my classes with all A's, and the sight of the vehicle made me pause for a moment. Was I sure? I had a good man, a man that used to not be worth shit, had completely turned around for me, and I was about to abandon it all, leaving him available for the next bitch to reap all the benefits of the work I'd put in. I had to remember that was selfish, however. I loved Kari enough to leave him. He felt responsible for my condition and therefore probably felt stuck with me. So I would be letting him off easy by choosing to break things off with him first. I knew leaving right now wouldn't be the end, because we couldn't leave things that way, but this would be a sign that I was ready for our relationship to be done with. Not to mention, I didn't want to face him. He'd weaken me and make me change my mind. I had to be steadfast in my decision. As I raced against the clock to go grab my last bag, I scanned the room to be sure I wasn't leaving anything I couldn't do without for possibly a couple weeks. I was sure once I talked to Kari in a few weeks, I would need to come collect the rest of my things. "Baby," his voice resounded throughout the large home we shared as my duffel bag hung off my shoulder. I almost ran and hid in my half-empty closet so he wouldn't find me, but knew that was foolish and immature, kind of like what I was readying to do at the moment. "In here," I replied, dropping the bag and plopping down into the burgundy chair I often put my shoes on in, or got top-tier head from Kari in a handful of times. I was panicking, about to chicken out and abandon my plan now that he was here and now that I was taking in my surroundings. "You listened to my interview?" He smiled brightly, waltzing in with his tall ass. Kari had always been fine as hell, but now at 25, he was even finer. His muscles had filled out, his tattoos had multiplied, his chin hair had now turned into a beard, and his beautiful hair was even longer. Even his mindset had shifted, and I sometimes couldn't believe this was the same man that I couldn't keep out of the next bitch's bed. The only thing that remained the same was his supple, blemish-free caramel complexion and those beautiful hazel eyes with large flakes of green. Of course, I somewhat smiled back, unable to fully return the gesture as I rose to my feet to accept the embrace he was offering up. His thick, supple lips thrust against mine, and I melted like I always did. This man wasn't good for my health. I loved him too much, sometimes more than myself. It seemed as if Kari was the respirator in my life, and without that shit, I would simply wither away and die. His eyes darted down to the bag next to our feet, and his thick brows furrowed. "Fuck is in there?" he quizzed. Exhaling heavily, I pulled away from his large frame and said, "Kari, I heard what you said to Oriana." "Which time?" His frown deepened. "She asked me a lot of fucking questions, Couture." His tone was filled with suspicion, and I could tell he was wondering what the fuck his interview had to do with the bag obviously filled to the brim. "The one about children." I watched his eyes, and he sighed. "What did I say that was wrong?" His voice was unenthused as he sat on the edge of our California king bed. "What did you say that was wrong? Nigga, you told the whole world that you wanted children. You said you planned to have them in the future. So the fuck what? It's true." "It is? When the hell were you gonna tell me, huh? Because, newsflash, Negro, I cannot have them." I was hyperventilating, tears streaming down my cheeks in abundance already. Ay, Kari ascended, wrapping his strong arms around my body. "I know that shit already, but there are other ways we can do that shit, Couture. I never once said I didn't want children. I said I knew we'd have to find another fucking way." "Why?" I sobbed. "Why? When you can do it the normal and easy and cheap way with somebody else?" "'Cause I don't want no fucking body else. I want you. I want whatever the fuck you come with and whatever you don't come with. At the end of the day, I want Couture more than I want any motherfucking thing else." Unable to say anything, I laid my head against his chest. "I was gonna leave you so you wouldn't have to feel bad for leaving me. All you have to do is let me go, Kari." "Never. I ain't never letting your ass go. Thought you would have caught on to that shit by now, and you bet not fucking leave me." His deep voice vibrated against my face as I lay against his chest, inhaling his Creed cologne. Cupping both sides of my face between his big, tattooed hands, he looked down into my face, searching my eyes with his hazel ones. Don't leave me, Couture. All this money I'm making, all these hit songs I'm dropping, all these blessings God have brought to a nigga don't mean shit without you. Don't leave me. I need you. I love the fuck out of you, but I need you. Nodding, I sniffled as he kissed me deeply. I needed him too.
Chapter 1. Kari Uncut Compton. 4 years later. She left me. That was all I could fucking think about as I cupped my fiancée Kaya's waist as the photographer snapped photo after motherfucking photo. I wasn't in the mood for this shit, but it had to be done. And in the midst of it all I could think about was Couture's ass. How she left me like I ain't mean shit to her. Left a nigga while he was at a show, and all I came back to was a motherfucking letter. It happened 4 years ago, and I still wasn't over the shit. "So, is there a date yet?" Some bitch called out from behind the camera. "Well..." "Excuse me." I moved from the hold I had Kaya in and stepped out of view to get some fresh air on the venue's balcony. If the shit were up to me, Kaya would be a distant fucking memory. But this was all for the good of my career. When Couture skated on my ass, I went down a path of recklessness, constant drinking, smoking, and especially fucking. The only thing that stayed on track was my music. The hits, awards, and certifications hadn't slowed up yet. However, a few incidences ended up making some headlines. And now, some companies weren't willing to work with a nigga because I didn't have the right image. Creeping up on 30, I needed to present a family image. I had one baby mama that I didn't marry, so once I got Kaya pregnant, it was my label's idea to make an honest woman out of her. The old me would have told them motherfuckers to suck my dick, but if I wanted to branch out of this rap shit, I needed to buckle down. I dated Kaya for only a few months, having fun and shit. Then I gave her ass her walking papers, but when she came back hollering she was pregnant, we were sort of forced to rekindle. Needless to say, Kaya was happy about the reunion, whereas I was indifferent. If I couldn't have Couture, I didn't give a fuck, honestly. Kaya wasn't the worst bitch I could have been paired with, but she wasn't Couture. To this day, Couture would be the only woman I harbored true feelings for. She was the only woman I'd ever retire my player card for. She was the only fucking woman I wanted a family with, no matter how the shit came to be. But the feeling clearly wasn't mutual. A part of me hated her for leaving me and the way she'd gone about the shit. But at the same time, I loved her ass too much to hate her for real. I couldn't help but think that maybe this shit was some type of karma, my karma, for doing her dirty and taking advantage of how unconditional and unwavering her love had been for me, way back when. "Why are you out here alone?" My mama walked up on me, pressing her lips to the side of my face as her delicate hand ran down my back. Even now, at 46 years old, she was just as beautiful as she always had been. Her dark skin remained supple and clear, without a single line, dent, or wrinkle to note. "Just needed some alone time, real brief. You know how I get." I hugged her to my side momentarily, before resting my forearms back on the balcony railing. The whole Compton/St. Thomas clan was in the building tonight, helping Kaya and I celebrate our impending nuptials. I appreciated the shit, especially because all of them knew what the deal was, that this shit with Kaya was for the label and my image. I'd thought about inviting my baby mama, but she and Kaya had Gucci Mane and Jeezy beef, so I didn't need any more bad publicity than I had already garnered on my fucking own. "You don't look as happy as you should. I know this is for your image, Kari, but think about the baby you and Kaya are having. That should make you happy." I nodded, knowing what she was saying was true, but I didn't feel it. I'd always wanted kids, and I loved the fuck out of my daughter, Harmony. But sad to say, I had no real connection with the one growing inside of Kaya. Maybe it was because she was meant to be a damn fling and nothing else. Now, I'd found myself engaged to the bitch, and about to be a whole family. The thought alone was about to give a nigga a heart attack. "This should be with her, Ma." "Who?" She stopped herself. "I know you still love Couture, and you always will. But you have to let that go, Kari. I warned you that if you kept on, you guys' relationship would take a turn for the worse. You did, and I got my shit together. For 7 fucking years, I had my shit together. I didn't so much as text another female, flirt, none of that shit. I used my hands to speak, animated and angry as fuck that Couture gave me no fucking credit. 7 years. I cut out the bullshit cold turkey, and I was fine with it because I loved her ass. I know. My mama looked off into the beach water as she rubbed up and down my arm. I was surprised too when she left. But baby, I don't want you to be alone forever, waiting for her to come back or waiting for your feelings to dissipate, because it won't happen. The funny thing about this all is she stuck around when I wasn't shit, but left me when I was doing right. I scoffed, shaking my head as the waves crashed up onto the sand. Maybe I should have kept on fucking around on her. She never left then. It was a cool night, like always in L.A., but even colder since we were near the beach at the moment. No, you shouldn't have. You did the right thing by changing. A nigga felt sick as fuck, when I should have been celebrating the fact I was rich as shit, successful as shit, and like always, one handsome motherfucker. But I couldn't. Nothing was worth a damn thing without Couture. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Kaya walked out onto the balcony, in her long-ass dress that her shapely frame filled out nicely. She looked good, and even better with the pregnancy glow she had going on. That brown skin was covered in makeup and glitter, but she was no less beautiful. She smiled softly at me and my mom's throwing her dark-curled hair behind her shoulder. Kaya's looks had never been the problem. Hell, that was obvious by the fact that she had my baby in her. I just didn't love her. I never would, just like with my baby mama Marley. My heart was reserved, and no matter how pretty, smart, successful, or wet the pussy was, the spot couldn't be taken. I hated the shit, but at the same time, a piece of me held out hope that Couture felt the same shit and would bring her ass back to me. She wasn't even living in L.A. anymore. I knew that much. You're fine. We were just finishing up. My mama smiled at Kaya. She didn't too much care for her because she felt like Kaya was a gold digger and fake as fuck. I didn't give a damn at the time because she was just some pussy. But now that she was going to be a part of my life in a more permanent way, I wished I'd left her ass alone back then. Great. Honey, there are a few bloggers here who want to get some photos of us and the ring. Are you ready? Kaya giddily slipped her hand into mine, tugging on the shit. No, it's fine. Go ahead. My mama giggled when I looked her way to save me from this shit. You remember this next time you want something from the new Chanel line, I told her as I allowed Kaya to pull me. I got a rich husband. Don't you forget. She winked, tilting her champagne glass to her lips for a sip. You damn fucking right, love. Prime appeared, passing Kay and I onto the balcony. Yeah, he old, though. He don't got the same connects as me, I jested, making Kay and my moms laugh a little. Nah, your mama know how young a nigga is. Prime pulled my mother in front of him to hug her from behind, before kissing her on the neck. I show her on the daily just how young shit is round here. The sight made my stomach turn, and made me shut the fuck up as well. Prime knew that shit. Whenever we joked, he always had to take us out by mentioning he and my mama in some nasty shit. For the next half hour, Kaya and I talked with a few bloggers she'd invited and did some interviews about our faux-ass love story, where I left her to do 99% of the fucking talking. There was no love story, and therefore there wasn't shit for me to say. Finally, her homegirls pulled her to the dance floor, so I was free to go sit down with a few of my brothers who weren't macking on some of the ladies in attendance. Whoever catered this shit could cook their ass off. I know it's a Miss Shirley back there. Bashar stuffed his face as LaQuay, Shakur, and I laughed. Usually, his girl Nixie would have been right here, on his ass, and making him miserable with her weird ass. But thankfully, she was out of town with family. I didn't get how he still fucked with her, after she'd lied several times about being pregnant over the last 10 years. But he loved her ass. I guess. To me, he had too much going for himself to fuck with a crazy bitch like her. But shit, what did I know? My love life was fucked too. Bashar was in his last year of law school and would be on his fucking way after he took the bar and shit. I only knew the process because I'd witnessed the shit with Couture. Sometimes I hated to be around my brother when he spoke about his law school shit because it made it harder to forget about her. I was still slipping up, even in my internal thoughts. Nigga, who is this random-ass Shirley you claim can cook so well? Shakur frowned, causing our laughter to continue. His ass had recently gotten drafted to the Los Angeles Gremlins as the wide receiver. He was the youngest on the fucking team, but as a Compton, he was also the best. People would never know this was the same little nigga that could barely run up and down the block without us worrying he'd have a fucking heart attack. Now, he owned the field, moving up and down the shit like he came from the womb doing so. Nigga, it's a joke, LeQuay replied, just as high as I was, since we'd smoked a fatty about 20 minutes into this shit. I know that, but we ain't never even met nobody named Shirley, so where the fuck he get the name? Shakur frowned. I just chuckled at these niggas, amazed at how my brothers could start a whole conversation on the strangest shit. Unable to focus after my conversation on the balcony, I whipped my phone out and did some shit I hadn't done since 4 years ago. I typed in Couture's username on social media. After she left me and wouldn't respond to my calls, direct messages, and texts, I'd unfollowed her, but never blocked her. I couldn't. As her profile loaded, my chest tightened, seeing a few photos of her cuddled up with some nigga smiling all hard, as if she was happy as fuck without a nigga. I was over here dying, only smiling to save face when I was able to, yet she was doing perfectly fine. Stupidly, I tapped one photo and began to scroll through them. She was just as fine as she had always been. Coming to a halt on one picture, I admired it, losing my ability to swipe on. There she stood in a somewhat short, revealing dress, vanilla complexion, glowing something serious as her dark, curly hair hung down. Sexy was an understatement, and the sight alone caused my dick to swell in my Louis Vuitton jeans. It quickly went away as I saw a nigga comment that he loved her, and she replied with the same sentiments. Love? She was in love with another nigga already? Here I was thinking it would take me about a lifetime to even like another female, yet she was in love. My eyes drifted to the ring that sat on her finger, and a horrible-ass realization hit me. Couture was engaged to this nigga. Leland, of all people. Same hoe-ass nigga she used to cry to back in the day. What? LeQuay quizzed. Huh? I frowned. You over here shaking your head and shit, you good? Yeah, I'm straight. I tried to keep my cool. This nigga don't got enough hoes yet? I pointed to Simone across the room talking to some woman. I needed to change the subject. He'd always had women falling at his feet, especially once he went on to play college ball. But now that these bitches knew how much his contract was for in the NBA, playing for the Los Angeles Bulldogs, they couldn't get enough of this nigga. He young, sowing his oats and shit, or whatever the saying is, LeQuay joked, making the table chuckle. As I eyed Asif and Unique flirting with some other bitches while my little sister Banks sat with Prime and my mama at their table, I talked myself off the mental ledge that I was on the edge of. If Couture could move on, shit, maybe I needed to do the fucking same, and ASAP. The next week. You got some time? I leaned on the door to Melly's office. He was the CEO of the record label I was signed to, Chief Music. Being a veteran rapper himself, he was able to help me take my career to new heights when I started out. Now a nigga had surpassed him. It had plateaued a little bit due to my image issues, but this engagement with Kea had put me back on for a little bit. Not enough, though, and that was what I was here to talk to this nigga about. Yeah, I have about 10 minutes before a meeting. He checked his iced-out Rolex. Cool. I sat down across from him. Look, I know this whole shit with Kea is supposed to be good for me, but I can't do it. I can't make that girl my wife. I spoke truthfully for more reasons than one. I'm not even seeing the benefits of saying I'm gonna marry her. You gotta give it time. But I was meaning to speak with you about a movie opportunity that just came through. So you see, You spoke too soon. This is a major motion picture, too, not no straight-to-TV shit. Mel, I can assure you, though, Cut, he used my rapper name, you won't get the role if you don't keep up this charade with Kaya. When you got Marley pregnant, that was cool. But once you knocked Kaya up, you put yourself in a bad situation, my nigga. The last thing these brands want is a man who is a rolling stone representing their company. I know it may not seem like this thing with Kaya is beneficial, but people are taking notice. You don't see it because you're up here. He used his hand to show me. However, I have people in the field with their ears to the streets, the blogs and shit, and they're taking notice of how you've switched up the player shit for the family man look. What's the movie, and how much is the pay? Melly chuckled and leaned back in his chair, interlocking his fingers at his protruding belly. See, I knew you'd be down. It's called Block Tales, and right now the role for you is offering $10 million. Damn, I needed to calm my ass down and see if this shit worked out. $10 million was a lot of fucking money. Alright, I'll continue this shit for longer, but if I don't get that damn role or any other benefits, I'm calling it. I hear you, Melly nodded, pulling some papers out for himself. Leslie should be contacting you with the details either today or tomorrow. He let me know, referring to my manager. My eyes drifted to the paper he had on his desk, and her name jumped out at me, making me scoop it up. Fuck is this? I asked, reading her name several times to be sure it was her. Couture's name wasn't all that fucking common, and she was a lawyer, so it didn't take a genius to put two and two together. Our in-house lawyer is retiring, Melly replied, so we need to hire a new one. I had my assistant print out all the best lawyers in the city. He stood, taking the paper from me, and locking his computer before leaving, patting me on the shoulder on the way out. I frowned, confused as to why Couture was on the list when she'd been living in New York the past few years. I didn't press the issue, though, not wanting Melly to be too much into my personal life. He knew enough since I'd been with Couture for over half of my music career, and he witnessed how fucked up I was when she left. He also witnessed how many times I'd spazzed on niggas in the industry for trying to shoot their motherfucking shot at her like I wasn't crazy out here. Thankfully, Couture didn't take any of the bait from these hating-ass industry niggas. I knew she wouldn't, so I wasn't surprised. Couture had always been pretty enough to have any nigga she wanted, but all she fucked with was me. The thought at the moment pained me, knowing I'd lost her ass. Standing, I exited the office with a lot of shit on my mind. If Couture was in Los Angeles, maybe that was a sign from God that I shouldn't give up on her ass just yet.
Chapter 1. Couture Yates. There are just a few more things down in the car, so I'm gonna bring them up. Leland smiled, kissing me on the cheek as his hand rested on the small of my back. Okay, I nodded, taking my hair tie off and falling back onto the bed. My stomach churned just the way it had been ever since I found out that Leland wanted to open our law practice in Los Angeles. It was our hometown, and his father, Greg, suggested we take up business here since the Lewis name was quite prominent around the city. As badly as I wanted to tell them, hell no, I knew I couldn't. The Lewis family was, in a sense, law royalty. Greg, his wife, Adriana, and his brother Gene were all judges that had won some of the most historic cases as lawyers. Greg was even the president of the Bar Association, so he was pretty much the king when it came to anything dealing with being a lawyer. When I first linked back up with Leland, I intended for us to just be friends. He'd always been nice to me and someone I could lean on when Kari had cheated on me or talked to me badly. And at first, things were friendly until one night during a study session in law school, he admitted he had feelings for me. I'd always thought he was a cute guy, and he was so sweet, so normal, and nothing like Kari, which was exactly what I was looking for after leaving my ex. So I decided to give him a chance. Hell, he deserved it after all the playing I did with his feelings back in undergrad. Over time, things between us progressed, and naturally his parents began to extend opportunities to me. I was able to work alongside some of the most prominent lawyers and was even granted a clerkship in New York. With the Lewis family behind me, there was nothing I couldn't do, and I can't say I hated it. Ever since I was a child, I dreamed of becoming an attorney, and outside of my hard work in college and then law school, the Lewises were making it happen. Now here I was, back in Los Angeles, being reminded of my old life with Kari Compton, who was now better known as the rapper Uncut. His constant rising fame and notoriety made it pretty much impossible to forget about him and get over him. His songs were everywhere. His face was everywhere. His name was mentioned randomly by people who were in earshot of me. I couldn't forget the man, no matter how much I tried, and I guess that was why I still loved him. So here I was, engaged to Leland, but still thinking about Kari. All right, done. Leland entered the bedroom, making me sit up and force a smile. I liked him a lot, but he just wasn't Kari. I'd tried several times to remind myself of how bad Kari's and my relationship was at the beginning, but nothing worked. The last 7 years of our relationship was complete bliss until he ruined it by telling the world he planned to have children. I knew I had to let him go, let him find someone who could give him something he wanted so badly, and sad to say, he'd found it. Twice. Okay, did you want to shower first or me? I asked, standing. The apartment Leland and I were renting was just until we found a home we wanted to purchase. Also, I wanted us to be married already before we made that step anyway, because I didn't want a boyfriend or even fiancé messing with my damn credit. The joint law firm we were opening together, Lewis and Yates, was enough. Maybe we can take one together. Leland hugged me from behind, planting kisses on the side of my neck. I cringed a bit instead of feeling a tingle down below like I should have. I didn't know if it was because Kari had been the only other man I'd been with, or if Leland just didn't have the sex appeal I was used to. Everything was always slow and careful, as if Leland thought I would break. With Kari, he could switch it up. Sometimes he fucked me roughly and nastily, then others, he'd make love to me. Prior to even fucking another man, a.k.a. Leland, I knew Kari would be the best I ever had. God, I miss that old trifling fine nigga. The worst niggas had the best dick, always. I'm on my period, remember? I smiled, nudging him off. The feeling of his wet lips on my skin made my stomach hurt. I felt like a horrible person for feeling this way about him. Right. Well, ladies first, my love. He kissed my cheek again and released me finally. Gathering my things, I hurried out of the bedroom to the bathroom, shutting, then locking the door because Leland was known to surprise me with uneventful shower sex. I cut the shower on, then plopped down on the closed toilet top. Why did we have to move back? I was perfectly fine with settling for Leland, knowing he didn't set a fire off in me. I was fine. But now, being back here, inhaling this Los Angeles air, my mind was consumed with Kari, my old life filled with excitement, good sex, and adventure. Whipping out my phone, I looked Kari up. When his photo loaded, one of him at some event, my clit thumped. He'd always been the finest nigga I'd ever seen, but now, at 29 years old, the man was perfection. The build, the beard, the plentiful tattoos that he'd added to after the breakup, his beautiful smile, those sparkling hazel green eyes, the ice grill he wore on the bottom of his teeth occasionally, and of course, his towering height. I stared his photo down, longingly, until a bit of drool embarrassingly hit my phone screen. "What the hell, Couture?" I mumbled, giggling a bit. I scrolled through the photos on Google, seeing a few from social media of him and his brothers. The Compton boys had become pretty well known simply because more than a few of them were famous. With Simone in the NBA, Shakur in the NFL, Kari rapping, and even young as Unique booking roles in some top television shows, everybody knew them, and every woman wanted a piece of at least one of them. Bashar was the only one who truly lacked any fame, as well as Asif, because even LaQuay had made a name for himself with his shoe line. The latter was the most low-key, making the women flock to him just to see what he was about. Often, ladies back at the office I worked in back in New York would fawn over at least one of them daily. Whenever they'd mention Kari, I had to suppress the urge to tell them he was my nigga just a few years ago. I was actually surprised they didn't know, since Kari and I weren't exactly secretive with our relationship. Maybe they'd forgotten or hadn't put the pieces together. "Baby, you almost done?" Leland banged on the door, jolting me from my position. "Just 10 minutes," I shouted, locking my phone and quickly undressing. I had to get myself together. I refused to allow my foolish feelings for Kari to interfere with my engagement, and especially my career, because I was 100% sure that if the Lewis family found out I was pining after Kari, they would snatch everything from me. I'd worked too hard and had endured too much to lose everything I'd always dreamed of. Few days later, on a break from working at the makeshift office, I decided to drop by and check on the construction of the actual Lewis and Yates building. Pulling up on it, I smiled at how large it was and the area it was located in. I legit couldn't wait until Leland and I had our grand opening and could actually take clients here. "Hi, beautiful. I have a surprise for you." Leland helped me from my car. "A surprise?" I frowned, following him up onto the sidewalk. "Yep," he smirked. "Y'all can pull the sheet down," he shouted to the workers who were hiked up on the ladders. Moments later, they snatched some opaque covering off the sign to show Lewis and Lewis. "Lewis and Lewis?" I frowned. "Where is my name?" I turned to Leland. "Your name is up there, baby. We'll be married only a few months after opening. No point in putting Yates up there," he replied, chuckling and darting his eyes over to the workers who, too, were surprised by my less than enthused reaction. "When did I say I wanted my name to be Lewis professionally?" I growled. Had we been back in New York, I would have been elated to see I was carrying the Lewis last name, but being here, in the same vicinity as my first love, wearing the name Lewis felt wrong and icky. It didn't feel right. Maybe because for the majority of my dating life, I'd always imagined myself as a Compton. Lisara would be my mother-in-law, her sons would be my brothers, and her oldest would be my husband. It had been hard enough to erase that from my mind. Leland excused himself, tugging me inside of the building that was mainly dust particles, ladders, tools, paint buckets, and more opaque coverings. "Baby, I thought you said you would change your last name." His brows furrowed. "Yes, I am, but not professionally. I wanted to keep my maiden name." "But why?" His eyes bounced around my face as I looked up at him. Leland was so handsome, with his brown skin, fresh fade, neatly trimmed facial hair, and lean build. I'd always found him attractive, even back in school when I was dizzy for Kari. I just want to keep something of myself. I held his hands in mine. "I get that. I do. But you know how my last name rings bells within this law community. You being Couture Lewis will bring us even more business than normal." I nodded because I knew he was right. Sure, I was good at what I did and worked hard, but I wasn't foolish enough to believe that a lot of the shit I got wasn't because I was connected to Leland, his parents, and his Uncle Gene. "Right. I guess it's no problem then." I nodded again. Truthfully, I didn't want my last name changed in case this whole thing with Lewis fell through. It took a lot for a name change. Miss Lisara had broken it down for me back in the day when I asked why she still sported the name Compton after breaking things off with Devante. But I had to be hopeful that this thing with Leland would last. This relationship was deeply embedded in my career, making me feel trapped. It was almost like, without being with Leland, I would never become that prominent attorney I'd always dreamed of becoming. Leland and I toured the place some more with the head contractor explaining their plans over the next few months and how the place would be completed shortly. The moment was bittersweet, but ultimately, I was excited to start my law career for real and at my own firm. We split ways, with me heading back to the makeshift office and Leland going to meet with some top client who didn't want to leave his home. We both were entertainment lawyers, so it wasn't uncommon that a client would be difficult or request things that were inconvenient to us. Growing up, I wanted to be a family lawyer, but after dating Kari and seeing some of the contracts he was offered, I quickly changed. I found more interest in helping artists navigate deals and making sure they weren't being roped into something they would later regret. Getting back to my office, I set my food down and began to eat as I checked a few emails. I saw I had some inquiries from a few people asking for representation, which was crazy because I hadn't been here long. Power of the Lewis last name. As I shoved some rice and chicken into my mouth, someone knocked on my door, prompting me to look up. My heart seemingly stopped as I spotted Kari in the doorway, in the flesh, giving me that look he always did after we'd had an argument and it was my fault. On social media and television, he was fine as hell, but seeing him here in person was on a whole other level. You just snuck your ass in town, huh? He leaned on the doorway, wearing a short-sleeved polo-style shirt, jeans, and sneakers. His cologne had wafted into my office, and the smell was heavenly. I couldn't believe I was still just as in love with this man as I had always been, even without being around him for 4 years. Snuck. I raised a brow, standing. I moved back. I didn't realize I needed to check in with you. I slightly spat, not wanting him to catch on to the fact that my knees were weak and my stomach was overcome with butterflies. Currently, my hands were planted into my desk to hold me up. Kari nodded with a sexy smirk as he lifted off the doorway, walking into my office while eyeing the place. As he came closer, I felt like I was suffocating, hoping like hell he didn't attempt to touch me. "This is aight. I thought you'd be in something nicer," he joked, and when he grinned, I did the same unintentionally. "Yes, well, I am just here until my actual office is done. We're having it built from the ground up," I replied as he moseyed closer, behind my desk where I was. He was so tall, his voice so deep, and his arms so strong. I backed up a little as he neared me. "We?" He squinted his eyes, staring down into mine. "Yep." I gulped on the low as I nodded nervously. "My fiancé and I are opening a law firm. If you ever need representation, contact one of us." "Don't play with me," he stated sternly, not a sliver of a smile on his face. "Fuck would I ask that nigga for help when he with you?" "Because we've been broken up for 4 years now, Kari. You should be over that." "Have we, though?" He cocked his head some, his pink tongue running across his thick bottom lip as he stroked his beard. A fine nigga I could resist, but a fine nigga that I already had feelings for and knew what the dick was like, a little bit harder for me. "You need to go. Leland will be back soon with our food." I half lied. Leland would show up at any minute, however. "Who brought this food?" Kari pointed to my plate right by us, then guffawed loudly at my realization face. "I meant dessert. This is just fuck out of here, Couture." He kept chuckling sexily, and I just admired the way his body quaked a little as he did it. He better not show up or I'm gonna beat his ass. So you may want to text him and tell him to make another stop. As much as I wanted to laugh, I knew Kari was serious. Although he had grown up, his hot-headedness seemed to stick around. Kari, stop. I shook my head. Moving closer and hypnotizing me with those eyes, he ran a finger down the side of my face. You still pretty as fuck, princess. He just eyed me for a bit, then added, we got shit to talk about. We do, and we will, but just not here and not right now. I panicked, praying that Leland was nowhere near here. He would have a heart attack if he found Kari here. For years, he hated him because he couldn't convince me to leave Kari. I got a show coming up. Be there, and then we gon' talk. If you not there, I'm gon' pop back up like I just did. I don't give a fuck who around either, Couture. I will be there. Write down the details. I handed him a pen and notepad. Man, give me this fucking phone. He snatched up my iPhone and typed in my code, I guess remembering it from years ago. I hadn't changed it, no matter the phone. Watching me lustfully, he called himself, only hanging up after it rang a few times. He then texted me the details. Got it. I smiled uncomfortably, wanting him to leave before I pounced on his ass. I can't wait. He leaned down, and when I jumped a little, not knowing what he was going to do, he palmed my lower back and pressed his lips to my cheek. A second longer and I would maneuver my lips to his, but I stayed strong. Pulling away, he smirked, then swaggered out. Quickly and immediately, I rushed to close and lock my office door. I didn't know how I would survive a private conversation with Kari at his show, but it was something that needed to be done. I just prayed I had enough willpower to remain faithful to my fiancé, whose family pretty much controlled my career's fate.
Chapter 1. Kari. It was hard as fuck for me to drift off because I couldn't get Couture off my mind. Every time I shut my eyes, her pretty-ass face popped up, and the shit made a nigga ill. My mama kept saying to give it time, and I would be over it. But I knew the truth. Even as a youngin', I'd always known that if Couture and I parted ways, I would never be the same, no matter how many years, months, or days passed by my ass. And I was right. As I exhaled heavily, closing my eyes for the 100th time tonight in order to get some sleep, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. Praying like fuck it was my princess, I snatched my device up quickly, only to see it was Kaya calling. To keep up this charade of a relationship, we sometimes stayed at one of my homes out in Hollywood Hills. However, most nights I slept in my master bedroom, while she slept in one of my many guest rooms that I allowed her to decorate to her liking. Only a handful of times did I actually go to bed with Kaya, and that was only when I wanted some pussy. Preferably, I'd rather just walk in, fuck, then dip. But Kaya would only give a nigga a hard time, so I played the shit off by acting as if I wanted to be close to her in the bed before making a move. What? I answered more rudely than normal. The fact that this wasn't Couture on the other side of the phone had me tight as fuck. I think something is wrong. Her voice trembled, making me sit up. Wrong like what? I tossed the comforter from my lap and darted from the bed, phone still plastered to my ear. With the baby, she growled out of pain before crying softly. It's blood all over the bed, Kari. I'm coming right now. I hit the end button, rushing down the hall to the bedroom Kaya occupied. Oh shit. I mumbled at the sight of blood covering the bed and the bottom of her shorts. Calm down, calm down. I went to her side and scooped her up. I was only in a wife beater and a pair of boxers, but this shit would have to do for now. I'd hit my assistant later to bring a nigga some pants. Hurrying out, I prayed to God silently as Kaya toggled back and forth between sobbing softly and gripping her abdomen in pain. I knew the sight of this shit was a bad sign, and although I never wanted any of this with Kaya's ass, my kid dying wasn't in my fucking plans. I had her in the truck in no time, not even giving a fuck that she was bleeding all over my Bentley seats as I sped out of my roundabout and into the street. Please Tell me the baby is okay, Kaya wailed, as if I would be able to do such a thing. Although I knew she was in pain like a motherfucker, a part of me believed the real pain she felt was the fact that she may have possibly lost her entrapment of a nigga. Just relax. Try to breathe or some shit, I said, never having experienced this, as I whipped down the freeway, keeping an eye on her. She gripped my free hand tightly as fuck, and I allowed her, willing to do any damn thing for her to relax. Seeing blood all over her bottom half brought back one of the worst days of my fucking life, when them 5'9" niggas took a huge part of not only Couture, but me too. Them niggas had snatched a future from us both, and even a decade later, I was still paying for the shit. Had Couture not been rendered infertile, she and I would still be together, because she wouldn't be so motherfucking worried that I wanted a bitch who could give me kids naturally. Finally, I got Kaya to the hospital, and after waiting over an hour, both of our nightmares were confirmed. The baby boy was gone. My first son, who I was only months away from meeting, wouldn't make it here. After hearing the news, Kaya cried heavily into my chest as I ran off question after question to the doctor. I didn't understand how the fuck this shit had happened, when my and Kaya's kid had been perfectly fucking fine during every doctor's appointment and checkup. I can't believe this, Kaya mumbled once the doctor exited. Are you mad at me? She asked, since I hadn't said shit. Nah, I'm not mad, baby. This ain't your fault. I shook my head for emphasis. You heard what old boy said? It just happened. I know. She nodded sadly, taking a sip of the water they brought her. Good thing is, we're young and can always try again. Her comment caused my head to pop up as I made eye contact with her through squinted eyes. What? I asked, hoping I'd just heard her stupid ass wrong. I said good thing that we're young so we can try again. Kaya, stop talking like we in a relationship or marriage or some shit. This was an accident. Keep shit a buck, baby. We ain't make him on purpose. Ain't gonna be no trying again. In fact, we need to figure out how we gonna make an announcement about breaking the fuck up once you recover. I stood, and Kaya's eyes followed me with her mouth hung open in shock. The shit killed me how she was always so astonished when I reminded her ass that this relationship shit was for the media. In her dizzy-ass mind, she truly thought that things would take a turn if we spent enough time together. But like I'd told her, and the many bitches before her, if it wasn't Couture, it wasn't gonna happen. I meant that shit. I may have been a young nigga when I got with Couture, but I knew then, like I know now, that she was it for me. I'd learned from Prime that the woman for you would have you doing shit you wouldn't do for any other female. The woman you loved had you giving a fuck about her well-being more than yours. She'd have you willing to give up shit you never thought you'd be able to live without, but she also wouldn't allow you to. The only person I could say I felt that way about was my princess, my baby, Couture. Kari, please, she cried. You never even gave us a try. I didn't want to. We were fucking around for a few months and slipped up. Stop trying to make shit more than it is. I snapped, pissed off at her bullshit-ass antics, and pissed the fuck off about every goddamn thing. Seeing Couture out in my city and parading around with another nigga had me in a place I hadn't seen since my gay-ass sperm donor ruined my life. That same place had me not giving a fuck about shit because I felt like there was no reason to. And for some reason, the fact that she chose Leland made shit worse. That motherfucker was just waiting on the sidelines for Couture to leave me alone, and soon as she did, he hopped his punk ass right on up and took her. Don't yell at me, Kaya hollered back. Just please let's try, Kari. You tried with your baby mama, but I can't get the same. If I wasn't worried about niggas knowing I left you in this room after a traumatic event, which would then affect my career, I'd leave your stupid ass right here in this room. But because of that, I'm going to go to the vending machines and get you some bottled water instead of that pitcher shit. Maybe that'll calm your parched ass down. Without another word, I snatched the hospital door open, head on a swivel to be sure none of them nosy-ass nurses had been eavesdropping. I'd requested a private floor, to which they'd obliged, but that still didn't stop these motherfuckers from running their mouths to the right people. The last thing a nigga needed was for the media to think I was yelling or arguing with my fiancé, who'd just miscarried our son. My career would never recover. I knew it. But if it wasn't for my family and this music shit and the little inkling I had that couture would come back to me, I honestly wouldn't give a fuck. 1 week later. Sounds good, man. Melly walked into the studio as I let my new single play back. As usual, my nigga Mitch was at the mixer, bobbing his head and tweaking what he needed as Steph sat on the couch rolling up. Appreciate that. I nodded, blowing out smoke as I sat in the chair, swallowed up by my thoughts at the moment. I didn't know what the fuck to do about this chaos shit, which was why I had called Melly to come see me while at the studio in the Chief Music Building. Because of who I was, this shit was strictly for me, and stayed stocked with my preference of snacks, good weed, water, and whatever else I needed to keep bringing these motherfuckers that bread. I kept it dark in here, with blackwood flooring, burgundy walls, and gold aesthetics, just to add a little bit of flair around the shit. Can't wait to drop this. We need a video as soon as possible, too. Melly grinned, hugging his elbows as he crossed his arms. I saw the dollar signs in his eyes, making me titter as I ashed the blunt. That's what I told him. You know I'm always about the accompanying video. Mitch smiled as Melly laughed and nodded in agreement. Let me get at you. I stood, slipping past Melly and out of the room. He trailed me into the hallway, smiling. What's good? Everything with the session seems to be going as planned. I'm ready to get... You know Kaya lost the baby, right? I cut him off, not even the least bit interested in the shit he was saying. It wasn't necessary. Long as my voice was on the fucking beat, it was a hit. I didn't even have to think about the shit no more. Never did, really. Music was always embedded in me. Yeah, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I had Anita send flowers. Did y'all get it? We did. But that's not what I want to talk about. The whole reason she and I were doing this fake relationship shit was so I wouldn't look like a serial baby daddy. However, Melly nodded, catching my drift. I get that, and normally I would agree, but the world knows about the miscarriage. If you leave her right now, that's gonna make you look worse than a serial baby daddy, Cut. Nobody knows about the shit yet, I corrected him. Swiping around on his phone, he lifted it upward for my viewing, since a nigga was a smidgen taller than him. Adrenaline filled me as I read Kaya's post, telling the whole fucking world she'd lost the baby. It'd only been a few days, but per usual, she had to let the world in on every fucking thing. It was one of the many reasons why I would never take her ass serious. I liked a more low-key woman, and Kaya, although owning her own business, felt she needed to tell social media every fucking thing that went on in her life, feeling it would bring her followers, which resulted in extra income. Fuck, I groaned, exhaling heavily out of defeat. I even had a motherfucking pep in my step this morning, believing I could relieve myself of Kaya now that she was no longer having my baby. But that wasn't the case at all. Melly was right. If Kaya and I broke up right now, I would look like a hoe-ass nigga, and I was far from that. I wished I could tell the fucking world that I was never with that bitch. I was fucking her, and she ended up pregnant. There were no feelings involved, nothing that went past my dick, and every moment I thought about marrying her, or shit, even being her fucking boyfriend, made me sick to my stomach. Yeah, so leaving her ain't the move, Cut. Just stick with her right now. Be that stand-up nigga helping his girl through her shit. And once you book these roles and all this other shit, we can make it look like an amicable split. Letting my head fall against the red walls of the hallway, I chuckled out of frustration. That shit sounds like years in the making, Melly. I can't deal with that unstable creature for that long. I promise you I'm gonna end up putting hands on her, and I don't put hands on females, I assured him, eye contact on 100. Melly chuckled before gripping my shoulder and saying, Yeah, definitely don't do that. You put your hands on her, and you could kiss this rap shit and everything else goodbye. I know she annoying, and not old girl that everybody knows you love, but Just hold it down. Ain't like there is a woman stressing you to be with her. You got nothing to lose fucking with Kaya. And you know she fine. He tapped my chest. She used to be. I spoke truthfully. Kaya was sexy as fuck, even while pregnant, and even right now. But after getting to know her and spending time with her, she wasn't as pretty to a nigga. That was one of the reasons no one would ever be as beautiful to me as Couture. Yeah, Couture was fine as shit, don't get me wrong, but her personality made her even sexier. I had yet to meet a woman to match her fucking energy, and maybe that was my issue with not being able to get over her ass. Well, think about how she used to look to you. I promise you, Cut, it's worth it. Have I steered you wrong in over the 10 years you've been signed to me? His brow lifted as he folded his arms across the Gucci crew neck that was barely able to fit across his stomach. I didn't understand why this nigga didn't realize he'd gained weight and didn't wear the same size no fucking more. Nah, you haven't. I looked off as some woman in barely any fucking thing came strutting down the hall. Uncut, oh my gosh, can I get an autograph? She grinned, making me look over at Melly, who was visibly irritated. It was obvious she was his freak of the week. This you? I asked him with a smirk, taking the pen she came armed with. I got you, I told her, and she damn near squealed while holding out my last album. I just love everything you put out. You do not miss. Thanks, love. I ain't even know people still bought the physicals, I replied, genuinely shocked. Well, people don't, not unless you're their favorite, and you're definitely mine. She winked. I will be at your upcoming show, too. Maybe I can come backstage? Her brow hiked as I handed her back the Sharpie. Man, bring your ass on before I change my mind about signing you, Melly threatened, making me laugh. This motherfucker was still getting bitches by promising them record deals, only to cut off contact once he got his nut. Go on ahead. I'll see you at the show. I nodded down the hall where Melly had already started down. Okay, she simpered, staring. You gonna move so I can get by and back into the studio or what? I quizzed, and her face fell out of embarrassment before she stepped to the side. My bad. Maybe I can listen in one— Asia! Melly barked as I fell out into laughter while re-entering the studio room. Melly was low-key jealous whenever his bitches flirted with a nigga. He wasn't used to it. I was the first artist of his to become bigger than his legacy, and the females had taken notice. Whereas he used to be the nigga to see in the room, that was no longer the case if I was there. What he failed to realize was that he was old as fuck. He wasn't supposed to still be chasing pussy. He was supposed to settle down with one bitch and kick back. However, that nigga was focused on still being that nigga. What was that about? Steph ashed the blunt as Mitch worked on my track on the large computer screen. Sitting down at the mixer, I said, trying to find ways to stop fucking with Kaya publicly. What's new? I drank some water. Steph and Mitch laughed in unison. Damn, man, I'm gonna be praying for you. I've noticed you've been more eager, though, as of late. Steph frowned. Looking off at the computer Mitch was on, I contemplated speaking my mind. Couture back. I stroked my beard as both them niggas stared at me with their mouths ajar. Fuck wrong with y'all? I frowned. Nigga, I know damn well you not trying to get back with her. Ain't you say she was engaged? Mitch's brows knitted together. I did, but I don't really give a fuck about her engagement. I shrugged, speaking honestly. I had my reasons. Aye, nigga, don't think you can pull up to her wedding on your Dwayne Wayne shit and have her marry you instead, Steph joked, as he and Mitch guffawed loudly like some hyenas. Ha ha, motherfuckers, I ain't gotta do all that. Dwayne was a fucking square. Ain't gonna even be no wedding. I got half a mind to let that nigga know to save his money on any festivities, cause this shit gonna fall through. Oh, you confident as hell. Didn't she leave you? Years ago at that. What makes you think she's gonna be so easy to obtain? Mitch inquired as Steph looked on. Didn't say it was gonna be easy. I said it wasn't gonna be no fucking wedding. And I mean that shit. Watch what I say, nigga. I nodded. Let's get back to work instead of discussing some shit that don't concern y'all. I rose and went back into the booth. Everybody from the homies down to my mama were telling me to move on. But I couldn't. There was a reason God hadn't allowed me to. Shit. At least I hoped.
Chapter 1. Couture. You still pretty as fuck, princess. Princess. That damn nickname Kari had been calling me for years still had the same effect as back in the day. It made me feel giddy and all fuzzy inside. And that was exactly how he'd treated me. Well, once we got our shit together. Him more so than me. Damn, he smelled so fucking good that day, and looked equally as good. Since then, I hadn't stopped imagining how his body would feel against mine with all that newly acquired muscle, and boy, did it couture. Leland frowned as he sat across the table from me. I'm sorry, what? I cleared my throat, remembering that he was talking to me about the wedding, before my mind had drifted to Kari like it had been doing since the day he showed up at my makeshift office. Did you hear anything I said? Leland looked me over skeptically. No, I'm sorry. I've been swamped with emails and not sure what clients to take. So I have just been a little preoccupied lately, but talk to me. I stabbed a piece of my steak and put it into my mouth. Sighing out of frustration, Leland repeated, I was just stating that the firm is on the fast track and will most likely open months before the wedding since you haven't done much of the planning. Right. I just haven't run across a wedding planner that I like and mesh with. All of them have ideas of their own that I don't truly agree with or are just downright unprofessional. I lied blatantly. I hadn't responded to any of the wedding planner emails asking if I wanted to move forward with them. When I'd reached out to them all, we were still living in New York. But now that I was in LA, I just couldn't pull the trigger. I knew once the Lewis's money was involved, if I didn't go through with this wedding, there would be even more hell to pay. I was just confused. I had loved Leland for sort of picking me up when I was down about the split between Kari and me. I loved him for taking me along the ride with all the benefits and opportunities his parents placed before us both. I loved him for just being a nice, decent guy, but it wasn't the love I had for Kari. Leland was predictable, simple, and exactly what I needed in my life after all I had endured in my life. But Kari Compton was sexy, fun, adventurous, had an amazing sex game, and was just the love of my life. However, we weren't good for one another. We never had been. Yet, Kari was only about 10% of the reason why I was holding back from starting the planning of my wedding with Leland. Like I said, I loved the man. He was good to me, and I knew together we would go down in legal history like his parents before us. But Leland didn't know of my issue. He knew I'd been shot, everyone did, but only a select few knew the extent of the damage it had caused. Leland and his family often spoke about the heirs I would have and how they too would be lawyers and then judges. I planned to tell Leland, but after a while, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. And things began to snowball after that. Now I was opening a firm with and engaged to a man who didn't know something he should have known on probably our 5th date. No matter when I told him at this point, it would be detrimental to me. By saying that, marrying him just for him to soon find out I couldn't have those heirs he and his family wanted so badly would bring trouble. It was a catch-22. If I married him, my secret would kill my career and us. If I didn't marry him, it would kill my career and us. I see. Well, hopefully you can find someone. Maybe I can get my mother to help. Leland smiled gently. No, it's fine. I can do it. I'll have someone chosen by the end of this week. I'm ready to get the ball rolling. Good. He ate some of his food. Would you like to see a movie Saturday? Internally, I scoffed. Going to the movies with Leland would be just that. Going to the movies with Kari meant me sitting in his lap on the back row with his dick planted deep inside of me while he spoke nastily in my ear and strummed my clit at the same time. That was the only time I liked going to the movies. No, I have plans. Bambi and I are going to a show and dinner. It's like a comedy show, I said, making sure he didn't know it was a concert. Leland liked my friend Bambi because, like us, she was a lawyer as well, but a criminal lawyer. He thought she was a good one to have around, but that was because Bambi put on her customer service persona in front of him. Leland had no idea Bambi was my twerking buddy and often, jokingly, questioned how I left fine-ass Kari for Leland. I'd told her 1,000 times I hadn't left him for anyone. Anytime music or live shows were mentioned, Leland thought about Kari. He would blow a fuse if he knew I was going to see Kari perform, and I didn't want any issues. I needed to speak with Kari, regardless of the fact that Leland wanted to keep me from him or not. Regardless of whether I wanted Kari or not, a conversation needed to be had. All right, well, maybe Sunday then? Sunday sounds great. Now, why are we going to this show again? Bambi inquired as she rode shotgun in my Mercedes. I thought you loved Uncut's music. I played dumb, exiting the freeway and noticing my nerves start to multiply. Although I saw Kari at my office, I was still edgy about being with him backstage in this atmosphere. He had me feeling timorous for some reason, and I guess it was because I still liked him. God knew I loved him, but like was a different thing. I still had this crush on the man, and having not seen him for almost 5 years had me picking at my appearance and making sure not a hair was out of place tonight when he saw me. No, I wasn't looking busted when he caught me off guard at my office, but I was business casual. Tonight, I wore tiny jean shorts, sandal heels by Gianvito Rossi, and a backless top only held up by a chain that fastened behind my neck and around my rib cage. I was smelling just as fine as I was looking, doused in Le Labo Another 13 as my curly hair hung down my back with just the front area tied up in a ponytail, allowing my curls to waterfall down the sides of my Fenty beat face. I mean, I do. However, remember a long time ago when you dated him and then broke up with him, then also had a heart attack anytime I wanted to play his music in my car? What changed? Bambi frowned. I could feel the heat of her stare as I pulled up to the humongous venue in Inglewood. Kari, or Uncut rather, was really that nigga. There are things he and I need to discuss to cut ties once and for all, I said, rolling down my window as the man standing at the entrance told me to do so. Bambi laughed at my answer and waved me off. Hi, I'm here to see Uncut. I smiled at the bushy eyebrow-having man. So is everybody in this parking lot, young lady. Do you have a premium pass or not? He snapped. Ooh, rude, Bambi commented. No, I do not. I fake smiled. Come to think of it, I didn't even have a ticket. The rude-ass man charged me $40 for parking and then lazily showed me where I could park. Rolling my eyes, I sped off, knowing Kari would damn sure be giving me back my money. Not that $40 was something to me, but I didn't plan to spend on anything tonight other than maybe a few drinks and snacks during the show. I would have tried dialing Kari, but I figured he wouldn't be available since he was about to be performing soon. His typical routine before a show would be long prayers and moments to himself to get his mind right. Rarely, if ever, was he near his phone, let alone using it. That was if he still had that same routine. A smile graced my face as I drove, thinking back to all the times I'd been able to witness his greatness before he went out onto that stage and had the crowd going crazy. A part of me missed that section of my life. You sure we're going to be able to get in, Couture? It's not looking good. We just had to pay for this horrible-ass parking spot. Bambi shook her head, wearing a look of disbelief. It better be up from here or we'll be leaving. Trust that shit. I climbed out, grabbing my mini Lady Dior bag on the way. I took a deep breath as Bambi and I neared the entrance of the venue after passing through the metal detectors. Ticket. The brawny woman held out her scanner waiting for me to show it to her. See, we don't have tickets. I am here because Uncut invited me personally. I spoke, hoping I didn't make these hoes laugh. I was sure they'd heard that line plenty from countless broke bitches hoping to see Kari live for the free. Name? A man next to her asked, in the same collared t-shirt she was wearing. Couture Yates, this is my +1. I pointed behind me to Bambi, who simply waved. Aight, yes, here. Let me just see some ID so we won't have any issues. The man eyed a clipboard before gesturing for his coworker to grab some bracelets. I displayed my ID, to which he nodded, and then allowed the lady to put the bracelet on before she did the same to Bambi. Y'all have a suite up at the top, so Jessica will escort you, the girl said, pointing to a Hispanic chick who waved politely. Bambi squealed, pinching my exposed back and making me giggle as we trailed Jessica inside, onto the elevator and up to our reserved box seats with an amazing view of the stage. I was impressed now, because before, when I had shelled out my hard-earned $40, I wasn't so sure. Someone came to take our drink and food orders. Then shortly after they were delivered, Kari's opener, some singer named Pia, came out. She was cool. I hadn't ever heard of her, and judging by the crowd, it was obvious she was signed to Kari's label and they wanted to get her some exposure off of his back. About an hour later, she was done, and the DJ asked if the crowd was ready. Screams, bellows, and roars sounded off throughout the huge venue as people went insane before Kari was even on stage. Let me get my phone out. Bambi hopped up in her mini dress to record. Bambi, I laughed. What? Girl, you're the ex, not me. I can fan out. She began recording and screaming like everyone else as Kari came out rapping to one of his singles that had topped the charts like every other following it. I remained cool, calm, and collected in my seat as I watched him, so turned on by how good he looked to me. His beautiful braids were fresh, making me wonder if Miss Lisa was still the one behind them. When this song in particular had dropped, he and I were together. I loved it now just as much as I did then, and found myself dancing a little when I forgot I was supposed to remain stoic. An hour and a half later, Kari had finished performing, and I'd given in and danced along with my best friend to some of our favorite songs. Before we could gather our things, a woman came back into the room. Couture? She raised a brow, and I nodded. I'm Taryn, Uncut's assistant. I can escort you and your friend to the back. She waved for us to follow her, so Bambi and I gathered our things and did exactly that. Backstage was nice, decked out with Kari's pictures all on the wall. As we neared the main dressing room, my heart rate sped up, knowing I was about to see him again. What the fuck was wrong with me? Why were my damn palms so sweaty? I need my picture before y'all talk because you might piss him off, Bambi whispered, and I rolled my eyes playfully. Hi, who are you? Taryn asked, some girl dressed scantily clad, standing there clutching her purse tightly. Oh, Uncut invited me back here. She smiled shyly, and I felt my stomach roil with disgust. Kari hadn't changed a bit. All right, well, have a seat. It may be a moment, Taryn replied before rapping on Kari's door. Who is it? He shouted. Taryn, I have your special guest, not the one you just invited. She leaned her forehead against the door as she spoke. I could hear Kari's raspy, sexy chuckle at her comment as he neared the door. I got it from here, he told Taryn when he opened the door, his eyes fixated on me. Hi, I'm the best friend. Just need a photo really quick, Bambi butted in, causing Kari to smile widely with his fine, whole ass, while his eyes stayed locked on me. Here, girl. Bambi handed me her phone, then hugged Kari's body tightly with a wide grin once he let the door open fully. Chuckling and shaking my head, I snapped a few photos, then got her approval. It's some food and shit next door. Drinks too if you want that. Kari nodded to the room with the open door next to his dressing room. Yes, thank you. Bambi scurried off, and Kari held the door open with his brows raised, telling me to come in. I won't take long. I see you have a whore waiting on standby. I couldn't help but to bring the shit up as I stepped in, despite it being none of my business anymore. You jealous? He inquired, closing the door and moving my way. He looked so fucking good in the simple wife beater and Gucci sweats, with socks and slides. His toned, sinewed arms covered in tattoos looked as if they'd been dipped in warm caramel as his sparkling eyes beamed down on me. He stroked his beard with a smirk and a chuckle, an obvious sign that he was already high. When Kari was lit, he couldn't stop the smiles, the smirks, snickers, and shit. He was adorable. Nope, just don't get why you have a woman waiting when you're engaged and your girlfriend just miscarried. I half lied. That was one of the reasons it disgusted me, but the other was that it brought me back to the early years of Kari and Couture when he couldn't stop fucking bitches after his shows, even if it meant me waiting all night. Because he sat down on the couch and lit another blunt before tapping the cushion next to him. Only one woman can make me be faithful, and until I'm with her, I'm gonna do me. He blew out smoke, eyeing me through lowered lids. Come sit over here, princess. I'm fine right here, thank you. Also, Couture is fine. I don't need a nickname. Kari laughed, irritating me. Old girl standing outside got you hot. He stood, putting the blunt in the ashtray. Let me send her ass on somewhere. He started for the door. No need. Don't let little old me mess up your plans for the night. He just glanced at me with his sexy ass before peeking out the door and telling someone to send the woman away. I hated how much Kari knew me and that he could see through my play-it-cool demeanor. The girl was bothering the fuck out of me, and he saw it. I didn't miss his willingness to please me, something I'd begun to love about him during the years that our relationship had gone from shit to sugar. She gone. We can be close now. He walked up on me, and I hurriedly shoved at his hard abs to be sure he didn't get too close. Kari, stop playing around. I look like I'm playing? He picked me up against my will and set me on the vanity before making his way between my legs. You wore this sexy-ass shit on purpose. He took the blunt from the tray and put it to his face as his eyes ran amok all over me. I did wear it on purpose, and I was glad it was working. I just dress sexy sometimes. This ain't for you. I grinned and laughed when he sucked his teeth. Tell me what the fuck you doing, Couture. He got serious. Moving on with my life. When the fuck was you gonna tell me, your fucking husband, that you planning to marry another nigga? Do he know? I was about to run my hands over my face until I remembered I had a full beat on. Yes, years ago, Kari and I had decided to make things official. We did it randomly one night after going out and having fun. Then we thought we didn't want to be with anyone else, and it was no point in waiting. No one knew this but us. I was actually surprised Leland's well-connected family hadn't figured out that I was already married. It was just another secret I was keeping from Leland, but planned to correct. No, he doesn't. I came here to talk to you because we need to get a divorce, and quickly, so this won't be an issue for Leland and me. The look in Kari's eyes at the sound of my response almost made me take it back. I could tell he wasn't expecting it, and he felt betrayed. But I wasn't the same Couture. I had a new life, and I was too close to my dreams to risk losing it all for the unstable life with someone like Kari. And seeing him have a groupie backstage only solidified my decision. I couldn't go back to that same young girl who was miserably in love with a man who could never fulfill me emotionally. I hadn't cried or felt like I was less than one time while with Leland, but had lost count on how many instances such things had occurred while with Kari. The latter had me hating women I barely knew. The latter had me unable to sleep well at night if he didn't call or text me right back. The latter and I had a love so intense that it was impossible for me to focus on anything else when we weren't good. I didn't want that, and I didn't need that. Part of the allure of Leland was that I knew he could never make me care for or love him so deeply that it determined my mood, how my day went, or anything else. He could never have such control over my heart like Kari. Leland could go to a strip club and I wouldn't bat an eye. But Kari would have me tossing and turning, wondering if he was taking one home or fucking them right there in the club bathroom. Nah, Kari shook his head definitively. Nah, I'm not agreeing to that shit. I told you then, if we got married, it was on some for life shit. Where I come from ain't no divorcing. Your parents are divorced, I reminded him. Nah, they're not. He eyed me seriously, letting me know Prime was his father as he'd told me many times before. It was nice to see how different things were between them. I remember a time when you couldn't even mention Prime without Kari sucking his teeth or shaking his head. Now it was as if he'd been birthed from Prime's nutsack and not Devontae's. As of now, the latter was the person no one mentioned in the St. Thomas Compton household. At least, that was how things were the last time I was around. The thought of my extended family filled me with joy and a bit of sorrow, since I hadn't seen them in so long, especially Mrs. Lisara. She'd been more of a mother to me than my own, and I'd missed her almost as much as I'd missed Kari. Hell, maybe more. I thought of reaching out in the past 4 years, but figured she would be pissed with me for breaking Kari's heart. No one would understand why I did what I did, but it had to be done. Well, Kari, we are not your parents. Things have changed for me, I lied, nudging him back and hopping down from the vanity. Thankfully, these Gianvito Rossi shoes helped me land gracefully. I would always love Kari. It was embedded in my DNA. No matter who I married or built a life with, Kari would own a piece of my heart. However, to protect myself, I needed to break shit off for good, not only for that reason, but also for my career. Fuck you mean things have changed? He frowned, turning his body halfway to look over at me since I'd slipped past him in an effort to reach the door. What do you think it means? I folded my arms. I will always have love for you, Kari, but we are on different paths. I am a lawyer and you're a rapper. I laughed at how crazy that coupling sounded. We were never meant to last. I am looking to settle down, be stable, and focus on helping my clients navigate contracts. You live a fast-paced lifestyle, going on tour, club appearances, and all the shit I am no longer interested in doing. Moving my way with his brows knitted together, he asked, the touring, I can't help, and you know you always welcome to roll out with me like in the fucking past. But, Kari, but you think I want to be at the fucking club? I ain't hurting for bread, Couture. I do them fucking appearances because a nigga is lonely. You have Kaya, I rebutted faster than I could think because the closer he got to me, the more potent his cologne became and the more nervous I got. I don't want that bitch, he glowered, sizing me up a bit as if I'd offended him. I'm gon' forever be lonely when I ain't got you. But if you tell a nigga you want back in on this shit with me and you, ain't gonna be no fucking club appearances or anything else outside of recording, touring, and videos. I promise you. Shit, I proved it to you long ago, but you still left me. I could hear the anger in his deep voice as he spoke the last sentence. He was pissed with me for leaving him, when in his mind he hadn't done anything. That was something I'd always hated about Kari. He never got it. He thought shit was so simple, but it wasn't. Seeing the man I loved beam at other men or women with their babies and children hurt me. I knew he wanted that, and I knew he had too big of a heart to leave me for being unable to give him something he'd told me himself that he wanted more than anything. Not to mention, he felt it was his fault. He would never leave me for that reason alone, even if he was unfulfilled and miserable. Inhaling and exhaling sharply, I stared up into his eyes and replied, "Kari, you don't have to do this, and you know what I'm talking about. We are getting divorced, and I am marrying Leland. You're probably going to marry Kea, who knows, but it has nothing to do with me. Stop trying to make this work because it doesn't. Okay?" I turned to grab the door, yanking it open. When his large hand gripped my arm, I snatched from him before storming out, bypassing Bambi, who thankfully fell right in line, trailing me. "You believe that shit if you want to," he called after me, irritating me, but making my heart flutter at the same time. Kari's persistence had always been my kryptonite.
Chapter 2. Kari. Few days later. Throwing the whip in park, I sighed dejectedly, still thinking about that weak-ass encounter with Couture. I knew the shit wouldn't be easy, convincing her to swing back this way, but goddamn, she was dead set on the fact that we didn't fit any longer, not fucking realizing that we would always fit. This shit was meant to be, no matter what fucking path she was on, and vice versa. I wasn't gonna give up, though. Nah. I'd prayed for the moment to be in her space again, and a nigga would be damned if I just let her ass go over some bullshit she thought to be true. I was Kari Compton. I didn't lose, and I didn't quit. Stepping out of my car, I grabbed the big-ass playmat and then treaded up to the door before ringing the doorbell. "Hey, I told you I can make you a key, Kari. You paid for the place." My baby mama, Marley, twisted the locks to allow me in through the screen door. "Told you I got a key, but that's only for emergencies." I stepped in and immediately felt my chest swell at the sight of my baby girl, Harmony. "Ah!" she screamed, dropping her blocks and running to me with her tiny ass. She was 2 years old, but acted 15, and the shit was hilarious. I knew whatever kids I did have would be smart as shit, but Harmony still surprised me. She looked exactly like a nigga. Hazel green eyes with the caramel complexion, and deep coily hair like me and every fucking thing. "That's what I'm talking about." I scooped her up, laughing as I clawed her round belly. She giggled loudly as fuck with glee as I kissed her chubby cheek, then her neck that smelled of her usual baby soap. "I used to greet you like that," Marley joked, shutting the door as I took a seat with my baby girl. I didn't respond right away as I tried to figure out what I even wanted to say. Marley was a good girl, somebody a nigga got caught up with, while I was spiraling after Couture dipped on my ass. She was cool, the pussy was good, and she didn't get on my fucking nerves, so fucking around was easy. However, like I knew she would, Marley started catching feelings that continued to grow, no matter how much I'd explained to her ass that I would never love a woman the way I loved Couture. I would never be faithful to a woman besides Couture, and marriage or any type of commitment would never motherfucking happen unless it was Couture. She swallowed that shit up until she got pregnant. I guess once she was bringing a baby into the world, she decided she could no longer be in limbo with a nigga. Here and there, I dabbled in the pussy. Shit, why not? But it would never go any fucking further than that shit. And if Couture even looked like she would fuck with me again, Marley wouldn't hear from a nigga unless it was regarding my daughter. Fucked up to say, but she knew what it was from jump. I didn't have Couture tatted across my neck for nothing. "What you been eating, baby girl? You got shit all over your shirt." I chuckled at Harmony, making her drop down from my lap while babbling. She was at the stage where some shit you understood and others you just had to fake the fucking funk like you got it. When I found out Marley was pregnant, I was happy as fuck. But at the same time, guilt consumed me for the first couple months. A nigga felt like he didn't deserve to have a baby when I'd caused Couture's infertility. But as time grew closer to her birth, I was able to shake that shit off and actually celebrate the fact that I was having a kid. Here and there, I still felt like it was fucked up to bring a baby into the world with someone other than Couture, but it was what it was. She had spaghetti. She's ready for a nap, though. Marley scooped her up and laid her across her lap after sitting down next to me. Like clockwork, Harmony's eyes lowered as she stared off into the distance, close to dozing the fuck off. I guess I'll kick it until she wake up so I can see her play with this shit I bought. I leaned back against the couch, feeling Marley stare me down. What, Marley? I quizzed, eyes closed as I massaged the bridge of my nose. Most times Marley was cool as fuck, but she had her nagging moments, which usually consisted of her inability to understand that no matter how much time passed, she and I would never be. And I made a point to be extra careful when fucking her. I didn't want no more fucking kids. Not only did I not deserve it, I didn't want another baby with a woman I didn't love, and would never love. So you for real about marrying that bitch Kaya? Marley got right into it, brown skin flushed with anger. She was beautiful, always had been. Her supple brown skin, shapely frame, long hair that she kept dyed a golden brown color had always made Marley a sight for fucking sore eyes. It was a no-brainer that I was planning to get the pussy, and would, when I met her at my album release party one night. In fact, I had my dick in her throat the same night. I didn't judge her for it because my judgment was pointless. There was no bitch on this earth that would have my last name outside of you-know-fucking-who, so what another bitch did, and how quickly, made me know never mind. Yup, was all I said. You got some more food? I sat up, eyeing her. Kari, don't play with me. Play with you how, Marley? I glanced down into her lap to see Harmony knocked the fuck out. Ain't shit to talk about. You been knew about this shit with Kaya. Why the fuck you keep bringing it up like shit is gonna change? Because you claimed that if it wasn't Queen Couture, you wouldn't put a ring on a bitch's finger. Your words, not mine. Hey, all that yelling and shit ain't necessary. Calm your ass down before I nut the fuck up on you back. Secondly, my baby girl is sleeping, I stated coolly, and Marley relaxed, but not without rolling her eyes. I just don't understand. Was it me? Because you fucked around with me for 2 years, but for only a few months with Kaya. Now she's pregnant and your fiancé? Well, was pregnant. It's just some shit you won't understand, Marley. I didn't want to tell Marley the real because she beefed with Kaya too motherfucking hard. They argued over social media damn near weekly, always throwing around low blows, bickering over who I fucked with the most. Neither of them realized they were on the same wavelength for me, aka just some pussy. I had a sliver of more love and respect for Marley as my daughter's mother, but outside of that shit, it was a dub. However, both women constantly threw their weight around, trying to one-up the other. So it would be nothing for Marley to tell the world I was only fucking with Kaya for my career. True enough, I could deny the shit, but in this day and age, once something was put out there, people never forgot it. And you'd always have those motherfuckers who believed the shit no matter how ridiculous the shit sounded. In this case, though, they'd be right to believe that the Kaya and Kari love story was bullshit. Whatever, Kari. Marley shook her head, eyes glazing over. Hey, I took my daughter and laid her on the large couch cushion on the other side of me. Calm your ass down. I brought Marley into my chest as she cried. I didn't understand how the fuck she loved a nigga so much when I didn't give her shit to love. The only thing I had done was take care of my baby, buy her a house, and occasionally fixed shit around this motherfucker when I wasn't in the mood to pay somebody for the shit. And of course, drop dick off in her occasionally. Outside of that, I was mystified by her fucking attachment. I didn't spoil her, I didn't love on her, never took her on dates, and I never called to talk to just her. Anything I did for Marley was for Harmony. and what any man in my position should do for his child when he was bawling. I'll be damned if I'm living lavish while my daughter is in the hood dodging bullets. How can you ask me to calm down? She sniffled, pulling from me and staring me down with teary eyes. I wasn't in the mood for this shit. I cared, but at the same time, I really fucking didn't. You don't even care about me after everything. I was cool with shit because you claimed Couture would be the only one, but now I see that was a fucking lie. It wasn't no fucking lie. Like I said, you don't get what the fuck is going on, Marley. Then tell me. Her lips tightened. I'm good, I replied nonchalantly. Just know shit ain't always what it looked like, all right? I glanced her way, and she nodded slowly before raising and leaving the room to put Harmony in her bed. Moments later, she returned, holding her hand out for a nigga. You sure? I questioned, and she nodded again, still sniffling as I rose, trailing her to the bedroom. I had a mind to turn the pussy down, knowing I was gunning for Couture. But fuck that shit. I'd be damned if I was laid up with desert dick while she was fucking on that lame-ass nigga she claimed to love. The thought alone softened my dick despite the fact Marley had set me in the chair in her room and began stripping for a nigga. The mere idea of Couture giving the pussy to anybody but me made me nauseous as fuck. If the feeling I had from thinking about the shit was even a fraction of how her ass felt back in the day when I couldn't keep my fucking dick in my pants, I understood her craziness. The jealousy, all the bullshit she spewed my way. A nigga couldn't even say he wouldn't catch a body if I knew for sure a nigga had fucked on Couture. Here she was, engaged, and I was still in fucking denial. But as Marley came toward me, naked as the fucking day she was born, I pushed all that shit to the back of my mind as my hand dipped down into the pocket of my Dior joggers for a condom. With my eyes shut, as I leaned back in the swivel chair, I listened to my album, letting it play all the way through. One of the main keys to my success was not having any filler-type shit. If I could only come up with 10 bangers, my album would be just 10 bangers. I wasn't about to throw in 5 other mediocre songs to hit a quota. That was the difference between me and a lot of these other rapper niggas. I took pride in my work. And yeah, I gave a fuck about the money. A whole lot, actually. But no amount of bread would have me dropping bullshit. It was why Uncut was at the top and had been pretty much since I signed my first recording contract. A knock sounded off on the door, so I sat up, turning the music down before standing. I was irritated, because everyone around here knew when I did my full listens, I couldn't be fucking bothered. Angrily padding to the door, I yanked it open, mean mug on full display, to see the chief music mail courier standing outside the door like he was about to piss on himself. What, nigga? I snapped, since he hadn't said shit nor handed me shit. This came for you. He held up a packet, which I snatched, scanning the label to be sure he didn't make a mistake. It was unlikely that I would get personal mail here. All things related to my music went to my manager's box, and all things that were personal went to my fucking crib. So at the moment, I was confused. Leaving the blunt hanging from my lips, I pried the envelope open as the mail courier stood there, mouth slightly ajar. Fuck up out of here. I nodded toward the other end of the hall, snapping him out of his fucking trance and making him rush off. I let the door slam behind me as I treaded to my seat, eyeing the documents. Seeing they were divorce papers from Couture made a real nigga's heart sink. She was dead ass about ending shit between us to marry fuck-ass Leland. I didn't understand the shit, but it was clear the Couture I used to know was no more. The old Couture only had loved Kari, and no other nigga could replace me. And the shit was vice versa. But this new Couture didn't want shit to do with me. Plopping down in the chair, I studied the documents for longer, seeing she didn't want anything, and for us to keep everything we'd earned while married. A small percentage of me, the part that managed my pride, the part that reminded me who the fuck I was round here, told me to sign the shit. But the majority said to keep fucking pushing. I didn't want shit that was easy anyway. Turning the music completely off, I ashed the blunt, then went to brush my teeth in the adjoined bathroom. After I grabbed up my shit, then dipped, heading straight to Couture's office and hoping she was there. Shit, it was a motherfucking Wednesday. She should have been there, since she claimed she had such a fucking stable and monotonous-ass life. Whipping my Lamborghini Urus into a space, I climbed out, saying what's up to a few niggas and females who called out my name. The women, of course, couldn't stay across the fucking street, begging for a photo and picture. "Uncut, I love you. I cannot wait for the new album. Can I get a picture, please?" one squealed, causing her nigger to come trailing. He acted as if he was trying to calm her hyper-ass down, but really, he was a fan too. It was in his fucking eyes. His fronting caused me to smirk. "I got you." I pulled her into me and saw her nigga hating low-key. So once he finished snapping, I said, "Make sure when you come to the LA show, you don't bring his ass with you." I winked, and her eyes widened right along with her mouth as her homegirls cheered her on. The few niggas across the way somehow heard and began guffawing loudly. "Ooh, me too, Cut, me too," her friend added in. "I'm gonna be there." I wouldn't dare fuck the bitch if and when she did come to the show, but I wanted to let her nigga know I could if a nigga wanted to. He needed to learn it was no point in hating on a nigga richer, better looking, and especially taller than you. As Chris Brown once said, these hoes ain't loyal, especially when a rich nigga was in the building. I finished snapping photos, causing a bit of ruckus on the street, which Couture clearly heard because she peeked out, looking beautiful as fuck like always. Upon seeing what was causing so much commotion, she rolled her eyes. The green dress that looked to be a blazer hugged her shapely frame just fucking right, making me lick my lips and ignore whatever the fan was saying to me, as she and her girls rushed back across the street with that one nigga in tow. Her curly hair was hanging down full as fuck, just the way she liked the shit. She'd always told me she hated when her curls fell flat. To me, she looked pretty as shit either way. Her small feet caged in some heels carried her back inside with an attitude, so I jogged lightly to catch up to her ass, eyeing the tattoo of my name on the back of her right thigh. "For yo nigga's sake, I hope he ain't here," I called behind her once inside of the air-conditioned one-floor building. "He's not," she called over her shoulder, "but he will be soon, so make this visit quick." She pushed open the door to her office, and I followed her, purposely pressing my crotch into her round ass. "Kari!" She nudged me, but I could see the slight smirk on her face. "Why the fuck I get some divorce papers, Couture?" I asked, leaning against the closed door as she went behind her desk still standing. "Why do you think? I told you we need to divorce so I can marry my fiancé." Nodding, I made my way behind her desk as well, happy as fuck the chair was blocking her from backing up as she clearly wanted to. "You want a divorce?" I inquired, wrapping my arms around her body. "'Cause I don't." I kissed her neck. "Fuck, I miss you." I kissed her jaw, prompting her to moan softly before our lips met. My hands rubbed and gripped her plump ass in the dress she had no business fucking wearing to see clients, especially celebrity niggas. Our tongues twirled around another's as I kissed her deeper, gripping that ass harder. My dick swelled in legit fucking seconds against her stomach as her small, soft hands ran up and down my arms. She smelled sweet but feminine, like sugar, citrus, and musk. "Kari," she mumbled into my mouth before bringing her hands up to cup the sides of my face. She was shorter than me, always had been, so I had to bend a bit to make sure our lips stayed connected. I didn't give a fuck what I had to do for this shit right here. "Cut that nigga off," I said. "This yours right here." I pressed my hard-ass dick into her body some more, and again she moaned. That fucking moan, man. I missed hearing that shit as I pounded away at her tight, wet, warm pussy that had been made for me. As sweet, gentle, and innocent as Couture had always been, she could take dick like a pro. She never ran no matter how deep I went, never had gag reflexes, and was guaranteed to have you changing your fucking sheets. "Kari, stop, move." She jumped back, knocking her chair down, due to how abrupt she'd bumped the shit. "Baby, no. This is not supposed to be happening. You can't just show up and expect things to go back to how they were, Kari. I told you I have a different life now." "So what? Don't you love me like I love your ass?" I barked back at her, Yes, but too much has happened. I cannot forgive you for what happened to me, and I would never forgive myself for forcing you to ride this shit out knowing you want a family. Can't nobody force me to do a goddamn thing, Couture. Fuck you think this is? I was irate by this point. You gave me an out. You said it your fucking self. If I ain't want you, I would have left your ass alone when you dipped on me. I would have signed them fucking ass papers I just got. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't need you to tell me what the fuck I want or what the fuck I need. Calming myself. I took her hands in mine. And I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry that the shit I was doing did this shit to you. If I could go back in time and change shit, I would. I would die for you, you know that? I love myself like a motherfucker, but for you, I would give that shit back to God. Life, money, kids, the cars, the houses, the accolades don't mean shit to me without you. You tell me if that nigga you trying to leave me for would give up everything, including his life, for you, baby. He may not have caused you pain, but he also can't heal that pain like I can. He ain't the nigga for you. I am. I would kill for you, die for you, do any fucking thing you need for you. Sobbing hysterically, Couture looked away, her body trembling slightly as she stared out the window that had only the view of a fucking brick wall. Kari. I craned my neck around to kiss her soft and slightly damp-ass lips before saying, Stop with the divorce shit. All this money you spending to have me served is a waste. It's a futile effort. You got a fucking hold on me, like nobody else. And I'm not letting the shit go. By the end of it all, it's gonna be me and you again. Letting her hands go, I kissed her one more time before dipping. I had better not get one more fucking divorce paper or anything regarding the dissolution of this Kari and Couture union. I had a feeling I wouldn't, though. Couture could keep playing with me if she wanted to.
Chapter 2. Couture. I hadn't been able to get Kari off my mind ever since he and I kissed. I'd even dreamed about the man, which consisted of us being together again. I actually woke up with a damn smile on my face and a pair of damp underwear. This couldn't be life right now. Me dreaming and fantasizing of one man while lying next to another. Often, over the past few days, I thought of saying, fuck it, and just being with Kari, but I knew I was living in a fairy tale world. The Lewises would ruin me, my reputation would be shit, and I'd have to kiss becoming a prominent lawyer in the States goodbye. Not to mention, I wasn't sure if I could build a life with Kari that would have me at peace. It sounded nice because I was in love with him, but this was the same man who traumatized me with the constant cheating, the gaslighting, the almost side baby with Alyssa, and ultimately was the indirect cause of my inability to have children of my own. So yes, although I did love him, I wasn't sure if I could get past all those things to the point where he and I could be happy. I was still bothered. The last thing I wanted to do was waste Kari's time. It was obvious he loved me and wanted badly to be with me as I him. I didn't want to agree to things, blow up my career, only to realize our past damages were too much. I was just stuck at the moment, not knowing which way to go. But what I did need to do was keep Kari from touching me inappropriately. After what he put me through, I was an advocate for being faithful, so messing around on Leland, a man who had been beyond good to me, didn't align with my character. As I scrolled through my full email inbox while on the couch, trying to clear some stuff away, I spotted an email from Chief Music. Through my scanning, I saw they were looking for in-house counsel, which would be an amazing opportunity had I not already been opening my own firm with Leland. But even if I wasn't, I knew my fiancé would not approve of me seemingly working so closely with Kari. Sighing, I trashed the email, figuring it was no use in responding just to tell them that I wasn't going to be able to take the job or even entertain it. My ringing phone prompted me to look over at the screen to see an unknown number. It was my business phone app that I'd downloaded until we could get the phone hooked up at the actual office. It was after midnight, so I didn't understand who would be in need of my services at this time of night. It wasn't like I was on retainer with anyone yet. "Hello," I answered in my most professional voice, assuming it was a client and not spam. "Where you at?" Kari inquired. I knew that voice better than my own. Chuckling at how random he always was, I replied, "Do you know what time it is?" "Kind of." He laughed cutely, letting me know he probably wasn't sober. Here I was, sifting through work emails in the house while he was out doing God knows what and getting drunk or high. We just didn't match anymore. "Okay then, so where else would I be?" "You're lucky Leland is in New York, finishing up with a client," I said. "Nah, that nigga is lucky. I owe him an ass whooping from way back anyway." I giggled. "I know you're referring to those social media messages you found." I raised a brow before shaking my head at myself. I was so pathetic back then, begging Kari for forgiveness when I should have told him to kiss my ass. He had his nerve being angry about some messages when he was fucking every bitch in Los Angeles with a hole. At times when I thought back to our relationship, I was ashamed. All the things I allowed simply because I didn't know any better and didn't want to be without him. Despite Kari cleaning his act up for the remainder of our relationship, a part of me wondered if he only wanted me back because he thought I was that same lovesick girl who would forgive him in a heartbeat as long as he told me he loved me. He would be in for a rude awakening if so. "I am. Fuck-ass nigga. He been plotting on you. I knew you fucked with that nigga even though you claimed you didn't." Kari's saltiness made me laugh. "I actually didn't back then. He was just nice and easy to talk to. We actually didn't talk for years, but then sparked a friendship back up after you and I broke up." "How convenient that nigga came back around after you stopped fucking with me," Kari huffed, and I knew him well enough to know he was shaking his head at the same time. "He's not like that, Kari. I was single and he always liked me, so he went for it. I would have never allowed him to disrespect our relationship." "Yeah, all right, Couture. I'm a nigga. And even though Leland is a fucking lame, all niggas are alike in some aspects. That nigga was waiting for you, and for that, when I see him, I'm knocking his ass out." "Please don't, Kari. If you do, he will think something is going on between us." "Something like what? The fact that I'm your husband and he think he about to marry you?" Kari chortled loudly, making me wonder where he was. I assumed he was out partying when I realized he was under the influence, but his background was rather quiet. "Like Kaya thinking she's gonna marry you?" Say word, and that bitch is history." Confused because the Kari I knew would never get down on one knee for a woman he didn't love, I asked, "What made you propose?" "The baby," he answered quickly and nonchalantly. "Does she know that?" I frowned. What woman wanted a man to marry her simply because she was pregnant? I knew I didn't. "Yeah, she know. I don't sugarcoat shit. Ask any bitch that done encountered me, Couture. They know what it is, and that if you came back, I would cut their motherfucking asses off." Them hoes were stupider than I thought, especially Kaya. I wouldn't marry a man who only wanted me in that way because of the baby in my belly, but for damn sure wouldn't marry one who felt I was second to someone else. Kari was a piece of work, like always. "You must have some kind of potion I don't know about to make them accept that." "Nah, you do know what I got that makes them accept that," he joked, making me playfully roll my eyes. "It's not that good. I faked it for most of our relationship." Now it was my turn to joke. Even our quickies had me coming effortlessly and heavily. I clamped my legs together at the thought as my teeth sank down into my bottom lip. "Yeah, all right, baby. Can't fake having to change the sheets. I could barely fuck you in my parents' house because my moms kept getting suspicious on why I had to wash my sheets so damn much." "Whatever," I laughed, and he followed suit, despite the fact that he was speaking the truth. I missed that. His voice got low. Anyway, where are you? You sound drunk or something, but I don't hear a party. Not at a party. I was recording in my home studio. Now, just chilling. You hungry? A nigga is starving. Don't you think Kaya will mind if we eat together? Don't know, really. I sent her out of town with her homegirls to cheer her up after the miscarriage, he replied, then inhaled as if he was about to say more but stopped. I see. Well, no thank you. Come eat with me, princess, he asked in a begging manner that did something to me. Because I was taking so long to respond, he added, I'm not gonna let up till it's me and you. Fine, but only because I'm pretty hungry. The last thing I ate was a breakfast sandwich from Starbucks at 5 a.m. Aight, shoot me your address. No, Kari, I'm not letting you meet me no fucking where. It's late as hell and motherfuckers is crazy. Either shoot me the address or I'll find it. I was hesitant to send the address since this was Leland's home too, and Kari had threatened him. However, this apartment was temporary while he and I house shopped. How? You want to test me? I'll text it now. I hung up abruptly, taking a second to wonder what the fuck I was even doing before getting up to shower. Once out and feeling fresh, I spread some whipped by Chimera body butter on, then used some of the spritz as well, remembering to put a little in my curls. Since it was late, I decided on a pair of Casablanca sweats in hunter green and a halter top, along with some Prada slides. After spraying my hair with a mix of water and Camille Rose conditioner, I put on some jewelry just before Kari called. I left the apartment and met him downstairs, watching him get his tall, lean, built ass out of a Lamborghini truck. He was in jeans, a polo-style shirt, sneakers, and a little bit of ice on. I could smell him before he even stepped on the curb to tower over me as his eyes filled with lust at the sight of me. Swear to God, you the most beautiful woman I done ever seen. He stroked his beard before running his tongue across his lips. Kari, cut it out, you ain't about to fuck me. I waved him off as he flashed his beautiful smile. My God, how a man could be so handsome was beyond me. He was identical to Lisara, just masculine with a deep almond complexion and honey-colored eyes with flecks of green. Maybe not tonight, but it's coming. I ain't bullshitting though. He helped me into the nice-ass car. I could tell it had been customized since the outside was Tiffany blue. When don't you bullshit? I asked him when he joined me in the car. Most times. Old Kari though? 90% of the time. He chuckled and I did the same. So, you're saying you're different from the old Kari? I asked, looking out at the streets as he pulled off. Been different. I was a knucklehead back then on some real shit. I just remembered always being mad as fuck at the world. He spoke softly like he was reminiscing as he switched lanes. You had a reason to, though, Kari. Your father abandoned and embarrassed the family, then you had a huge lifestyle change. Then on top of that, your mother got a new husband. It was a lot. Back then, a small part of my reason for always forgiving Kari was that I could see how tortured he was. Everyone hated him and gave him a hard time, making me feel like I needed to love him more. They didn't witness people making fun of or testing him for having a gay father. They didn't see the jokes made about seeing his mother half naked every weekend. They also didn't lose the person they looked up to and had to realize said person wasn't the person you thought they were. I didn't agree with how he went about things, but I understood it. Yeah, but still. He shrugged one shoulder. Could have handled it differently, I guess. Had I done so, we wouldn't be in this shit right now, apart. I was confused. On one hand, I did blame Kari for me being shot, but in the same breath, I didn't like it when he blamed himself. He didn't choose to shoot at me. Saying nothing, I took his free hand in mine, clutching it as he whipped the car with the other. I felt him glance my way, clearly surprised by the gesture, but I gave him no eye contact, just kept looking out the window, remembering how much I missed my city while I'd been away. "What the hell?" I shrieked when Kari turned into the parking lot of Red Lobster. "They're closed, Kari." I finally looked at him, releasing his hand. "You still fuck with them, right?" He smirked, maneuvering the car with one hand and securing it into a parking space right in front of the establishment. "I do, but do you not see that the lights are off?" I frowned as he shut the engine down and climbed out the car. "Hello?" I quizzed when he came to open my door and help me out. Of course, as I landed on my feet, we were way too close for comfort, making me look around as if someone would be in this deserted-ass parking lot, spying. "You got a stalker or some shit?" Kari's brows kissed as he slammed my door, eyeing me suspiciously with his delicious ass. Kari's handsomeness had always made me weak, even when we were younger and he was skinnier with less tattoos and facial hair, so you could only imagine how fragile I felt now in his presence. "No, but I am engaged and I have no business being out alone with my very well-known ex-boyfriend. It's not like I can lie and say we're just friends." "Oh, so we more than friends?" He stepped closer, pinning me to the truck as he nibbled on his lip, his mind clearly in the gutter. "No, hell no. That is not what I meant," I whispered harshly as he cracked up, making me do the same. "You hear what you want." I trailed him to the entrance of Red Lobster, finally seeing a few stragglers inside. "Nah, your mouth be speaking facts before your brain can tell it to say otherwise." He lifted a brow as he opened the door for me. He took my hand as the hostess greeted us, then walked us to a table set in the middle of the place. It was decorated much nicer than Red Lobster would ever have it, and before we could even sit down good, 2 baskets of steaming cheddar biscuits had been delivered and our drink orders collected. Damn, 2 baskets. I eyed them, being sure not to salivate, though it was hard. I was starving, and this was my favorite restaurant. He remembered. 2 baskets. He sat back, smiling as he watched me study the biscuits in awe, told them to have them ready by the time we got here. "How did you get them to stay open so late?" I asked after saying grace and placing one on the tiny plate to devour. "Money. Money can get you anything you want. May not get you everything, but it can get most of the shit." Ignoring his comment since he was clearly referring to me, I replied, "Yup, like Ariana Grande said, happiness is the same price as red bottoms." We chuckled in unison as the waiter returned with our drinks. We got the same appetizer and entree that we always got back in the day, and I couldn't help but feel reminiscent. Red Lobster brought back all the good times between Kari and me, minus the Leilani incident. We always came here to either celebrate something or when Kari got paid enough after a performance for us to splurge a little. "So how you been for real?" Kari quizzed, drinking some of the water he'd gotten. Shrugging one shoulder, I looked off momentarily and said, "Fine. I've graduated law school, got a prestigious clerkship, I'm engaged, and now about to open my own firm." "Yeah, I saw." He stared at his glass. "Lewis and Lewis, huh? I thought you'd always keep Yates professionally, or was that just some shit you kicked to me?" "No, it wasn't. That was the plan, but Leland thought it would be better if we were both using Lewis. You know his family is like royalty in law. Soon as people see that last name and that you're associated with the Greg, Jean, and Adriana Lewis, they'll sell their firstborn to hire you," I half joked. "Damn, like that?" "Like that," I nodded. "So that's why you so-called marrying that nigga?" "No," I frowned, making him throw his hands up in mock surrender. "I'm just asking. I mean, it sounds like you got a lot of good shit going on in your life, but the only way it makes you feel is fine?" He shrugged one shoulder, mimicking me. "Stop trying to find something, Kari. I'm happy. I love Leland, and I am going to marry him once you agree to this divorce," I said, trying to convince us both. Why you leave me, Couture? Keep it real. I have been keeping it real. You wanted children, and I wasn't going to keep you from that. Amongst other things like all the shit that has happened between us. The cheating. Nah, don't bring that shit up. I was faithful to you for the majority of the relationship, was I not? He frowned, staring at me as the waiter set down the appetizer, then scurried off. Even he could tell the conversation was intense. You were, but it, funny enough, didn't happen until I got shot. So? You felt guilty for what happened to me. That's why you were faithful. Otherwise, you would have done it long before that. Nothing changed to make you faithful except for me being shot by your little crew, I growled lowly. Nah, I had been cleaning my fucking act up at least a few weeks prior to that. I'd learned that my dick was getting me in a lot of trouble, and if I had just focused on you, a lot of shit wouldn't have happened, like my mama's favorite cousin getting killed. That realization came well before you got shot, Couture. Whatever. I ate some of the dragon shrimp starter. Regardless, I was right to leave because you ran off and had a baby just 2 years later. You kept up. No, but you are a world-famous rapper. You can't take a shit without it being front page, or did you forget? I spat, and when he smirked, licking his full lips, I rolled my eyes, already knowing what he was thinking. I love when you get all smart-mouthed and shit. He chuckled as I sucked my teeth. After you stopped fucking with me, I kind of reverted back to the old Kari. I was reckless as fuck, just not as extreme. He exhaled heavily. And yeah, I was fucking around and she got pregnant. I felt guilty for the majority of her pregnancy, though. Couldn't really enjoy the shit, and I shouldn't have been able to enjoy it. I love my baby girl, but even now, I feel guilty for making her little ass without you. And see, you shouldn't. That's why I left. She the only good thing that did come out of you leaving. To keep shit a buck, life really wasn't worth living when you dipped. I wasn't gonna kill myself or no shit like that. I'm too much of a man of God to take my own fucking life, but goddamn, a nigga was struggling without you, baby. Still am. My heart thumped in my chest as I processed his words, seeing how much he actually meant them just by the stare he gave me. Standing, I went to sit by him, knowing damn well I should have kept my ass where I was. It may not seem like it, and maybe I wanted it to not seem like it, but it was hard to do what I did. The only thing that kept you out of my head was working hard and spending time with Leland and my friend Bambi. But even then, in my free time, I was miserable. I didn't feel like myself. But I knew if I went back to you, I would be doing us both a disservice. So when I saw you welcomed a child, that really helped me see that I did the right thing. I caressed his face as his hand ventured across my waist. I wasn't surprised when Kari pulled me over to straddle his lap. Although much more mature and grown, I knew this man like the back of my hand. Only milliseconds passed before we kissed. I told myself before seeing him tonight I would put a stop to any moves he made that would result in me being a cheater like he once was. But being in the moment and not being in the moment were two different things. Kissing Kari didn't feel wrong or illicit. It felt good and right. It felt like how things were supposed to be. I didn't have to think, and I damn sure didn't count down until the kiss was over like with Leland. Fuck, I was a horrible person. Kari's hands groped my ass and the sweats I had on before placing me on the table. I want dessert before my meal. He reached for the waistband of my pants as my slides fell to the floor. Kari, are you crazy? There are other people here. I bucked my eyes. I didn't need to state the obvious, which was that we were both engaged to other people. Them niggas is cooking. It's gonna take them at least 20 minutes for the food. We done came here enough and got the same shit several times for me to know I only need 5 to make you come. Oh, you think so? I jested. No, so. Ain't shit changed, he stated cockily, moving my hands and getting my sweats down. I'd opted out of underwear simply because it was pointless for the outfit, and the decision came in handy for the moment. As my sweats pooled on the floor, Kari gripped my thighs, kissing down the inner area. Wait, no, I can't participate in doing something like this to Leland, I said as Kari ignored me, still sucking and kissing my inner thighs as they rested on his broad shoulders. Leland? Fuck a Leland. I'm your motherfucking husband. I belong down here, he spat, shutting me right up as his mouth neared my pussy. He scooted me to the edge and pushed my thighs upward so that my knees were against my chest. Holding the backs of my thighs in place, Kari slipped his tongue inside of me, making me shiver and coo softly. Damn, I missed everything about Kari's head game. Leland was okay with it, but he seemed to be doing it because he felt he should. But Kari, I could tell he loved eating pussy because of how passionate he was with it. There was nothing like having a man who loved to eat pussy. Dragging his tongue upward and making me tremble, Kari took my clit into his mouth and sucked on it with a medium pressure. My head fell back as he kept it up, twirling his tongue around it every now and again before licking under the hood. He kept doing that over and over until I began dampening the tablecloth and letting out stuttered moans. Oh my gosh, I whimpered, watching him lick, suck, and flicker his tongue over my clit as I soaked his beard. Tastes good, baby, Kari moaned, putting his tongue back inside of me and causing my pelvis to tighten. Fuck! I yelled out louder than I wanted to as my legs shook in his hands while I came. Damn, that was only 3 minutes. We got some time, Kari smirked, diving back in on my sensitive bud. Kari, please. I tried to push his head away, making him force me onto my back and press my knees back into my chest, locking me in place while he devoured me. In this position, he was able to fuck me with his tongue and attack my clit with such precision that it made me knock a plate off the table. Removing his hands from the backs of my thighs, he let them find their way to my hands, and we intertwined our fingers while he feasted on me, not caring that I was leaking all over the table, his mouth, and beard. Shit, he grumbled as I came, looking as if I was kin to a broken pipe. He moaned, sucking and kissing between my legs as I tried to come down from the orgasm. Coming up for air, finally, he towered over me between my legs and tongue-kissed me something nasty. I so badly wanted him to just put it in, but knew I'd done more than enough. Pulling away from our kiss, Kari pushed my top to the side to expose my left nipple, then sucked and bit on it, making my clit pulsate. When done, he covered me back up, then smiled that sexy smile I still hadn't fallen out of love with. What? I asked when he nibbled on his lip, trailing his fingers down between my legs. Shaking his head, he said, Nothing. Just missed that shit. I ain't ate pussy since you left. Really? I was shocked. Dead ass. I only eat at home and you the only fucking home I know. He pecked me deeply, then helped me up. I would bend your ass over and pound you out right here. But when I get back inside that pussy, it's gotta go home with me and you ain't ready for that yet. He handed me my sweats after using the warm towel that the staff had originally delivered for our hands to clean me. We kissed once more before going to the bathroom to wash our hands and for me to pee. Afterwards, we ate our dinner, and not surprisingly, I enjoyed myself without wondering if Leland would be storming in at any moment. I didn't know what was happening, but the trifling part of me wanted to just throw caution to the wind and run off into the sunset with Kari. But losing my career wasn't something I was sure I could stomach.
Chapter 2. Kari. Just 2 days later. What's good, Pop? I slapped hands with Prime before we took a seat under the gazebo. while he watched my mama and 10, but going on 30-year-old sister Banks take laps in the pool. "What's good, young nigga?" he replied, calling me the same shit he did when I was a teenager. "When you gonna start calling me something else?" I laughed, watching him pour some lemonade into a glass before offering me some. "Never. That's your fucking name," he chuckled, taking a sip. "I'm gonna always be way older than you, so you gonna always be either young nigga or son." "Alright, I can dig it. I'd rather be young nigga than old nigga like you." We laughed in unison. Of course, Prime wasn't old as fuck, only in his mid-40s like my mama. But I got a kick out of the shit until he took it too far. Then I had to bow out. "You know what they say about old niggas, right?" He glanced my way with a devious smirk. "I don't even want to hear whatever nasty shit you about to throw out." I shuddered at the thought. It was crazy how different shit was between us now. I couldn't fathom hating this nigga the way I had back then. But in all honesty, it wasn't even him. Yeah, he had pissed me off a few times by coming at me like he was my father when, at the time, if you asked me, I had no father. However, I was angry at the fucking world. He could have been jolly old Saint Nick, and I would have had a problem with his ass. Now, shit was better than ever. Motherfuckers who didn't know us were always shocked to know I didn't take to Prime from day one. Strangers mistook us for being actual father and son on the daily, especially when with my mama. They always said I had her looks, but his eyes, and complexion. None of us corrected them either. Shit, in my eyes, he was my father. He did what the fuck a father did for his son, which was provide, teach him the ways of life, and show him how to be a man. Prime was the only father figure I knew that had taken us out to the fucking woods and showed us how to feed ourselves, if the time came down to some shit like that. We groaned, complained, and even my mama called constantly, tearing into his ass to bring us back. But he didn't fold, and I was thankful. From Prime, I knew everything about being a man. Some shit I thought I knew way back when. I shook my head at the thought. "Then quit getting in the game if you ain't ready to get your ass handed to you," Prime replied to my previous statement as my mama finally noticed me, smiling widely as hell. "Noted," I nodded, welcoming a wet-ass Banks into my arms as she attacked me. "Baby girl, you drenched," I said, as she held tightly onto my neck. From day one, Banks had been my little dog. From the time she could talk, she loved to ride around with a nigga or come on my errands with me. And in return, I spoiled her ass almost as much as her fucking father. I was her brother, though. So whereas Prime had to have a little restraint, I didn't give a fuck. All she had to do was point it out or mention some shit to me and she'd have it. "Sorry, are you staying long? I wanted to go to the mall today." She got out of my lap as my mother walked up. "I can make that happen," I said, grinning when my mama started shaking her head. "Cool. Daddy, can I have some extra money to be sure I get everything I want?" Banks cheesed, coming to Prime and kissing his face. "Ask your mama," Prime smiled, making Lisara roll her eyes before going to kiss him on the lips. I turned my head, knowing I'd just eaten and didn't want to vomit the shit up. "Only because you aced your test this past Friday. Come on, let's clean up before we make lunch together." My mama then kissed my face, toyed with my beard, and then led a hyper-ass Banks into the house. "God damn, she gonna be hard to please. I feel bad for these niggas out here," I said once the ladies were gone. "That's exactly how I want the shit. Wish a bum nigga would think he about to be with Banks St. Thomas," Prime stated seriously. I nodded with a smirk, agreeing. Whoever the nigga was would probably have to be a Mortal Kombat warrior with a mental stronger than fucking steel, because Banks had not only a crazy-ass dad, but 7 brothers who weren't all there. "I want to talk to you about some shit." I glanced back at the house to be sure my mother and sister weren't paying attention. "What's up?" Prime frowned. "Couture, you remember her?" "Of course, young nigga," he snickered. "What's so funny? You still pining after her, huh?" "Always." I bobbed my head up and down. "But, she's back in town from New York. She says she engaged to marry some nigga, man." I shook my head at the thought. "Say, you don't believe her?" "I do. She is engaged, but, I stroked my beard, staring off. Lowering my voice, I continued. Her engagement don't really matter, though. You that fucking confident? Wasn't you that confident when she left your ass? His brows dipped. Not confidence. Facts. We got married a few years before she broke shit off with me. One of the nights I was on tour, we said fuck it. Wasn't no point in waiting when we knew we were it for each other. Boy, your mama gonna knock you the fuck out when she find out. Prime shook his head. I already know. We planned to tell her, but time passed us by with me touring crazy and her in school. Then when we parted ways, it was like no fucking point in bringing it up. How the fuck she planned to marry somebody else if she married to you? Exactly. She's saying she want a divorce, but I know she don't. She just got it in her fucking head that if she gets back with me, she's taking away this big dream I have of having kids. Not to mention, she's scared I may revert to my old ways, and she harbors some resentment for the incident. I exhaled heavily, massaging my eyes. This shit was too fucking much. I'd barely been able to focus on completing my album since I saw her fucking name on Melly's list. So, what you gonna do then, young nigga? No idea. 90% of me is saying to keep pushing until I break through, but that small 10% is saying to let her ass go. Let her see for her fucking self that I'm the nigga for her. I finally caught Prime's eye and asked, what you think? Don't go with that 10%, young nigga. A persistent man is a winning man. You say you sure she don't want no divorce. Put that fucking pressure on her. What you don't do is allow her to believe you agree with her, or don't give a fuck, because she will marry that other nigga. She done shown you already that she'll disappear if she feels it necessary. She needs your ass to prove to her it ain't the right move. You backing off will solidify her decision to marry some other motherfucker. You right. That's what I believe too, I said. I just needed some reassurance. I'd done a lot to Couture, hurt her in ways unimaginable, so I had no issue sacrificing and fighting for her love and heart again. I couldn't allow my pride and ego to get in the fucking way, as badly as I wanted to. She loved you, young nigga, but the mind and the heart are two different things. You show her that not only are you the right decision for her heart, but her mind too. She's all yours. He polished off his drink. That's what I had to do with your mama. Word? Seemed like she fucked with you off rip. I frowned, confused as hell. Nah, she fucked with me emotionally. But once I showed her that she and I fit, that we made sense, she was all for it. Strong women like your mama and Couture need more than what their heart is telling them. They could love the fuck out of you. But if the math ain't right up here, he pointed to his temple, eyeing me, they not gonna go for it. I nodded. Real shit. What about Kaya, though? How the fuck that's gonna work? You know Kaya is for play. She's more like my Nori. I gave him a look, and he laughed slightly. Oh, well, then it really don't fucking matter then, he said. My point exactly. I nodded. Just don't want your empire to suffer 'cause of her ass. She's sneaky as fuck, young nigga. I know. I nodded. I ain't tripping off her, and my career not truly worth shit when I'm feeling lost over my woman. I feel it. Appreciate that, old nigga. I grinned. Yeah, all right, young nigga. You saw how your mama was walking. Ain't too old now, am I? Come on, dog. I laughed, rising. On that note, I'm about to go see if Moms needs something from the store since she about to cook. I left as Prime cracked up. Turns out my mama needed a heap of shit. I felt like she had sons sometimes just so we could run to the store, despite the fact that majority of us didn't live with her, only Unique and Deceive. As soon as I started up the car, my phone began ringing through the speakers. I was thinking, God, it wasn't Kaya's ass. I'd been lying about not getting her calls or texts, blaming it on the fact that she was out of the country. I had 2 more days without her ass being in the same state and unable to pull up on me, so I needed to use my fucking time wisely. Cut, you busy? Melly asked through the phone once I greeted him. Why, you already on the phone? I wanted to talk to you about this Red Lobster shit. Why are you renting out restaurants for other females? Why are you counting my pockets? I'm not. I'm focused on the fact that it's obvious Kaya is out of town, judging by her social media posts. Yet you out on dates. It don't take a rocket scientist to figure out that whomever you was with wasn't Kaya. How the fuck you even find out? I spat, peeling out of my parents' roundabout. One of the waiters that served you all told someone and so on, then the shit got back to me. They claim they even heard whatever chick you brought moaning when they were in the back in the kitchen. So not only are you going on elaborate dates, but you fucking in public now too? Come on, cut, Melly groaned. Man, I didn't really have shit to say. I knew I fucked up. But when it came to Couture, fuck this rap shit. That was just how fucking important she was to me. None of the milestones and goals I wanted to achieve mattered if I didn't have her. Shit was just better with her around. So when it came down to being with her or preserving this fake-ass image, I would always choose the former. Look, I get that Kaya ain't the one for you. I get it. But you gotta be more discreet. I ain't saying that you can't fuck other bitches. I know that. I scoffed as I sat at the red light. Can't nobody tell me that type of shit. I'm just saying, keep it on the low. If the world finds out you cheated and this close to her losing you guys' baby, it ain't gonna be good for you, cut. It's gonna be real bad. I'm gonna do better, but I can't make no motherfucking promises. You need to, you just need to listen to what the fuck I just said and accept it. When you first proposed this shit to me, I told you I was gonna try, but I couldn't promise shit. I wasn't raised on this fake type shit. But I do want my career to progress. However, what we not gonna do is have you coming at me like you the nigga that raised me or spit me from his sack. I said I'm gonna do better, and that's the end of the shit, alright? After a while, Melly responded. Alright, let me just ask you this. Go ahead. I pulled into the parking lot of the grocery store. Are these other females more important than your career? Your longevity? Nah, these females ain't. But this one woman is. Depending on how shit go, Kaya and I may have to end the arrangement early. I'll holla, nigga. I hung up just as I hit the park button. Although I was willing to say fuck it all for Couture, I wasn't sure if she was willing to do the fucking same. She may not want to admit it, but part of her attachment to that square-ass nigga Leland was his family's influence on her career. I could tell by how she described them. The last thing I wanted was for my baby, my princess, my everything, to lose everything she'd worked seemingly all her life for. If anybody knew Couture, they knew being a lawyer was all she had ever wanted. But if she chose a nigga, I would do everything in my power to be sure she got the fucking life she wanted. That was on everything I loved. I started the song over for the 100th fucking time because a nigga could barely concentrate. Every time the shit started, my mind would drift to Couture. I could still remember how good the pussy tasted and how good it felt to have her in my presence without the back and forth shit. Or her mentioning that bitch-ass nigga Leland and how much she loved him every 2 seconds. Most importantly, though, it felt good as fuck to hear that she'd missed a nigga as much as I had her. For a moment there, I really fucking thought she hadn't given a fuck. The pounding on my home studio door made me grunt and run my hand down my face. I already knew who the fuck it was, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with Kaya. She'd gotten into town last night, and to make up for the shit spreading about my date with an unknown woman in a shut-down Red Lobster, Melly and everyone else felt it would be a good look for me to personally pick her ass up, instead of just sending a car. According to him, we needed to reinforce the love and our relationship to the media. Therefore, she'd spent the night with a nigga, and had even decided to climb in bed with me in attempt to suck me off. My mind was too wrapped up in this shit with Couture to even allow it, so I sent her running out the fucking room like Snow White in the woods. What you need, I'm working. I opened the door only slightly, staring her in the face. Her body had snapped back quickly as fuck, with only a small pudge still visible. She was dressed up, makeup, and hair fixed to perfection. But that was always Kaya. It was rare to see her ass with her hair out of place or a bare face. It never bothered me in the past because she was simply something to fuck on. But now that I was around her ass all the time, it was a fucking turn-off. I guess a nigga was used to Couture. She did her face up and shit, but unless we were going somewhere important, or somewhere that called for a specific dress code. She didn't have shit on. Kaya didn't seem to really give a fuck that she lost the baby, even though to the media, she appeared to be broken the fuck up. Every hour on the fucking hour, she was posting sad shit about the miscarriage and all this, but behind closed doors, Kaya hadn't missed a motherfucking beat. One of the things that caused me to cut her ass off in the past was how fake she was, how she put on for the media to make shit appear a way it wasn't. So, when this fake dating shit popped up, I knew her ass would eat it up. This was right up her alley. "My bad, bae, I just need to talk to you." She slipped inside, bumping me lightly. "Ooh, yes, I love this one." She swayed her body sensually, glancing over her shoulder at me as I leaned against the door. "What you need?" I questioned again, venturing my way to her and cutting the music off. Her wide, salacious grin dropped immediately. "Damn, Kari, why you have to be like that?" She slipped her arms around my body. "I know this is all for show, but it doesn't have to be. I have feelings for you, and I know you have some for me." Her voice was soft, almost a fucking purr, as she rubbed the side of my face before toying with my beard. "Don't make me ask you again," I stated firmly. Sucking her teeth, she replied, "Are you fucking Marley still? Man, I know you didn't bust off in here while I'm working to ask me about my fucking baby mama." I removed her hands from my body. "We just got into it on social media, and the hoe claims you fucked her. She says this was after my miscarriage so recently," Kaya snapped. "Why you care? We not really together. Who I fuck shouldn't even matter." "We not really together because you keep pushing me away, Kari. I never wanted to part in the first place, but you just ghosted me. I don't get what I did wrong to make you hate me," she whined. I knew what she was doing, and I wasn't going for the shit. She wanted me to console her ass, which would start with a hug, then lead to a kiss, and her sucking my dick before hopping on it. I wasn't in the mood, nor did I give a fuck about her feelings. "Man, if that's all you came in here to do, get the fuck out so I could finish." I sat back down, checking my phone for the 100th time to be sure Couture hadn't so much as liked a photo on my social media page. God damn, she was pissing me the fuck off. It was hard as fuck not to just barge my way in. However, I didn't know what she had going on, or in place with them fucking Lewises. So, I wasn't going to go all out just yet. "So did you fuck her or not?" Kaya took her phone out, eyeing something like she was reading. "'Cause this hoe talking big shit, saying you ain't gonna ever leave her alone." "I fucked her." I sat back in the swivel chair and waited for her reaction. "You know that." My tone couldn't have been drier. I counted down in my head before Kaya dropped down into the chair nearby and began sobbing. "Why do you do this knowing that bitch can't stand me?" she cried. "'Cause we not together, Kaya." I shrugged, chuckling a little bit at how dramatic she was being. "It's not fucking funny, Kari." "Calm your dramatic ass down, yelling and shit. I told you to ignore the shit she's saying and just keep up appearances, but you want to fight and shit, show who top dog. Yeah, I'm fucking her. And until I feel like it, I'm not gonna stop." I kept it 100. "Do you love her?" I didn't get why Kaya was so jealous of Marley. I did, but I didn't. It seemed like as soon as I started fucking Kaya, she and Marley had beef. Marley wasn't that type of baby mama either. She didn't start shit with bitches I fucked on. She knew what it was, and that unless their name was Couture Yates, they wouldn't be able to dictate her access to me. However, Kaya felt the need to prove to everyone that I fucked with her over any other bitch and started shit with Marley. Now, here it was, almost a year later, and they were still beefing hard as shit. I got love for my baby mama, yes, but I'm only in love with Couture. I don't love Marley in that way. "Okay, well, good." Kaya locked her phone, then came to stand between my legs. "Long as you don't love her." She pulled the drawstring of my sweats, then descended to her knees. After eating Couture's pussy, my dick had been hard 10 times a day whenever the memory hit me. Tired of busting a nut in the shower, I let my head fall back, as the moment I had my face between her legs invaded my mind. Shit, I grumbled as Kaya sucked me off, having no idea that I was imagining my love. Few days later, throwing the whip in park, I scrolled through my contacts and tapped Couture's name, allowing the phone to trill through the speakers. It took a minute, but just before her voicemail picked up, she whispered into the phone, "Kari, what the hell?" I chuckled, knowing she was pissed the fuck off that I was not only calling while her nigger was in earshot, but it was after 10 o'clock. "Come outside, I'm parked right up front," I said. "Come outside? Are you insane? I'm home with Leland, and I cannot come outside, and even if I wasn't home with him, I still wouldn't come." She lied her ass off. That was obvious by the way she was hollering my name when I had my face between her legs. "Either you bring your ass outside, or I'm coming to the fucking door. And the way I'm feeling, I'm bound to knock your little fiancé on his ass." I spoke honestly. I never liked Leland. Ever since I saw his hoe ass was messaging my girl, talking down on me and shit. Then now to see he was engaged to her pissed me the fuck off even more. Only reason I hadn't hunted that motherfucker down and put my foot on his neck was because of Couture. I was on thin ice with her already, and I wasn't trying to do shit else to make her hesitant to fuck with me. I knew her ass well, and the first thing she would bring up would be how the fuck could a lawyer be with a reckless nigga like me? Oh my fucking gosh, what the hell reason can I even give him for having to leave out of the house right now? Did you even think about that? And why the hell do you always contact me so fucking late? She ran off. "I be in the studio. If I get at you early in the day, I'll be getting in between you and your work, and also mine. Now, are we done with the fucking questions? You a lawyer. Y'all make up shit all the fucking time. I'm sure you can figure out something to tell his lame ass. Be out in 5 minutes or I'm coming up." I hit the end button, chuckling a little bit, because I could imagine Couture's light face turning bright red with anger. She was much feistier than she was back then, but that was to be expected, since she was much older. About 4 minutes after I hung up, I saw Couture come out of her apartment building in a pair of tights, some t-shirt with TLC on the front, and the same slides she wore to Red Lobster. One thing about Couture, no matter what the fuck she put on, she looked good to me. Even dressed down, she knew how to make the shit look presentable enough to be out and about in. I was fucking obsessed with the woman. Always had been. She was never like the other females in high school, and many were jealous of her because she was pretty as fuck, smart, but didn't kick it with them popular hoes who were legit hoes. "I can open my own door," she spat when I got out, rounded the back of my truck and pulled open the passenger side. "I know that smart ass. It's called chivalry. I'm sure old boy up there got you opening his doors," I said, nodding for her to get in. "Shut your ass up," she chuckled begrudgingly, sliding into the seat. I joined her but on the driver's side, then pulled off at top speed. "So how your day been?" I quizzed, but when she didn't respond, I glanced her way. "What?" I laughed. "What the fuck are you doing, Kari?" She giggled softly. "Did you seriously pull me out of my home this late to have small talk?" "Yeah, I missed you. We ain't talked since I took you out to eat, then you took me out to eat." I pinched her chin, making her swat my hand and laugh. "Anyway, it's been busy. A lot of people have been reaching out for representation. People I used to listen to on the radio and watch on TV. It's pretty surreal." She smiled widely as I drove. "I'm happy for you, for real. I remember you used to talk about being a lawyer, and how pissed you'd get when people got fucked over by bad representation like you knew them." I chuckled subtly, reminiscing. "You remember that?" Her brows were knitted together when I looked her way briefly. "That was like year 1 of our relationship." "Yeah, I remember that shit." I nodded. "I remember everything. I remember thinking it was fate for us to be together because I wanted to be a rapper, and you could represent me, until you told me you were interested in family law. That eventually changed, though." "Yeah, I remember too." She nodded with a simper as she stared out at the streets. "We had it all planned out how things would go once we made it to our dream careers." "I know. We did that shit too." "I know, but I never doubted us. I mean, us achieving our goals. I never doubted us. I looked her way as I drove up the winding road, then finally parked. You brought me up here to what, look at the stars? She smirked. Yeah, and chill for a little bit. In a car, huh? Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with a car. You know what happened the first time I brought you up here. I grinned. Kari, do not start. She reddened. Popped that fucking cherry. It was good, too. I licked my lips. Oh my gosh, please stop. She kept looking away, blushing hard as fuck as I just kept my eyes on her. I remembered the shit like yesterday, and how at the time fucking couture was something I thought I wanted more than anything in the fucking world. Man, I reclined my seat a bit. I was happy as fuck that night. Because you got some. Nah, 'cause I loved you. I wanted you in that way for a long-ass time. I felt her watching my side profile as I talked. Me too. What? I frowned, making her laugh. Then why the fuck you make a nigga work so hard? I don't know. She shrugged. That's what women are supposed to do. We're supposed to act like we don't want it as much, so that's what I did. I was young. She giggled. But I always thought you were so fine. And when we started talking, all I could think about was when we would have sex. I'd heard a few other girls you'd slept with say it was good, so I would fantasize about it all the time. You foul as fuck, I said, shocked as hell as Couture guffawed. Had me pulling out presentations, 4-paged letters of how much I loved you and wouldn't use you and everything to convince you to give me some pussy when all the while you wanted to. I shook my head as Couture continued to crack up. I'm sorry, she sighed, her laughter ceasing. You meant all the stuff you said, though, right? I did. I nodded. Still do. When she didn't say anything, I said, you loved a nigga too, back then. Something crazy. When you came on tour with me after graduating college, that was the best fucking time of my life. Mine too. It was so much fun. Literally all we did was travel, eat good food, drink, enjoy good weed, sleep in some of the nicest hotels, party, and have plenty of sex all over the place. Couture reminded me, making me want to go back to that shit. Life was so fucking good, we made that shit official. I tittered thinly. Now you claim you love that bitch-ass nigga. Looking into my eyes, she exhaled heavily. You know I love you, Kari. I always will. It's impossible for me not to, but then what the fuck is the problem, Couture? The problem is, I am in too deep with Leland. An engagement? That's too deep? What about the marriage between us? If you ask me, that shit is much motherfucking deeper than some promise to marry. That's not what I mean. She pleaded with me through her eyes to understand, and the sight made a nigga calm down. Breaking up with Leland would mean career suicide for me, she admitted. I knew the feeling I had was right. Not marrying him could very much mean not practicing law, or being one of those disgraced lawyers who only gets clients that can't afford better. Not to mention, the Lewis Circle is so big, and they can reach so many, that any judge I get in front of could penalize my client. So you with him to keep your career? I nodded. Yes and no. I don't love him like I love you, no. I don't feel that pull, the fireworks, or any of what I feel for you, but I like it. He doesn't have a hold over my heart and emotions like you. That ultimately means he cannot hurt me. So the fact that I can advance my career and not get hurt sounds like one hell of a deal to me. Couture, I'm not gonna fucking hurt you, woman. What the fuck you don't get? I'd do something to my fucking self before I cause you any fucking pain. A part of me believes that, Kari. But again, the situation I am in with Leland still stands. Also, you claim to have changed, but look how you are doing Kea. She miscarried and you send her off to chase me. That sounds a lot like the old Kari. So the last 7 years of us being together didn't happen, huh? I wasn't faithful to you? I wasn't fucking around with nobody else, right? So you say, but the fact remains that if I don't marry Leland, I will never be the lawyer I have worked so hard to become. Couture, can you take me home, please? I have an early meeting with a client. I'll take your ass home, but just know I ain't done with your ass yet. I'll do any fucking thing for you, Couture. And if I gotta annihilate a whole bloodline to make sure you the lawyer you want to be, I will. Kari, just please, if you love me like you say you do, sign the divorce papers. I mean it when I say you do not understand the situation I'm in.
Chapter 2. Couture. Some days later, my palms were unbelievably sweaty as I waited impatiently for Lisara to show up to this cute little spot I'd invited her out to. I was nervous, hoping she didn't hate me for what I did to Kari. If she did, I would be devastated because Lisara was always the mother I wished I had. My own mother was so judgmental, dry, mean, and lacked any real maternal instincts. My father had been killed in a motorcycle accident when I was 2 years old, and even though my grandmother told me they were very much in love, my mom refused to talk about him or bring him up. All I had were photos and stories his mother had told me coming up before she passed on. According to my maternal grandmother, my mama didn't become this miserable, callous, and rude person until she lost my dad. She claimed my mom used to be a nice, gentle spirit, but I couldn't even fathom such a thing. All she cared about was me getting good grades, making a lot of money, and marrying a man who had done the same. Safe to say she despised Kari, although I couldn't blame her for that, and my unwillingness to stop messing with him deteriorated our relationship for years. As of late, though, we'd made up because she was happy that I was engaged to Leland, someone she approved of. She had no idea that I married Kari years ago and would probably murder me herself if she were to ever find out. "Hi, beautiful." Lisara beamed as she neared the table, looking as if she hadn't aged much since I last saw her. She wore a long maxi dress that accentuated her curves. Her long hair hung down her back, with some tied up in the front, while the sun beamed down on her blemish-free, dark skin. I'd always thought Kari's mom was so pretty from the first time I saw her. I used to wonder how Pastor Compton had even gotten with her. Not that he was ugly, because he wasn't at all. He just lacked personality, didn't dress all that well outside of his church attire, and he just wasn't attractive as a whole. I guess I expected someone as pretty as Lisara to have the husband she had now. Prime's fine ass fit her much better. "Hi!" I popped up like a damn jack-in-a-box and rushed her, hugging her as tightly as she hugged me. "I missed you," I blurted, eyes closed and inhaling the same perfume scent she still wore after all this time. "I missed you too," she smiled, pulling away to admire me and toy with my curly hair. We hugged once more before taking a seat across from one another at the outside table. The sun was shining brightly today in Los Angeles, so I didn't want to waste this perfect weather by dining inside. The waiter noticed Lisara had joined me, so she floated over to take our drink and starter orders. Once she left, there was a small amount of silence. "How have you been?" I quizzed. "I've been seeing your salon all over social media." "Very good. My kids and husband are well, and as you know, my salons have been booming. It's definitely a dream come true." "I know. I remember you used to always say you wished you could open one salon. Now you have what, 8? 10, she smiled before we chuckled in unison. "See, that is so amazing, Miss Lisara." "Girl, call me Lisara. You grown as hell now," she joked. "How is everything with you?" "Pretty good. I'm about to open my own law firm, and I already have plenty of people reaching out to me. Some of them don't even have cases or rap sheets. They just want me on retainer." "Dang, girl. So that's just money coming to you without having to do anything right away." "Exactly," I smiled, thinking about it. "Well, I'm happy for you. I always knew you would get to where you wanted. You've always been ambitious and focused, Couture. How is your mother?" "The same," I shrugged, and we tittered lightly. She and her boyfriend are married now. She's still on my ass about being successful. Well, that's not all bad. No, it's not. But I know sometimes you just want her to be a mother and not a warden. Exactly. Same problems as back in the day, only I'm used to it now. I sighed as the waiter set down the drinks and appetizer. We put in our orders before she left. You know what I want to ask, don't you? Lisara's brow hiked. I knew she'd ask, but I was still hoping that she didn't. I think so. I frowned playfully, making her giggle. What made you break my baby's heart? She sipped some of her cocktail. I panicked. I heard his interview about wanting children and I felt like I was in the way. I felt like he was with me because he knew if he left me, people would talk badly about him. So I wanted to help him out by leaving him. I spoke truthfully. I'd contemplated telling her about the marriage between me and Kari. I was sure she didn't already know because Lisara would have surely brought it up by now. I understand that, believe it or not, Couture, but I think you underestimated Kari's love for you. He's a good person, but he's not so good that he would stay with someone because he feels bad for them. He may not have shown it and needed to mature, but he has always loved you. I don't blame you for protecting yourself and doing what you thought was best for him, but I think you made a mistake. Did I? He had a child with that one girl. I rolled my eyes, thinking back to when I'd seen the article and how I cried every night for a week. He did do that, but it happened because you left him, baby. He didn't cheat and make a baby. You broke it off with him and he moved on. There would be no baby by that one girl if you two had have stayed together. You think so? You honestly don't think he would have cheated and made a baby by now? I scoffed, attempting to make myself feel better by believing that to be the case. The shocking part was that I didn't. Do you? Lisara stared deeply into my eyes. I do, I lied. You don't understand how badly that man wanted children. We had countless talks about having a big family like the one he came from. There's no way he would have been okay with having no children, I stressed. Probably not, but there are other ways to have children. Expensive ways. Expensive to most, but not to a soon-to-be high-powered lawyer and a chart-topping rapper who doesn't spend frivolously. Lisara and I had a stare-down as I tried to think of a rebuttal. She was killing me here, and I was the damn lawyer. Maybe you are right, but it doesn't matter now. I'm engaged, and so is Kari. I gulped some of my lemonade. I was on the job and didn't want to be inebriated. Are you happily engaged? Swallowing the lump and the urge to speak my truth, I replied, I am. I love him. We just work together without all the thinking, the hassle, the what-ifs, and messed up history. All right. Lisara nodded as our salads were placed in front of us and the pizza we got off to the side. As long as you're happy. Like I've always said, I love you, Couture, and that won't change whether you're with Kari or someone else. She dug into her food. I'm happy to hear that, Lisara. I was afraid of today and took so long to even ask to meet up because I knew you hated me for doing Kari the way I did. Never, Couture. I was the one telling you to leave his ass in the past. You took my advice at the wrong time, she chuckled. But I knew you, and there had to be a method to your madness. Nodding as I swallowed down some of my pizza, I said, I love you too, Lisara. How was lunch? Leland smiled as I walked into our makeshift office. Very good. You know Bambi enjoyed it. I lied. I knew if I told Leland I was with Kari's mother, he would have a heart attack. He didn't want me or anyone else associating with Kari or his family. He even stopped liking the Los Angeles Bulldogs basketball team once Simone was drafted, and the same for the Los Angeles Gremlins because of Shakur. The Compton boys were everywhere, and Leland made sure to exclude, disassociate, or ban anything they were involved in. That was why it was bold for me to ask him what I was about to ask. Yes, she loves that place. He looked down at some papers on his desk. Some very expensive roses came for you. He reached down and picked up the humongous arrangement that made my stomach drop. Oh, really? I stared them down. They were red and peach-colored roses, my favorite color combo. I knew Kari sent them, and my heart melted at the sight. Yeah, no note or anything, but it's strange. He eyed them. This is your favorite, so whoever sent them knows you. Delivery guy claims he didn't know who sent them either. No telling who that is. I took a seat on the couch, not wanting to go near the flowers. I didn't want to alarm Leland any more than the roses already had. I wanted to be mad at Kari for sending such a thing, but how could I? No kiss? Leland inquired. Sorry, my feet hurt, I half lied, crossing my legs. Leland snickered before standing and coming over to plant his lips on mine. I tore them away quickly, feeling horrible for all the time I'd been spending with Kari. Funny enough, it was Kari that I felt like I was cheating on. Let me massage these things. Leland sat next to me, gently taking my foot into his lap and removing my shoe. He was so sweet, and I felt horrible for my feelings and thoughts. All I could think about was how Kari's foot massages usually ended up with some mind-blowing head and a round trip on Pound Town Express, and how I knew Leland would never, especially in a public place like this. Kari's motto was that he would never turn me down. When I wanted some dick, I could have it, no matter where we were or what he was doing. Thanks, babe, I half smiled. I got an email a little bit ago from a record company. They're looking for something in-house, but since we are opening our own firm, I was thinking I could maybe reach out to them about taking a few cases until they find someone permanent, I explained, purposely leaving out the name of the company. That's actually not a bad idea. We can probably both take on a few clients. My thoughts exactly, I smiled. Who is the company? It was, Chief Music. I held my breath. Oh, absolutely not. He shook his head, still massaging my foot. Why? I frowned, partially already knowing the answer, but I was tired of his somewhat one-sided beef with the Comptons when he really had no reason behind it. The only conversation he'd ever had with one was when Kari caught him messaging me, and that was over a decade ago. So his anger toward them all was mystifying, and I needed some type of explanation. I didn't give a damn before, but now it was nagging at me for some reason. Maybe because I wanted the job. Couture, I know Kari is signed to that damn label, and I don't want you anywhere near him. Because? Sighing and halting the massage, Leland glanced away then back at me. I just don't want you around him, giving him the chance to manipulate you back into a relationship. Excuse me? I snatched my foot from his lap. Manipulate me? What kind of idiot do you take me for, Leland? You're comparing me at almost 30 to when I was 18 years old? I shot up from the couch after shoving my heel back on. Baby, hold on. He stood. I didn't mean to offend you. You're right. You're not the same person from back then. I know that. He held his hands up in mock surrender. You working that closely with him will make me uncomfortable, however. You two had a pretty intense relationship, and I don't know. It will make me feel uneasy, you being around him. If it will make you that uncomfortable, then I won't do it. I just thought it was a good opportunity and also thought you trusted me. I do trust you. I don't trust him or what he'll do. For all I know, he could force himself on you if you turn down his advances. I don't know. He doesn't exactly have a squeaky clean reputation. He would never do that. I found myself offended. How dare he say that about Kari as if he was some lowlife? He is not that type of person. I'm sorry. Is it bothering you that I talked badly about your ex? Leland's brows furrowed in confusion mixed with skepticism. Not bothering me, but just because he is my ex doesn't mean I have to engage in conversation that stains his character. That's something you do when you still care. I don't want to talk about this anymore, though. I have work to do. I grabbed my purse to head to my side of the office. Fine. Conversation over. Leland went and sat behind his desk. Have you been able to pin down a wedding planner? I'm still looking. I will find someone soon. I kept my eyes on the papers in front of me, but I could feel his hot stare burning into me. It was becoming painfully obvious that I was holding up the wedding at this point, but neither of us was going to address it. Finally, after a long while of silence, he said, "Cool. I'm going to step out and grab a coffee. Want one?" Sure. I didn't look up. My usual. Once Leland left, I shot up from my seat to get a look at the roses up close. I inhaled the scent, and as I did, I found the white note Leland and the idiot delivery guy had thankfully missed. These always made your pretty ass smile. Nothing made a nigga's day more than knowing you were somewhere smiling and blushing with your light-skinned ass. I love you, princess. It wasn't signed, so even if Leland had seen the note, he wouldn't know who it was. Only one man called me princess. Kari had started calling me that when I mentioned princess treatment one day after he showered me with a day full of gifts, pampering, good food, and amazing dick. From then on, the name stuck. I was his princess. I read the note a few more times, chuckling at his sweetness mixed with a bit of rude in true Kari fashion before taking it to my office with me. Couture, are you even listening to me? Bambi's voice jolted me from the trance I was locked in. I'm sorry, what did you say? Never mind. She waved me off. Want more? She scooped up my plate that had once been filled with pasta and garlic bread. A little, yes. I turned in my seat to watch her switch into the kitchen. What did you say? I repeated my question. It's not important, she hollered back, returning shortly with more food for the both of us. Clearly, whatever is on your mind is more important than my work drama. No, it is not. You know I love hearing about them crazy-ass cases, I admitted, biting into the cheesy garlic bread. Well then, what the hell is going on because you just missed a juicy one? Bambi! Nope. Sorry. If I feel like it, I may retell it. She shrugged. Now answer my damn question. Exhaling, I ate some more pasta, then swallowed before saying, I've been spending time with Kari. Kari? The one better known as that fine-ass rapper uncut with the long-ass hair, tattoos? Yes, Bambi, you know damn well who I'm talking about. I rolled my eyes as we both giggled. Okay. Why? The first time, Leland was out of town and I was hungry. The nigga rented out Red Lobster for the night, and you know that used to be my guilty pleasure back in the day. Yes, until we grew up and realized it was not a high-end restaurant, Bambi reminded me, causing us to chuckle. True, but the food is still good. Anyway, the time after that, he kind of bullied me out the house. Basically said he would knock on the apartment door and beat Leland's ass when he answered if I didn't come down to kick it with him, I explained. Bambi, like everyone else, wasn't aware of the fact that I was already married to Kari and struggling to secretly divorce him before the Lewis family found out. Couture. I know. Shit. Even worse, the feelings haven't wavered. I'm talking not even a little bit. I thought when I moved back that when I saw him, I would feel something, but nowhere near as much as I once did. I was very wrong. As soon as I saw him, it was like being back in the relationship. Why did you say when? Huh? You said you thought when you moved back that when you saw him, you would only feel a little something. You expected to see him? Bambi frowned. I hated having lawyer friends. They paid attention to every damn thing. I said that because he's popular out in Los Angeles. This is where he lurks, as well as the other Compton boys. It wouldn't be hard to run into him. I lied. He's popular everywhere, Couture. He's uncut. She laughed it off. You know what I mean. So, you love him? Like, you would sleep with him if he tried? I kind of allowed him to give me head, so that should tell you something because you know how I am about any kind of cheating. I fidgeted, watching Bambi drop her fork in her plate. It's legit a task not to jump on him and kiss him when I see him. The only thing I can do is act as if I despise him because that helps, but not even that much. Couture. Now, if you were engaged to any other man, I would say fuck him and get back with your first love. It's clear the love is still there and that is where you want to be. However, knowing who you are engaged to, I'm telling you that you are playing a dangerous game with your career, boo. This is the Lewis family, the same family that got brought up in several of our law classes. You fuck over their precious son. I can't imagine what they would do to you or your career as a lawyer. Powerful men are attractive until they use that power against you. Not to mention, is Kari clean? They may dig something up on him and lock his ass up for life. So not only will you be unable to make a dime practicing law, you won't even have the nigga you lost it all for. Bambi was making a lot of damn sense, too much sense, making me stand from my chair and pace. I felt sick to my fucking stomach thinking about my life. Before I laid eyes on Kari again, I was somewhat content with my lifestyle and impending marriage to Leland. I'd always been on edge about us simply because I couldn't bear the children he so desperately wanted, but I figured I could finagle that. But now, I wasn't sure if I could walk down the aisle with Leland while being so deeply in love with Kari. The latter consumed my thoughts on a daily. I even found myself disliking my fiancé when he spoke negatively about him. And worst of all, if I did marry Leland, would Kari ever forgive me? I couldn't fathom the thought of Kari hating me forever and not loving me. I wouldn't be able to breathe easily trapped in a union with Leland while Kari ran off into the sunset with someone else. At the same time, could I be truly happy with Kari while working a regular job, losing my mother completely because I was sure that would be the last straw, and last but not least, carrying on a relationship with him via prison visits and phone calls? Yeah. The Lewises had enough pull to make up charges and put Kari in jail for life. Bambi wasn't joking. I could only imagine if he had actually done anything recently. Fuck, I don't know. I wish I could just disappear. I sat back down, not in the mood to eat. I get you, but that wouldn't do anything either, Couture. The fact of the matter is, if you don't meet Leland at the end of that aisle, you better make sure that the repercussions are worth it. Do you love Kari enough to where, if nothing else was right in your life, you'd be happy? That was a major question that needed an answer. Did I? There was no question that I did, but I wasn't sure if I could deal with seeing him lose it all on account of me. Was our love strong enough to support us both through losing all that we worked for? Bambi, I have to tell you something, but you have to swear you will keep it to yourself. Girl, who the hell am I going to tell? My mama? She giggled. You're my only damn friend, and I can't keep a man to save my life. Realizing she was telling the truth, I replied, getting rid of Kari is going to be harder than just not talking to him. See, 6 years ago, he and I got married, and when we broke up, we never divorced. I fidgeted, waiting for Bambi's response. Are you telling me that Kari is your husband today? Like, right now? She pointed downward. Like, If he died, all of his shit would go to you. I mean, I don't know about that last part. I'm sure he has a will set up that doesn't include me, considering our current status, but yes to the first part. He's my husband, and until we divorce, I can't marry Leland, even if I wanted to. How the fuck did you get this past Leland's family? Her eyes widened, asking the same shit I asked myself on the daily. I was on edge, waiting for them to confront me with it every day. Can't even say. I shrugged. I just knew sooner or later Leland would approach me with this, but it never happened. I guess they trust me enough not to look into my background. Does Mama Yates know? Hell no. She would have killed me. She hates Kari. Can't stand the nigga. If he died, she would probably rejoice. Damn. What the hell, Couture? Does Kari seem like he is going to give in to the divorce? When I shook my head no, Bambi clenched her teeth. Yikes. I was in some deep shit, no matter which way I sliced it, and I wasn't sure of how to dig myself out.
Chapter 3. Kari. Only 2 days later. I think the beat needs to be just a little bit louder. It sounds off at the moment, I told Mitch, as he, Steph, and I sat in the studio, listening to the last few songs I'd recorded on the album. I was finally getting to a point where it was near completion for me, and I guess that was because Couture and I hadn't been talking. After our last encounter, I wanted to give her ass a little space, while also taking some time to look into who her people were. I did a light Google search and pretty much learned the very same shit Couture was telling me. Leland's family, for the most part, ran the legal system, with his father being the president of the fucking Los Angeles Bar Association. I wasn't well versed on all the legal shit, and who meant what, but I was able to gather that Greg Lewis was a big motherfucking deal, and whoever crossed him would be a fool to believe they could go on and become a successful lawyer. Shit, a successful any fucking thing. The shit made me despise Leland and his family even more. I hated they had Couture feeling like she couldn't be shit without them. Nah, fuck feeling like. She pretty much knew the shit. It wasn't in her fucking head, and she wasn't exaggerating about their influence. Them motherfuckers were powerful. By saying that, I had to take time to myself to think, strategize, and come up with some shit if I were to pull Couture from their fucking world. At the moment, anything outside of murdering them niggas hadn't come to me yet. And I wouldn't dare involve Prime. I wasn't the same little-ass boy who needed his pops to handle shit. This was my woman, my wife, and I had to take care of the shit on my own. I had to make Couture understand that the niggas she had would always make sure she was good, even if it meant taking my fucking self out. Alright, how was this? Mitch hit the space bar and the song started up again. That's perfect. I think we can move on to the next track. Give me a minute, though. I stood, going into the side bathroom and dialing Couture. Our little punk-ass break was over. The line trilled once, paused, then went straight to voicemail. I would have assumed her fucking phone was dead, but I knew damn well it wasn't. It was midday on a weekday. Wasn't no way in hell Couture had her phone just dead somewhere. Coming out of the bathroom, I stared down at my device, confused as fuck. What happened? Steph asked, blowing out smoke. Hey, when it ring once then go to voicemail, what that mean? I asked, causing Mitch and Steph to roar with laughter. Would you two bitch-ass niggas answer the question? It means you blocked. Don't tell me that happens when you call Couture, Steph chuckled. I wouldn't know, simply because no female had ever blocked me, and if they had, I clearly didn't give a fuck enough to attempt to call them and find out. Man, I grumbled lowly as them niggas continued to guffaw loudly. I'll be back. I grabbed my keys and wallet from the counter in the studio and dipped, ignoring them stupid motherfuckers' comments. Hopping into my new Maserati, I sped off toward Couture's office. She was gonna get enough of fucking with a nigga, And I didn't give a fuck if Leland was there at the office or not. If he was, it'd be best for him to get the fuck on somewhere. Or be on his Ray Charles shit. Because with the animosity I had toward him and his family, it would be nothing for me to whoop his ass just for breathing in my fucking direction. Parking all fucked up at the law office, I climbed out, paying no mind to the whispers, calls, and points of people figuring it out, that it was uncut in front of them. I loved my fans and shit, but here and there, I hated being famous. Sometimes a nigga wanted to run somewhere without having to think about being stopped and asked for an autograph or a motherfucking picture. And no matter how nicely you said the shit, if it wasn't yes, you was getting dragged on social media for being an asshole. I missed the days when I could throw away my drink and not see some crazed fan digging my cup out the trash as a keepsake. The shit was creepy as fuck. Entering the building, I walked right to Couture's office, passing the little receptionist that was too starstruck to stop me. She wasn't here the past few times I'd come, so she must have been a new addition. I knew Couture wouldn't like the fact that we had a witness to my antics, but that was too motherfucking bad. She should have thought about that shit before she blocked me. "Excuse me," Couture belted when I opened the door to her office to see she was on speakerphone with a client. "Hey," I leaned over the phone. "She'll holler at you in a little bit, pimp," I said to the male voice that was coming through the phone, then hung up. "Are you fucking serious?" Couture's mouth twisted up as she rose from her seat. "Unblock me," I stated evenly. "I'm not doing a goddamn thing. You need to get out. How dare you barge into my office and hang up my call? I was getting paid hourly for that. This shit is your fault. If you don't want me to act a fucking fool, don't do shit to make me act a fucking fool. Now, I'm in your place of business hanging up calls and in front of that bitch out there." I pointed over my shoulder. "All because you thought it was cool to block your husband. I'm the most important nigga in your life right now," I barked. "Shut up," Couture growled lowly. "You better not say that again." Her eyes were trained on me as her small fists balled so tightly her knuckles turned white. Smirking, I sized her up. "Oh, you don't want Becky out there to know your little secret, huh?" I chuckled, rounding Couture's desk. Her chest heaved as she kept an eye on me. "Then unblock my fucking number. You block the shit again, it's gonna be round 2, which is way worse than this." I stopped right as my chest met her face. We had a staring contest for a bit, and once she realized I wasn't fucking around, she snatched her phone up and unblocked a nigga, showing me the proof. "Now go." "Not before I get my kiss." Throwing her head back, she laughed. "You think after what you just did that I'm gonna kiss your ass? Think again." She started to sit down. "Guess I'll kick it until old boy comes back." I went and sat in the chair across from her, throwing my feet up onto her desk and making her ass freeze mid-dial on the phone. "Or you can come sit on my lap and give Daddy a kiss. Up to you." I shrugged. "Either way, I win. I either get a kiss or I get to beat a nigga's ass." Couture glared at me for a bit before hanging the phone up. She knew I had the upper hand, so she finally got up and came around to the front of her desk where I was. She fixed her dress and then tried to sit prissily in my lap, but I stopped her, making her straddle me. "Kari," she tried to adjust her short-ass dress so I wouldn't see shit, but it was ineffectual. "Kari!" she screeched when I gripped a handful of her ass and the thong she wore, making her tight dress rise up above it. I bit her bottom lip slowly, and seconds later, she was tonguing a nigga down while grinding my lap. Removing one of my hands from her plump ass I felt between her legs, turned the fuck on by how drenched the seat of her panties already were. "Damn," I grumbled, pushing the thin fabric over and toying with her clit. "That nigga ain't hitting it right," I said before sucking on her neck. There was no need for me to fucking ask. "You fiending for some good dick?" Couture's body had always reacted to a nigga, but never like this. She was hungry to be fucked in a way only I could provide. I could tell by how she grinded against my fingers as they strummed her swollen clit. "Kari, I'm about to come," She whimpered into my mouth as I kissed her nastily. "Let me see," I said, making her pull back some to look me in the eyes. Taking her off my lap, I made her bend over the desk as I stayed seated. Pushing her panties down from behind, I spread her legs slightly to get a view of her pretty-ass pink center. Seeing my name on her again turned me the fuck on. I tried to tease her ass, but a nigga was too hungry for it to even pull the shit off the way I wanted to. I dove right back in, sucking her clit from the back with my nose all in the shit, inhaling the scent. I was in motherfucking heaven. Couture's willingness to let me have my way with her, knowing her nigga could pull up any moment, only confirmed my thoughts. The nigga was lacking in the bedroom, and Couture was suffering. The thought alone made me smirk inwardly. "Are you serious?" Couture moaned softly, her nails scraping the desk. Spreading her ass cheeks, I dragged my tongue from her clit to her opening, and then up her ass. This was the only fucking woman that I put my tongue everywhere on. It'd always been that way. Coming back down, I went in, sucking Couture's clit with heavy pressure as she tried to stifle her moans. Moments later, her nectar leaked right into a nigga's mouth. After lapping most of it up like a thirsty fucking dog, I pulled away to watch her pussy drip. Literally. It was one of my favorite things about fucking Couture. I French kissed the pussy a little bit before spanking her softly and standing up. "Damn," I commented, pecking her ass cheek after watching it turn red from the spanking I delivered. "Put it in," she told me. "Nah, you know what to do if you want some good dick." I stepped away, adjusting my heart on. "Kari," she turned around to face me, pissed off. "Please." Damn, she was so fucking pretty. Even while standing in front of me looking crazy with her dress halfway up, panties at her knees, and her curly hairstyle no longer in fucking place. "That's what you want? To marry a nigga who got you begging another nigga for dick?" I laughed. "I told you, princess, if I hit the pussy, I'm taking it home. I'm stingy as fuck." Walking over, I towered over her as I listened to her swallow the lump in her throat, thinking I was about to oblige her request. Instead, I dropped down to remove her panties completely, which she allowed. Then I ascended. "What are you doing? Come on." She grabbed at the waistband of my joggers. "Souvenir." "Kari, I have 7 hours left in the day. Give me my damn panties." She swiped for them, but I held it up in the air. "Give me my panties and I'll give you some head." When I paused, we both laughed. "You almost had me there, but nah." She knew me, and if I let her suck me off, I'd fuck her. Yo nigga may pop up, and you don't need him catching us, right? "You're right." She fixed herself. "What the fuck am I doing?" She mumbled lowly as fuck, but I still heard the shit. "See you later. I'm gonna call you." I pulled the door open as Couture hurriedly fixed her dress. "Fuck you looking at?" I asked the receptionist, whose eyes were wider than a motherfucker, as they landed on my hard dick and my sweats as I bypassed her. I'd been unsuccessful in making the shit go down after the thought of Couture on her knees, with my dick in her mouth, invaded my thoughts. "Sorry." She whipped back around and fumbled with the computer she was working on. Hopping in the whip, I sped back to the studio where I brushed and rinsed with the toothpaste and Listerine I had stashed in the personal bathroom. Steph's and Mitch's asses must have known not to ask any fucking questions. As I took a seat at the mixer in between them, feeling their eyes on a nigga, my phone buzzed. "Couture, I can't stand you." "Me, the pussy gave you away, Couture. You still in love with a nigga." "Me, don't trip. I'm gonna get you out of this shit." I meant it, too. When I said I would do whatever for Couture, I meant that shit. Grabbing the toy I'd just purchased for my baby girl, along with some outfits since Marley claimed she needed them, I climbed out the whip. There weren't too many people lining Marley Street, thankfully, but just in case, a nigga had worn a Nike sweatsuit to hide my face at the moment. Every fucking time I came through here usually, I was being hounded by some damn body for something or a fucking another. I guess since it was a Thursday morning, Everyone was busy, thank God. Ringing the doorbell, I stepped back to allow Marley to come answer. She did, in some little-ass shorts and a sports bra, with Harmony on her hip, smiling widely as fuck, making me do the same. My daughter's joy helped me ignore the fact that Marley clearly had an attitude, and at the moment, I wasn't in the fucking mood to know why. She had a hard time distinguishing between me being her baby daddy and me being her nigga. She felt like I was supposed to give a fuck about everything she had going on, when that wasn't the case. Yeah, I gave a damn about some shit, because she had my baby most of the time, and I wanted to make sure my daughter was in good hands. But other than that, nah. "How are you?" I asked politely after taking Harmony and kissing her face. "Fine." Marley sucked her teeth and sashayed into the kitchen. Shaking my head, I focused on my daughter, catching up with her little smart ass, and having a tickle and air toss session like she loved. Only then did we get to the new toys I'd bought her. "You want me to put her clothes in the room?" I asked Marley. I didn't really want to chat with her ass since it was clear she was on one, but I had this big-ass bag of clothes in the way. "No, nigga, I have to wash them first." She snatched the bag up, making me chuckle to keep calm. All right. I focused back on my daughter, who was showing me how she made her fake spaghetti. I wondered if her little ass would be a cook with the way she loved tiny pots and pan sets, as well as fake food to fuck around with. "You're not gonna ask what's wrong?" Marley returned, then stood over Harmony and me, as we played in the middle of the floor. "Nah, not really." I kept my eyes on my baby. "Well, you should, because it's involving you." I knew right then it also had to involve Kaya's ass, because Marley and I hadn't had any true run-ins or conversations outside of it being about Harmony, so whatever the fuck she was mad at, Kaya was the root of. Being in the middle of two females you didn't even want to fuck with was some crazy shit. I had to give a fuck when I really didn't give a fuck at all. "Go ahead, Marley." I shook my head, still playing around with Harmony and knowing it was pissing her off. "That hoe Kaya recorded you and posted the recording on social media. I've been going back and forth with that bitch and several other people all fucking morning, Kari." "First off, why the fuck you yelling?" I glanced up at her, trying to remain tranquil in front of my kid. Yeah, Harmony was only 2 years old, but she was observant as fuck. Even now, she'd stop playing to tune into her mama's ignorance. "Because you acting like you don't know when it's been all over social media." Marley was fuming. So whatever the recording was, the shit had to have embarrassed her. That was all she and Kaya did, argue to shame or get one up on the other. "I don't sit up on social media all fucking day. I be having shit to do, money to fucking make. Is you gonna tell me what the shit said or nah?" I got up from the floor after kissing Harmony's cheek. She giggled and got right back to baking her fake cupcakes, while Marley tapped on her phone before holding it up. When I realized it was an audio of me telling Kaya I didn't love Marley, I ran my hand down my face. Although the shit was true and Marley knew the shit, it hit different coming from her arch nemesis. Not to mention, anytime I told Marley something similar, she broke down in fucking tears. "You told her that?" Marley's lip trembled as tears threatened to fall. I was not in the mood for this shit. I simply came here to kick it with my fucking daughter like I always do, not get into it about Kaya with Marley, especially about some shit that really didn't matter. She asked me if I was in love with you, and I kept the shit real, Marley. You know I got love for you, but it ain't like that. She cut the part off about me not loving her ass either, and explaining yet a fucking again that I only love couture in that fucking way. I expressed dryly, not seeing a need to be up in arms. "You know this shit though, Marley, so what's good?" I frowned. "What's good is that I had no idea you were telling this hoe you didn't love me. Being real with me is one thing, Kari, but to tell her? Why?" "Stop fucking screaming," I spoke through clenched teeth as I hopped up and got in Marley's face. "I'm not gonna tell your ass again." My eyes flew around her face at rapid speed, watching her physically calm her stupid ass down. "You only mad 'cause she know, which is stupid. Quit acting like you heard about some shit I done told your ass 100 times. I don't love you like that, and I never fucking will. Do I have love for you? Yes. Will I bend over backwards for you as my daughter's mother? Yes. Will you ever fucking go without? No. But her knowing that I don't love you like that shouldn't even fucking bother you, Marley. She know I don't love her ass either. But you so focused on how shit looks. You want it to look like I love you. But no matter what you say, it don't. Because why? I'm engaged to Kaya. No matter what the fuck you comment or post to her to win this stupid-ass fucking game y'all play, the fact remains that she got a ring and you don't. So this shit, I pointed down to the phone as silent tears skied down her cheeks, shouldn't even make you flinch. Hyperventilating, Marley went to sit down on the couch to sob. Mommy, Harmony stood and went to caress her mother's back. I hated this shit. I hated for my daughter to see this shit. I wanted her to see her mother happy, and her father treating her with some fucking respect, not us arguing or yelling, and her mama bursting into tears. This was exactly why I had to cut off the sex shit with Marley. She claimed she understood the line we couldn't cross, but it was obvious she couldn't help it. Baby girl, go put on the princess dress so we can have tea, I said to Harmony. Okay, Daddy. She raced from the living room to her bedroom, that quickly forgetting the image of her mama broken. Sitting down next to Marley, I said, Hey, listen, I know this shit is hard, baby, but I need you to be the bigger person. Let Kaya look like the hater, the motherfucking fool, and go on about your way. If you don't love her, why are you marrying her? Marley looked up from her hands, face drenched. Looking off, I contemplated telling her the truth, but I knew I couldn't trust Marley. She would blow up on Kaya and tell the world the truth. I don't love her, but we got a bond that you and I don't have. I shrugged, explaining shit the best way that I could. A bond tighter than a baby? We have a baby, she sniffled. I know, I nodded. But nah, it's just not the same. I looked off, then back at her. Can you do that for me, though? Ignore her. I'm gonna handle her ass for the recording, but I need you to stand tall for a nigga. Stop engaging with her ass. Stop letting her get to you like this. You know nothing she does or says will ever make you lose access to a nigga long as you got my baby, all right? Marley nodded, grabbing a nearby tissue and wiping her eyes before lying on my shoulder. Can you stay the night? I've missed you. I can cook pulled pork sandwiches. I know you like those. She lifted her head and removed something from my beard while wearing a smirk. I can't, Marley. I shook my head, keeping strong eye contact with her so she'd know I was dead-ass serious. I already knew me staying the night, us having that family time and shit, would lead to me sliding up inside it come nightfall. Why? She quizzed. Got some work to do. Plus I need to get at Kaya. And we gotta chill on the fucking while we not together. Let's just be together, then. Nah, you deserve better than a man who loves another woman. I pecked her forehead. Daddy, come on, Harmony screamed from the back, making us both laugh. Standing, I said, and don't post shit about me being here to antagonize that girl. I won't. You can still eat with us, can't you? She asked, rising from the couch as well and slipping her hand in mine. I can eat, but then I'm gonna dip. I moved my hand, making her simper disappear, before heading to the back where my baby was. Later that night. You're staying here tonight? Kaya came from the den as soon as I walked into one of my cribs that she'd been staying in. Nah, I stared down at her as she hugged my midsection. Why the fuck you record me? You know that's illegal? I couldn't give less of a fuck about the shit being illegal, but I wanted to put that in her dumb-ass head, too. Her face dropped as she loosened her grip on me. I just had to show that hoe. She was trying to play me, saying how you just fucked her. I'm never gonna lock you down as long as you got beef with my baby mama, I stated sternly, and I could tell by the look on Kaya's face that she was shocked as fuck. What? Why? She's the one who hates me because she feels like I took you. She is the one who... I'm never gonna lock you down as long as you got beef with my baby mama, I repeated. I got you, Kaya nodded. I will try to ignore her. She hugged me tighter again. Please tell me you're staying the night here. I miss you, and I'm so horny. I'm not. I peeled her hands off me. Lock up, I added, pulling the door open and dipping back out. Sometimes I blamed my past for all the shit I was dealing with now. Had I just focused on music and my lady versus trying to gangbang and other hoes, shit would be different. Couture and I would be a family, kids running around, and no baby mamas or fake fiancés to make me want to wring a bitch by her motherfucking neck.
Chapter 3. Couture. Hello? I picked up the phone, a smirk on my face even though there shouldn't have been one. Kari calling me was a recipe for disaster, just like me allowing him to eat my pussy on 2 separate occasions now. Even worse, Kari was now aware of how unsatisfied I was with my sex life with Leland. And honestly, it wasn't all that bad. It just wasn't Kari-type sex. Before Kari came back into my life and reminded me of how earth-shattering my orgasms were with him, I was content with the sex Leland and I had. It felt good, no question about that. I just didn't finish all the time. And I especially didn't finish to a point where my legs shook. Leland just wasn't a freak. He liked normal sex, and that was cool. I liked that too, sometimes. I also liked my nigga versatile, and that was Kari. What you doing tonight? Kari's deep voice penetrated the phone, causing a heat wave to course through my body. No other man but my fiancé should have had me feeling this damn way. Why? I'm having a single release party, and I want you to come. This is a special invite. Rolling my eyes, but still wearing that damn smirk, I replied, Why are you just now telling me if I'm so special? All invites went out today, princess. It's how we keep nosy motherfuckers in them damn blogs out the business. He moved around wherever he was. I see. Well, I am not sure if I can make it. I have a lot of work to do, and I have to take care of some wedding planning. I threw out the last part, hoping it would let Kari know that just because we'd had some form of sex didn't mean I was changing my mind. Chuckling to himself, he said, Well, let me know then, baby. It's from 9 p.m. until midnight. For one damn song? We laughed in unison. Yeah, but there's food and drinks. You know how shit go. Niggas ain't pulling up to hear one track then dip. They want to fuck off too. True, I nodded. I should know soon. I will text you. Any dress code? Nah, you VIP. Wear whatever you want to wear, but I would appreciate something sexy and without any fucking panties. Crossing my legs at the thought of doing anything sexual with Kari, I asked, And why would I show up to your party without any panties? Why was I even asking? All it would do was put me in heat, and for a man I was supposed to be leaving in my past. Easy access. I might get hungry tonight or some shit. Like I thought, his words made me cross my legs even tighter, hoping to stop the pulsing of my clit. Guess I will be wearing panties. Probably shorts, too, I half joked, making us both chuckle. So you coming then? I'll let you know. Bye. I hung up before the conversation went further. I immediately dialed Bambi, thanking God when she picked up. Hey girl, please tell me you're free tonight. I cut her off. I mean, yeah, it's just a normal work day tomorrow, so I don't have to be up early for court or anything. Why? Kari invited me to his single release party, and I need you to come with me to ensure that I don't do anything. Oh, like have oral sex for the second time? Third time, I stated lowly, making her shriek. Girl, what the fuck? There is no way you haven't let him fuck you yet. I haven't, but it's only because he turned me down. Bitch, I damn near begged the nigga to put it in, and he told me no. I palmed my eyes, disappointed in myself. I was the very person I despised. Oh my goodness. Well, yes, I will come with you tonight, and make sure you stay faithful to your very powerful fiancé who could ruin you, Bambi reminded me, and I nodded as if she could see me. Maybe you shouldn't go. When I didn't respond, she said, but you want to. You want to see him. Girl, she dragged out. I don't know how this is all gonna play out, but I got my popcorn. Me either. I sat back in my chair. What are you gonna tell Leland? He's out of town and won't be back until tomorrow morning, so I'm good on that part. Why was I so elated that my fiancé was out of my hair so I could frolic freely with my ex? Okay, well, send me the details, and I will make sure you stay in line. Thank you, girl. I love you. Love you too. That night, Bambi and I climbed out of her car as she took the ticket from valet. I felt nervous as I adjusted the red dress I was wearing that clung to my body. I was wearing panties, however, a red, lacy G-string that didn't leave much to the imagination. I sucked my teeth as Bambi stepped up onto the curb in the jean shorts and bustier top she opted for, since she was wearing a knowing look as I tossed my curly hair behind my shoulder. My perfume wafted past me as I did it, taking a deep breath as Bambi and I treaded up to the door. Names? The bouncer quizzed. Couture Yates. This is my +1. Not sure if she was added. Her name is Bambi Fletcher. The bouncer nodded, scratched our names off, and handed us wristbands. We stepped inside where 2 other big-ass niggas requested our phones and cameras. Bambi and I attempted to argue with them, but it was policy. No cameras, phones, or recording devices of any kind were allowed into the party. This was clearly one of those celebrity shindigs I'd heard about where all kinds of shit went down since the famous people knew there would be no proof. Damn, I've always heard about these kinds of things, Bambi said, swaying to Future's voice on Superhero by Metro Boomin as we made our way through. I'd never seen so many celebrities in one establishment at one time before. The place was packed with ball players from every league, actors, rappers, singers, and even a sprinkle of some producers. Non-famous women were scattered throughout the place, dressed with the clear intention of catching a man. The place was a nice size, not too large, but big enough to pack out without people feeling crushed. There was a balcony area where more of the larger celebrities lurked, 3 big, beautiful bar areas, a DJ booth, and then a couple hallways which I was sure led to the bathrooms. When I felt a large hand graze my lower back, I whipped around, only to be faced with Kari. He looked so fucking fine, and his cologne was intoxicating as he wrapped his arms around me, licking his thick lips as he eyed my frame. Why you got on panties? He pulled me in to speak against my ear while gripping a handful of my ass. He'd done it so roughly that the dress came up a bit, and there my clit was, traitorously thumping again for a man who wasn't supposed to be mine. Because? I nudged him off, but his body of steel didn't move a bit until he was ready. I admired his long, beautiful, healthy-ass hair, which he had loose at the moment. It wasn't often that Kari wore his hair out and unbraided, but he looked extra good when he did. His beard and mustache combo were trimmed neatly, and the icy jewelry on his neck, wrists, and fingers complemented his Louis Vuitton polo with the same brand jeans. Retro Jordans graced his feet per usual. Hi, I'm Bambi, remember? Bambi called out, reminding me that I wasn't here alone. I do. He brought her in for a hug, and she let her eyes roll to the back of her head like she was about to faint, causing me to chuckle silently. She then mouthed, "He smells so good." Bambi was a huge, uncut fan and didn't give a damn how bothered I was when she played his music or went crazy over something he said or did back in the day. I needed that, Bambi blushed when Kari let her go. Chuckling in his sexy, raspy tone, eyes low from smoking, he said, "Y'all come to my section. I don't want to have to hurt a motherfucker for looking too hard." He grabbed my small hand in his, leading me through the party as I tugged Bambi with me. When we got there, the drinks started pouring, and with Bambi here, I felt like I could enjoy myself, so I obliged. Kari's younger brothers, Unique and Asif, were in attendance, and once Kari made them speak, they left the section to talk to some of the women below. The DJ was phenomenal, playing songs that everyone was feeling as we got drunk. When Kari lit up another blunt, putting it to his lips and inhaling it all sexily, I got caught up watching him. Sorry, I turned away, ashamed. Want some? He offered, and I stared before shaking my head. I can't. I don't do that anymore. I nodded, remembering how disgusted Leland was when I suggested we get high together one night. Oh boy, Kari chuckled, his hand on my knee absent-mindedly as he took another toke. Bambi was too busy eating up some of the fried chicken wings that had been delivered to the section to even notice me becoming wrapped up in Kari. No, I lied, then laughed when Kari gave me a look. I took the blunt from him and inhaled, and couldn't help but grin at him as he cheesed at me while I blew out smoke. All right then, gangster. I see that lame ain't changed you too much. Kari leaned back against the couch. He isn't a lame. He's just not you. And what woman would want that? He frowned playfully, taking the blunt back after I'd smoked a little more of it. Me? A word? He nodded, letting the smoke flow through his lips. Leaning over to talk against my ear, he asked, "Why you marry me then?" His hand was on my inner thigh now, and I felt frozen. Young and dumb, I smiled. He shook his head at me, so I turned to have another drink before snatching a wing from Bambi's plate. She owed me for slacking on her job. The night went on, and once one of Kari's songs came on, everyone began dancing, including my drunk ass. I hadn't partied like this since I was with Kari, and had it not been a no camera or phone policy, I would have been acting much more reserved. As I shook my ass to one of my favorite songs by him, just like every girl in the place, I felt him come up behind me. I knew it was him. I recognized his scent, touch, and build by now. His dick hardened against my ass as I grinded against him, feeling one hand move up and down my stomach while his other gripped the front of my neck. The section we were in had become packed over time as everyone vibed and threw their inhibitions into the wind. Turning my face slightly, I kissed him nastily, and he gave it right back. The music was loud, the weed was strong, the drinks were even stronger, the atmosphere was lit, and the love of my life was caressing on me while tonguing me down like his life depended on it. Even better, there was no way to prove any of it come morning. I felt free. So free I didn't stop him when the hand on my stomach drifted downward to between my legs. My pussy was aching for him, aching in a way I'd never had or could for Leland. Slipping his fingers into my panties, Kari toyed with my clit as we kissed and moved in sync to the medium-paced song. My breathing became heavy as he moved in slow circles, causing my bud to swell. This pussy always so fucking wet, he groaned against my lips. Little did he know, it only got that way for him. I got wet for my fiancé, but for Kari, it was damn near embarrassing. He had me ruining underwear on countless occasions. I moaned, gripping a handful of his soft, beautiful hair so I wouldn't scream his name across the party. I miss this shit, princess. His fingers moved a bit faster, bringing me to the edge. These panties were done. Don't nobody take dick like you. He complimented me before sliding his 2 fingers down and quickly pushing them inside of me. Ah! I called out loudly, but thankfully the music was blaring. My knees buckled as I came all over his fingers so violently that he had to embrace me with his free hand to keep me from falling to the floor. Removing his fingers, he allowed me to turn to face him. We didn't break our kiss as his hands gripped a handful of my ass while my arms hugged his neck. "Kari!" Someone barked, pulling me back to reality. When I turned around, I spotted his fiancée, Kea, the woman I hadn't even thought about in this damn equation. I'd been so wrapped up in my own life and all the obstacles it presented on the road to rekindling with Kari, I had forgotten about her ass. This man was engaged, and not once had it deterred me from involving myself with him in ways no woman in my position should. That just went to show how much of a hold this man had on me. I was still running around like a fool for him. Hey, Kari nodded to some big-ass nigga that seemed to appear out of nowhere. He then snapped his fingers, clearly telling the man to get his fiancée out of his section of the party. Like he'd been told, the big man walked over to Kea, gripping her bicep and nodding for her to come on. Although the music was playing, everyone was tuned in to what the hell was going on. Some couldn't figure out what was so special about me that made Kari toss his betrothed to the side. Others seemed to recognize me from back when Kari and I were hot and heavy. Kari, you got me fucked up, she screamed as the man tugged her away from the area, damn near kicking and screaming. And not once had Kari removed his hand from being around my torso. I was flattered, but at the same time disgusted, remembering the days when I was the one kicking and screaming for his love while he fucked off with other women. I wondered if Kea loved him the way I had back then, and even now. After a few minutes, everyone finally resumed what they were doing, talking, eating, dancing, and just enjoying the vibe of the party with no holds barred, while Kari and I went to clean up in the VIP bathroom quickly before returning. Then, just as I planned to say something to Kari, the DJ had someone bring him the microphone, and he hopped up onto the table to speak over the venue. Y'all ready for some new shit? He hollered, and everyone roared with screams and cheers. As he stood on the table, he kept my hand in his, despite me standing on the floor. I tried to wrestle it away, but he wouldn't allow it as he talked to the crowd while keeping me hostage. So much for you keeping me in line, I whispered harshly as I stared Bambi down since she was now next to me, drink in hand. Why? What happened? Her eyes widened. He got rid of the fiancé. I took a little break, gave you niggas a chance to make a little bread, but now the king of this shit is back, Kari boasted into the microphone with his cocky ass. That's not even what I'm talking about, B. Plus, that hoe is still here. She's been watching me with her laser beams ever since she got removed from the section, I responded lowly. Then what are you talking about? Bambi frowned, but before I could say a word, the song dropped. Everyone around began dancing as Kari rapped along. At that point, I'd lost Bambi as she tilted forward, shaking her ass with her drink in one hand. I couldn't lie. The song was fire, but I didn't expect anything less from Kari. I hadn't heard a bad song yet. I wasn't being biased either. His major success was a testament to his skill. I was attempting to be mad with him, but eventually the song got to me and I was dancing right along with Bambi, only one hand free because even while performing, Kari hadn't let me go. It was almost as if he was afraid to. When the song ended, they ran it back, but Kari handed the microphone back off to the same man who'd brought it over before jumping down between Bambi and me. What you think? He smiled with his handsome ass, hugging me into him. I love it, but you knew that. I'm gonna go, though, I let him know. Fuck you leaving for? This shit got an hour and a half left. He tightened his grip around my body, and damn did it feel good. It's awkward now. Your fiancée is here, and she is literally standing by the bar watching with her friends. I need to go before some shit pops off. I wasn't scared of Kea or her homegirls, but I also wasn't gonna be fighting over my ex-boyfriend like some local hood rat. I was a lawyer, one with a fiancé of her own. Not to mention, fighting over niggas was never really my thing. Couture, don't leave. Ignore her ass. Ignore her? Ignore your fiancé? Wow. I laughed, trying to move his hands off me as I felt Kea watching. He was entirely too strong, however. Kari, let me go, I spoke through gritted teeth. No, he stated sternly, staring down into my eyes. Stay. His voice softened as he nuzzled his face into my neck. "She's back in the section," I lied, and like I thought, he released me, and I was able to break away, calling for Bambi as I made my escape. Unfortunately, Kari was right on my heels, following me out of the section and through the back door I found. I knew making it to the front door wasn't going to happen, plus I wasn't trying to bump into Kaya's ass. "Hey!" Kari barked, scaring the shit out of me. His voice carried over the quiet and semi-dark parking lot as he grabbed my arm. "Fuck, you got me chasing you through the party like a stalker or some shit." "Kari, go back in there with your girl and let me go," I yanked from him. "Man, fuck her." He waved off the club behind him as if that were her. "Only person I give a fuck about is you." "Is this what you used to tell them bitches when you'd leave me waiting after your shows?" I frowned, feeling a rush of emotions. I thought I'd gotten over our tumultuous past ages ago, but clearly I hadn't. Being in this environment and being on the other side of things was bringing it all back. All I could think about was how empty I felt when Kari would take an hour to come from backstage, how I would cry myself to sleep when he'd send Steph to tell me he'd meet me later, how I would come in the room to see some bitch smiling in his face and he in hers as if I didn't even fucking exist, just like he'd done Kaya moments ago. "Here you go with this shit." He shook his head, lips tucked in as he ran his hand down his mouth. "Where'd that come from?" "Because I know how she feels, and I'm helping you make someone feel the way I did," I shouted, wondering where the hell Bambi was. I couldn't go anywhere until she got her car from valet. "That shit ain't the fucking same, and you know damn well I don't do that type of shit no more." "You don't do it anymore. Did you not just finger fuck me, knowing you have someone? Did you not just brush her the fuck off in favor of me?" "It's not the same, Couture," he said dryly, as if there was more I didn't know or understand. "How? How is it not the same?" I glared at him. "Exactly, nigga," I got in his face. Well, more so his chest, since he was much taller than me. "It is the same. You're the same dog-ass nigga making women feel like shit because one is never enough for you." "You done?" He peered down at me coolly. "Yup, been done with you, nigga." I opened my purse to fetch my phone only to remember it was still inside. "Kaya ain't my girl, Couture." He folded his arms, and damn did they look amazing. The caramel complexion, muscles, and tattoos did something to me, especially the cross-faded me. Whatever weed he and I had smoked was some good shit, and the liquor was, of course, top shelf. "Oh, she's not. Then why is she wearing a ring? Why was she pregnant? Why are y'all all over social media coupled up?" I cocked my head. "Because that's what the label wants me to do." "Huh?" Kaya was a fucking fling. She got pregnant, though, and to preserve my image and not look like a serial baby daddy, Chief Music thought it'd be best to pretend I was actually with Kaya and marry her for an allotted time. Our relationship, though, ain't for real. It's a business transaction in order to keep my career on the up and up so I can eventually branch out of music into other shit. "Then why is she so guard dog-like? Why does she argue with your child's mother constantly?" There was no way Kaya was acting and her feelings for Kari weren't real. If so, the hoe was in the wrong business. She needed to be in movies. He chuckled subtly, then replied, "She actually wants to be together. She initially claimed that she was in it to help her business take off even more and get her own record deal, but I know, deep down, she's hoping we make this shit real one day. I'm cool, though." He unfolded his arms and moved closer to me, slipping his hands round my body before pecking me gently. "Kari," I pressed my forehead to his broad chest. Deep inside, I was hoping his situation with Kaya would help me get over him, but knowing the truth now had foiled that plan. I was so in love with him, and I was realizing that there was no way for me to kick the addiction. Being around him after all these years was like a crackhead getting his first hit after rehab. I was in the clouds until I remembered real life. and that being with him could mean losing everything else. "I'm willing to jeopardize my career for you, Princess," he stated softly, his chin resting on the top of my head as I rested on his chest, inhaling his alluring cologne and basking in the feel of his strong arms. This was what I was supposed to feel with my own man. "Why?" I hugged him back. Gripping the sides of my face so I could look at him, he said, "'Cause a nigga love you, baby. And to be honest, none of this shit is the same without you. It's been a good ride, no doubt, but had you been there the entire time, it would have been better. I know your career is in the hands of that nigga, and I hate that shit. I want to fix it, but you know how I get down, and me fixing it means smoking that motherfucker. I don't want you to do that. He doesn't deserve that." I shook my head as much as I could, since it was sandwiched between his big hands. "I know you don't, but just know I'm here. I ain't going no fucking where. God put me on this earth for you. So, when or if you get to a point where you feel like what we got is worth more than your career, I'll be waiting." "You shouldn't have to wait for me," I sobbed. "Let's just do it," was on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't. I was drunk, high, and wasn't ever one to make rash decisions off emotions. I was always more of a logical person, and that personality trait attracted me to a law career. "I should. Same way you waited for me to pull it together after all the shit I put you through. I can wait for you too. You waited on a nigga when everyone else had run out of patience. Never gave a fuck about how foolish it looked or sounded. I was your nigga, and you wasn't giving up. So now it's my turn. It may look dumb to other motherfuckers, but I really ain't tripping. You my baby, my princess, and I'm gonna wait for what the fuck I want. I don't fuck with knockoffs or imitations." I simpered as he kissed me again deeply. "Promise me you will actually wait." "Promise." We stood there hugging for a while before Bambi found me out back, our phones in hand and security right behind her to be sure she didn't violate the rules. I shared a kiss with Kari, making Bambi buck her eyes on the sly, but thankfully she didn't say anything until after he'd walked us to the front where valet was, making sure I was securely in the vehicle before going back inside. "Girl, start talking." Bambi gripped the wheel tightly as she sped down the street, headed to the place I shared with Leland. I was dreading going there, even though he was out of town. The more time that went by, the more out of place I felt with Leland. I didn't belong to him. Like Kari said, God put us here for one another. With Leland, I felt like a blue-eyed white girl from Montana living with a southern black family in Mississippi. It just wasn't right. "About what?" I played the fool. "What happened? Both times. You claimed I wasn't on my job, so I want to know what you meant. And then you two disappeared to the outside." Shaking my head as I leaned it against the window, I said, "I can't marry Leland, Bam." You don't really have a choice." She glanced back and forth between the road and me. "You have to marry him, Couture, unless you find a way to make him not want to marry you, and I just can't see that happening. I have to find some way to not marry him and keep myself protected from his family's wrath." "You can't, though." "I have to. I love Kari, and no matter what I tell myself or chant in my head, nothing is going to change." I finally looked at her as I continued. "I mean, we haven't been together in over 4 years, and my feelings haven't wavered even a little bit." "Damn." Bambi shook her head, eyebrows kissing her hairline. "I feel for you, friend. I warned you, though, when you first started this up with Leland, but you swore he was the one." Bambi was right. When I initially linked back up with Leland, she told me his people were very much involved in his personal life, and if I let things get too deep and then hurt him, I would pay for it. At the time, I liked him a lot and couldn't see myself leaving him for any reason. I knew I would never love a man the way I loved Kari, and since I couldn't be with him, it didn't really matter who I ended up with. I never expected to return to Los Angeles and want to be back with Kari. I assumed when the time came for us to sign the divorce papers, we'd be so withdrawn from one another that it'd be a cinch. I'd underestimated our feelings for one another, thinking it was a simple teenage love affair that had just gone on too long. You did, and at the time, I felt like he was the one. And I'm afraid that Kari will become frustrated and either leave me alone for good or take matters into his own hands. Which means, she pulled up to my apartment building, he may hurt Leland or his family, and I don't want him doing that. I don't know what would happen to him if he did such a thing. A part of the Lewis's power is their reach and who they have under them. The entire legal system wouldn't rest until they found their killer. You got a point there. She stared off. Isn't his stepfather like some big thing around L.A.? What about him? How would that look? Hi, Mr. St. Thomas. I know I abruptly left your son years ago, but now I'm back, and I need you to handle my current fiancé's family so that I can be back with your son. I spoke in a high-pitched voice, unbuckling my seatbelt as Bambi laughed. Yeah, you're right. That would be a hell of an amount of audacity. She shook her head. I cannot believe you have Uncut pining after you like this. She cheesed. He got bitches fighting over him on social media and women praying to God at night just to fuck him. And you got this man sick for you. Whew. People would be shocked to know his fine ass ain't the player he seems to be. I'm just as sick for him as he is for me. Make no mistake about it. I'm just in some shit at the moment. And trust me, the nigga was very much the player he comes off as. He's just not like that anymore. He's not. Did you not see his fiancée and baby mama bickering last week? Bambi's brow went up. I know you saw the shit because I sent you the screenshots. I laughed. Stop doing that, by the way. What I meant to say was he's not like that anymore with me. I can't speak on how he treats these other hoes. Okay, then. Bambi snapped her fingers. Talk your shit, Mrs. Kari Devante Compton. How do you know his middle name? I frowned. Relax, baby girl. You may be his little boo thing, but I'm his biggest fan. Not to mention, a quick Google search tells his full name and birth date. She was his biggest fan. I found it comical how I ended up bonding with one of his biggest fans out of all my classmates in law school. I remember she was one of the only people to recognize me in class from being his girlfriend. I forget how famous he is sometimes. He's just Kari to me. I shrugged and chuckled when Bambi rolled her eyes, sucking her teeth at the same time, playfully. Well, if you love him, I'm going to think of some ways to help you too. Thank you, I giggled. I love you. I hugged her tightly. Wait, ho, you didn't tell me what I missed at the club. Nothing new. He brought me to an orgasm as we danced, and then we kissed out back. I hurried out of the car as Bambi's jaw fell in her lap. How is the dick, bitch? You've never told me, and I've always wanted to know. Now seems like the perfect time. Leaning in the car window, I sighed, pretending to think about it. I never told Bambi because I pretty much forbade her from bringing Kari up. She slipped up occasionally because, literally, the girl loved him. But for the most part, he didn't exist in our conversations. Now, though, that I felt like I had him back, hearing his name or speaking on him didn't bother me. In fact, it made me smile and feel all warm inside at the thought of being with him. It's as good as you think it is. The kind of dick where you don't need to have any other dick to know it won't be as good as his. I lifted my brows, and she nodded with wide eyes to say she understood. You are wild, she yelled out of the car window as I switched to the front of my building. I like Kari's version of you. Shut up! I bucked my eyes at her before scanning myself into the building. Bambi peeled off as I made my way to the elevator and then rode it up. Although I was in a deep dilemma, spending time with Kari tonight had me floating. I was even humming as I slipped my key into the door and entered, only to be caught off guard by the sight of Leland sprawled out on the couch, watching television. The hell was he doing home? As the door slammed behind me on its own, He shot upright before standing. "Baby, where the hell have you been? I've been calling all night." He rushed toward me, but I was too stunned and caught to answer. "Ew, you stink." He jumped back after attempting to touch me. "Have you been smoking?" "Oh, no." But the people next to where Bambi and I were seated were smoking, so I guess it got in my hair and clothes. I ran my hand up and down my crossbody purse strap, feeling nervous. "Where did you guys go? Also, it's nearly 2 a.m. "We went to a lounge. We just wanted to have some drinks." I was finally able to talk my feet into moving, so I started toward the bedroom in need of a shower. My G-string was still sticky from the moment I had with Kari, despite my attempts to clean up in the bathroom earlier. "I see. You and Bambi have been going out a lot lately. Is everything okay?" His brows furrowed while he trailed me around the room as I gathered my night clothes for a shower. "Yep, we're young, Leland. We want to enjoy life, too, when we're not working." Okay, nothing wrong with that. I was just making sure." He followed me into the bathroom as I took the ponytail at the front of my head out in the mirror. "Want some company?" He came behind me, hugging my body. His hard dick pressed against my ass, making my stomach turn. Since when did that start happening? I wasn't sure, but I'd noticed lately, whenever he touched me, even in a non-sexual manner, my skin crawled. I don't. I just want to shower, brush my teeth, and then climb in my bed. I removed his arms from around my body. "You sure you're okay, baby? Lately, it seems like you never want to have sex, and that's not normal for you." He let out a half-suppressed laugh in order to appear like he was somewhat joking. "Just been stressed with the moving, opening the new firm, and wedding planning." I fake smiled, turning the shower on. "I see. Well, this will all soon be over, and we'll be much more settled. Then, once we are married, we can start working on children." "Sounds like a plan," I replied, stripping down and opening the shower door. When I noticed Leland watching my naked frame, filled with lust, I said, "Can you close the bathroom door, please?" Catching the hint, he nodded and saw himself out. The next morning, I was off today. Well, I was working from home today, but for me, that was pretty much off. Therefore, I planned to sleep in a little, but that was interrupted by someone knocking on the bedroom door. "What the hell?" I murmured, picking my phone up to see the time. It was only 9 a.m., much earlier than I had planned to wake up. "Who is it?" I called out, truly wondering. Leland would never knock. Plus, he went into the office today. The thought suddenly made my stomach drop as I opened my nightstand drawer for my gun. "Adriana," Leland's mother responded curtly. Rolling my eyes, I turned onto my back and sat up, slamming my drawer shut. "Come in, Mrs. Lewis." The door opened, and there she stood, light skin padded with perfect makeup, and her lean frame draped in a white Chanel tweed dress, complemented with sparkling jewels and pearls. Her Gucci perfume immediately overtook the room as she waltzed in, holding a brown paper bag and plastic cup of orange juice, her wand curled hair bouncing effortlessly as she did so. Adriana Lewis was one of the toughest and most esteemed judges in Los Angeles, just like her husband. "Good morning, Couture." She sat on the edge of the bed. "I brought you something to eat since you will need your energy today." She handed off the juice and bag. I was starving, so I dug down into it to retrieve what I saw was a bagel sandwich. "Why do I need energy for today?" I frowned after saying grace and opening the foiled bagel. "Today, we are meeting with the wedding planner." "But I don't. Leland told me you were having some trouble choosing one, so I did it for you. I've been taking some time off and figured I could make myself useful. She'll be here in an hour or so we can start the planning process." "I have work to do today, so I won't be able to do any planning. Also, I don't know if I will like who you picked." I sipped some of the orange juice, placing it back down on the nightstand afterward. Adriana chuckled dryly, then stood. Couture, honey, the law office will be open fairly soon, and it is best you and Leland are married either by then or very shortly after. Now, you have been hunting for a planner for months now, and as a married woman who once had to plan, I don't think it takes that long to hire someone. It seems to me that you are hesitant to start planning so you can prolong the actual marriage. Am I correct? No, absolutely not. I'm a picky person, and planning a wedding is stressful enough. I don't want to hire someone that has me correcting them or arguing with them the entire time. I want someone who understands my vision or can at least take direction well. Good to know my assumptions were wrong, she smiled. However, we are running out of time, so I think the wedding planner I chose will be best. She is top-rated and ready to listen to anything you have for her. Don't worry, my love. She kissed my forehead, then said, Finish up, then get ready. She'll be here any minute. Without giving me the chance to respond, Adriana pranced out of the door. Last night I was gung-ho about cutting Leland off and ending things, despite not knowing how to go about it. But now, with the liquor and weed out of my system and facing Adriana, I wasn't so sure I could pull the trigger. She was lightly threatening me this entire time without actually coming out and doing it. Something had to give. I just prayed Kari waited for me like he said he would until I could figure something out.
Chapter 3. Kari. Why this nigga get a plate first when I live here? Unique asked my mama, sliding into the bar seat after she set a plate of fried pork chops, yams, greens, and cornbread to me. 'Cause, nigga, like I done told you, I'm her favorite. I'm her first baby. None of you niggas will ever amount to me. I winked before accepting the glass of iced tea from her as well. Kari, please. She rolled her eyes. I love you all the same. I gave him his plate, Unique, because he was in here first. Yeah, all right. Well, I have to go practice my lines, so I'm taking this one to the room. You staying long enough to shoot some hoops? He turned to me. I am. Go ahead and learn them 3 lines you got. I nodded toward the exit of the kitchen. Fuck you, Unique chuckled. Language. And Kari, do not say that. My mama pointed a finger at me, taking her own plate and sliding into the booth seat next to me as Unique left the kitchen. How you been, Ma? I'm assuming good, 'cause this food is fire. I shoved some of the yams into my mouth. Thank you. Yes, I'm good. Happy. She simpered, eating some more. I'll be happier when Chianti comes back. Here you go. Y'all still attached at the hip after all these years? We are. He and Banks went out to shop a little bit, but I stayed back so I can spend some time with you. She half smiled before rubbing my back and pecking my cheek. Better had, I half joked. After taking a sip of my iced tea, I said, I've been kicking it with Couture. I immediately turned to see her expression. I know how you feel about her, Kari, but you need to leave that alone. I had lunch with her, and she expressed to me that she's happy with the man she's engaged to. She ate some of her pork chop. She lied. Oh, did she? And how do you know, Mr. Cocky? I'm not being cocky. I know what she told me and I can feel her energy. She with that nigga because he's intertwined in her career. Huh? My mama frowned. His family is like big shit in law. She can't fuck him over, not unless she wants to change career paths. Oh, I see. Damn. Who is this man again? Nigga named Leland Lewis. Looked him and his people up, and Couture ain't exaggerating. Nigga's father is president of the Bar Association. He's basically king in that shit. Oh, trust me, I know he is if that's his job title. She drank some of her own tea. Well, maybe you should let Couture be. She left for a reason, Kari, and she's now engaged to this man. What about Marley? I like her. Plus, you two have a baby together already. You need to drop this whole chaos charade, forget about Couture, and snatch your child's mother up. I chuckled lightly while forking my greens. I know you like Marley, Ma. You done told me that 100 times over. I like her too, but she not the one for me. She cool as hell and we get along well, thankfully for harmony, but she don't do it for me. I would be settling, and she deserves better than that. Couture is my one. Can't nobody or nothing tell me different. So what the hell are you gonna do if Couture goes through with this marriage to this other man? Be her side nigga? You better not. You need to make amends with Marley while she still loves your ass. I know you love Couture, and I want her for you more than anything as well, but Kari, you are a good man. Handsome, very successful, and an amazing father. I don't want you playing second. You ain't ever got to worry about that shit. I don't play second to these rap niggas, and especially not in my love life. How are you not second when Couture belongs to another man? She belongs to me. I chomped on the meat. Oh, how so? Did she accept your proposal as well? Yep. I turned to face her, arms folded on top of the quartz countertop. Years ago, just before I married her. What? What the hell are you talking about? My mother's brows knitted together. Exhaling heavily, knowing I had to fully explain myself, I ran my hand down my face. I never wanted to tell my moms like this, but she got to me with her little coming second comments. I had to put her ass on game for my pride. A minute ago, when Couture and I were still together, I asked her to marry me, and we just randomly did the shit. We never divorced, although we broke up in a sense, I explained. I'm sorry, Ma. I know you wanted to be at my wedding and all that, and you will. We always planned to have a wedding. We just did that shit at the time to make it official. We were on my tour, the feelings were strong, and we went with that. Oh my goodness. She sat back, drumming her fingernails against the countertop in deep thought. I know. I love Couture though, Ma, like on some real shit. I can't move on until I exhaust every possible avenue to make her mine emotionally and mentally, not just legally. I got to. I understand. She nodded. Just be careful, please. You don't exactly have the cleanest record, and it sounds like if you go after Couture, you could be putting yourself on the radar of some powerful people. But if anything happens, you know who to come to. I do. I know you and Pop got my back. Exactly. She ate some more food. I'm not worried about that, though. I just don't want them to harm you. You'd do better worrying about them niggas. A few days later. All right, and can we just come a little closer together? The photographer for Kaya's and my engagement shoot asked, pressing the large camera to his right eye. Of course, Kaya smiled, holding me tightly. Now I want you two to look each other in the eyes, he requested, and although I wasn't in the mood for none of this shit, I had to play along. I wasn't gonna fuck up my career whilst waiting on Couture. Although I knew she was endgame for a nigga, I couldn't risk her coming to me and saying she couldn't fuck with me. I wouldn't make it with no career and no Couture. That would be a fucking death sentence for a nigga. Okay, The photographer dropped the camera from his eye and tapped his chin as he thought deeply. I need something here. Uncut, you just look a little distant from your soon-to-be bride. I told your ass I had to pee 10 minutes ago. Maybe if you allowed a nigga his basic human rights, I could take these fuck-ass pictures how you want 'em. I went off. Of course, sorry, we can take a break. He hurried off, letting his crew know about the break. Baby, calm down. Kaya followed me. Damn, I don't need a fucking bathroom companion. I looked over my shoulder, hand on the knob of the bathroom. I know. I thought I could maybe help you out. She ran her small hand down and gripped my dick. I don't want no fucking help. Get off me. I knocked her hand away and yanked the bathroom door open. After pissing, I washed my hands and paced the luxurious-ass bathroom for a minute. I could barely focus, because all I could think about was Couture. Not to mention I'd begun to hate Kaya's ass, making it even more difficult for this pretend shit. Before, she was cool peoples, and it was nothing for me, especially because I was still getting pussy privileges despite our relationship being a facade. However, now, her personality had been such a motherfucking turn-off that I was finding it hard as hell to want to fuck. Once I checked the time on my iPhone to see we had only 20 minutes left at this shoot and I could dip, I stepped out. Just then, my phone buzzed with a message. Couture, I miss you. I hope you're still holding up your end of the promise. Smirking, I typed my reply. Me. Always. I miss you more. Couture, do you fuck Kaya still? Where'd that shit come from? Me. I have been, but not in the last week or two. She sent a rolling eye emoji, then a message. Couture, I don't want to think about you fucking her. Me. You got it. I know you ain't fucking old boy. Couture, how can you be so sure? Me. You a good girl. You can't fuck two niggas at once. Plus, you always come harder when you ain't been fucked. You had my whole hand soaked at the club. She sent some laughing emojis. Couture, I love you. Me. I love you too. What the hell? Kaya scared a nigga. Not because I was trying to do something on the low, but because I didn't even see her ass walk up. I was so fucking engrossed in this conversation with Couture, I wasn't paying attention to my damn surroundings. Man, back your ass up with all that fucking yelling and come on. I shoved my phone down into my pocket. Who were you telling that you loved them? She barked as I slipped past her. Don't ask shit you don't want to know. I kept it pushing, but she trailed me. Kari, who was it? She yanked on me, so I flipped around and got in her face. Speaking through clenched teeth, I said, calm down with all that fucking yelling before you make a scene. We at an engagement shoot, dummy. We can't be fighting and bickering or word will fucking spread. You want to know so bad? Huh? I got more in her face. It was Couture. I want her back, which I'm sure comes as no fucking surprise after you acted a monkey at my single release. You cannot have her back. Did you forget what Melly said? If you don't act like you love me and want to be with me, you can kiss your career goodbye, Kari. She was seething. What you and Melly fail to realize is I would say fuck all this shit to have her. So you better hope that it don't come down to that. And don't you ever fucking speak on my career again, or shit ain't gonna end well for your stupid ass. I don't even understand what you see in her. Sure, she's pretty, but she looks boring. I'm gonna make you love me, nigga. You just watch. Kaya took my hand in hers, plastered a smile on her face, and then led me back to the set for the remainder of the photos. I needed Couture's ass to come through before I fucked around and murked Kaya, on some real shit. Well, you look nice. My manager Leslie smiled brightly as fuck as she pulled me into a hug. Don't I always? I sat down on the couch in her office. I mean, yes, but you have your more dressed-down days, too. She gulped down the remaining coffee in her favorite mug with her son's photo on it, then grabbed up some documents to sit by me. What you got for me? I sunk into the expensive leather couch. Leslie had been my manager since I started, pretty much, and I would never switch her ass out. She worked hard as hell, and I never had to worry about shit. No emails went unanswered from potential business endeavors, and she was always finding ways for a nigga to make more bread and branch out. The only negative I could bring up in regard to her was when she brought the idea of me fake marrying Kaya for the betterment of my career. Although I understood the shit, I didn't realize how fucking hard it would be, simply because I genuinely couldn't fucking stand Kaya. I didn't notice how annoying, foolish, immature, and just all-around internally unattractive she was until this fucking arrangement. I hadn't spent much time with her during our fuck-buddy relationship to see any of the shit I was enduring now. Have you heard of Golden Snow? Leslie attempted to hide the smile already bursting through her face. That told me whatever she was about to say was some good shit. Good shit always meant money. The cognac company? Yep. She nodded enthusiastically. The company that everyone is on now and always drinking. It's the most expensive in any bar you go to. Leslie pointed to a chart she had out. Like I said, she was always on fucking point. Yeah, I know, I've had the shit too, and the hype is earned. Well, they reached out to me because they're interested in booking you as an ambassador for the brand. They want someone, for a lack of a better word, cool, but they also want someone who shows the value in family. Here we go. I sighed, knowing where she was going with the last part. Yep, They want someone who is not a player, but a family man. But they want you specifically, because not only are you a family man, you're a successful rapper who can sell anything just by posting it. I like the sound of that, but how much are they paying? I raised a brow. It's a $6 million deal, so a lot. Oh, shit, you right. I nodded. I've already sent your lawyer the contracts, so we will meet with him this Friday to discuss and see if there is any language you want changed. Leslie gathered the papers and handed me off some so I could look through the Golden Snow's proposal. Cool. However, Cut, in order to make sure you secure this deal, you have to be on the straight and narrow. I'm not worried about your image as a father because you're doing well with that, but you have been messing up some when it comes to Kea. I know about the Red Lobster ordeal, and I told you I fucked up. Yes, and I thought we were good. But Kea contacted me saying that while at the engagement shoot, you were texting another woman. She also told me that you said you plan to be with this woman and you don't care what happens to your career. Now, I work for you, but at the same time, I don't want to be a busy idiot. If you don't give a damn about your image and gaining these other opportunities, let me know, and I will put energy elsewhere. I couldn't help but to chuckle, thinking about Kea's sneaky ass. Even though I'd meant what the fuck I'd said to her that day, I wasn't quite ready to say fuck everything. I loved Couture, but until she made some moves to prove to a nigga I was more important than her shit, I wasn't about to blow my motherfucking life up. Nah, she had pissed me off, so I said what I said to get under her skin. I half lied. I had admitted my plans to Kea to piss her meddling ass off, but at the same time, I wasn't all that sure about driving my career off into the deep end. Couture was my wife, but only legally at this point. She belonged to another nigga, and until she didn't, I was gonna coast momentarily. Well, I'm happy to hear that. So we shouldn't have any issues with getting this Golden Snow deal so long as they haven't put anything crazy in your contract. Leslie smiled. I'm so excited. Now, remember, I know you don't too much care for your fiancé, but keep in mind, you only need to be married for a few years. I got you. I stood. Hit me with the time we have to meet with the lawyer. Will do. Congratulations, Cut. Thanks. I kissed Leslie's face, then dipped. I couldn't get out of her fucking office fast enough, hopping into my whip and peeling off in the direction of Kea's business. She owned and worked out of a teeth whitening salon. She'd always made good money, but since being tied to me, her earnings had tripled due to all the fucking exposure and her newfound celebrity. Hey, baby, Kea shrieked, showing off for the few ladies waiting to get their teeth whitened, her front desk receptionist, and the client she'd just finished up. The salon was nice as hell, always clean, usually smelled of something fruity, and had fresh snacks or drinks available at all times. One good thing about Kea was that she was a hustler. She didn't grow up with a silver spoon in her fucking mouth, so this salon was something she'd busted her ass for, and I could commend her for that shit. Let me talk to you. I stiffened when she hugged me, and I noticed every female in here had caught on to the shit, as they failed at pretending to mind their fucking business. Cut, can I get a picture? One asked. Not right now, love. I kept it pushing behind Kea as she switched to the back room. The white dress she wore was tight as fuck, and by the jiggle of her ass, it was quite obvious she didn't have on underwear. Even little shit like that turned me off about Kea. Yeah, I liked my woman to look good, and even sexy as well, but I was a possessive-ass nigga, and knowing other niggas could easily see or experience what was mine didn't sit well with me. I wasn't sane enough for my bitch to walk around with no drawers on and a semi-see-through dress. Everything okay? Kea quizzed politely as she shut her office door behind me. I'm gonna say this shit once and only once. If anything gets back to my manager or Melly in regards to our relationship, you gonna come up missing. What? I didn't even say nothing. Her eyes lowered in confusion. You a good-ass actress. I chuckled out of frustration. But let me make something clear. The shit I say in some of them raps ain't for play. I really get down like that, baby. So mark my words. If you say anything to them two motherfuckers I just mentioned, I won't hesitate to send you on a first-class flight to the upper room, all right? Yes, she fidgeted. And don't think my career will suffer for it. I've been prepared to play the suffering and grieving boyfriend/fiancé. I smiled, loving the horror in Kaya's eyes as my words sunk in. Cool. Have a good day at work. I kissed her forehead, not missing how rigid she was out of fear before bouncing. Stupid ass.
Chapter 3. Couture. I felt like a fool, clutching my flute filled with the best champagne as I looked through dresses with my mother and Bambi in tow. In typical Adriana fashion, she'd booked my fitting appointment for me, determined to get this damn wedding on the road. The gowns were beautiful, but I expected nothing less when it came to my soon-to-be mother-in-law. She found the most expensive wedding dressmaker in Los Angeles and got me an appointment even though they were booked solid for the next 8 months. Thinking about how much pull the Lewises had only reminded me of the predicament I was in. After picking out a few styles that I liked, I went into the dressing room to wait for the stylist to help me into the first dress. Even she could sense how awkward I felt trying on wedding dresses, despite the fact she didn't exactly know why. I couldn't marry Leland for more reasons than one, but I couldn't back out of this shit until I found a way that would keep not only me protected, but Kari as well. So I went along with this, trying on dress after dress and watching my mother critique each one as if this were her wedding. She'd had 2, but for some reason felt the need to take over mine. I noticed Bambi giving me looks often, and it was the only thing making me smile and have some sense of feeling while here. Otherwise, I felt like a passenger while someone else was the driver in my life. "I'm changing," I shouted, feeling someone pull on the door to the dressing room, but I realized it was my mother. Oh, I relaxed, since I was about to go 9,000 if that was the damn stylist bursting in here like that. Closing the door behind herself, my mother sat down on the small bench in the decked-out dressing room before swirling her champagne as she stared me down. I wished I could have invited Lisara, but I knew that was beyond inappropriate. Plus, if Kari found out I'd invited his mother to try on dresses to marry another man, he'd blow a gasket. Not in the mood for her, I continued to undress before grabbing my own clothes. None of the dresses I tried on felt right, and I was sure it was because I just wasn't into it. This was all stupid to me when I knew damn well I couldn't marry this man. I couldn't leave him either, though. "I spoke with Adriana," my mother finally spoke up, crossing one leg over the other. "That's good. You all need to be closer," I threw out any old response. "She told me how you've been pretty lax on this wedding planning, Couture. I want to make sure you're not getting cold feet." "I'm not getting cold feet. I have been busy. Have you forgotten that Leland and I are house shopping, opening a firm, and I am still working?" I somewhat snapped, causing my mother to rise from her seat and come my way. "No, I have not forgotten. Have you forgotten how important these people are? Have you forgotten how good of a man Leland is? You cannot mess this up. You are on the way to having a perfect life, Couture, and I won't allow you to ruin things." She stood behind me, cupping my shoulders as she looked at me through the large, wide, full-length mirror. Irritated, I turned to face her before saying, "Ma, how can you say I will have a perfect life when you know damn well that I cannot have children? You also know that Leland doesn't know this and wants kids. What is going to happen when they find this out?" "You stop talking so damn loud, Couture Yates." She put her finger in my face, mouth twisted tightly. She hated when I brought up my infertility in regard to Leland. "You're so young and dumb, even though you have all those degrees. If you play your cards right and be the perfect wife, Leland and his family will not care about your situation." I laughed, causing her to become angrier. "Is that what you think? These people thrive off building a legacy, and you believe that when they find out I have deceived them and their precious son, they'll just shrug it off in the name of love?" I continued cackling, causing my mama to seethe. "Yes, they will. If you do things right and play the game, they'll be none the wiser. You need to be just as surprised that you cannot have children as them. That way, they cannot blame you. Had you not continued to be involved with that hoodlum, you wouldn't even be in this type of situation having to lie. But no, you chose to allow him to run you through the ringer, getting you shot. And now you cannot give a child to the man you love. Laugh at that, Couture, if you want to find something funny. At least Kari wouldn't care. He loves me whether I can have children or not. Loves? Now it was her turn to cackle. That man has forgotten about you. He's gone on to become rich, famous, and successful. He's probably dealt with so many women that someone would have to show his ass a slideshow to recall your name. It took everything in me not to burst her bubble and tell her I'd been seeing Kari, and our love was just as intense as it was then, maybe even more. But I refrained. One thing I'd learned while studying to become a lawyer was how your emotions could get you in trouble. The more stoic you remained, the better. I wasn't going to allow my anger and hurt to put me in an even worse position with my mom. If she even thought I was talking to Kari, let alone fucking around with him again, there was no telling what she would do or say. Our relationship was fragile as it was, and even though it would be easy to just cut her and her toxicity off, she was my mother at the end of the day. No, she wasn't the nicest, warmest, or the most motherly like Lisara, but she took care of me, clothed me, fed me, and she was a huge reason behind my success in life due to how hard she'd pushed me. I hope insulting me makes you feel better, Ma. I really do. I grabbed my purse. I'm done for the day. I won't be doing any more fittings until I feel like it. I snatched the door open, storming out. Couture, is everything okay? Bambi hopped up, leaving her champagne as she chased me out of the place. Turning to her once outside, I sighed, running my hand over my slicked back ponytail. My mother. It's like, at this point, I'm tired of trying with her. I shook my head, wanting to tell Bambi what else about the situation she didn't know. I didn't exactly go around telling everyone about my medical condition. Still, the only people who knew were Kari, my mother, stepfather, and Lisara. I get it. Just remember she only wants what's best for you. That's what you told me, remember? Yeah, I do. I will talk to you later. I watched as my mom neared the exit of the bridal shop, her eyes on me. All right. Bambi stood there watching me as I rushed off to my car before my mother could say a word to me. I wasn't in the mood to be ridiculed, and I was sure that was all she had for me. That was all she ever had for me. The only reason I'd survived years ago was because of Lisara. She was the person I could talk to, the one who made me feel better when I felt like shit, the one who took me out to dinner or shopping to celebrate a milestone or cheer me up, all the stuff my mom should have been doing. Kari wasn't the only thing I missed about my old life, and every day I was reminded why this life with Leland, my annoying-ass mama, an attachment to this Lewis legacy, wasn't the one for me. Wow, you look amazing, baby. Leland smiled as I emerged from my closet to eye myself in the mirror. Tonight, he and I were going to see this singer named Nala in concert, and I honestly could not wait. I loved her music and her beautiful voice, making it easy to forget her less than stellar personal life. Everyone knew that she was, at one point in time, trying to be a side chick to the very married Tony Wacko. I wasn't sure of all the details, but as I said before, I couldn't stand the act of cheating and damn sure didn't like the hoes who had participated in it. However, Nala's songs just hit as well as her voice, and I didn't know her ass, so I didn't truly care about the shit she did. Thank you. So do you. I eyed his supple brown skin, fresh haircut, and short-sleeved button-up that showed off his amazing build. Leland was fine. There was no debate in that. Oh, yeah, he smirked, slipping his arms around my body to hold me closely. Well, then, maybe we should skip the show. Absolutely not. The show is sold out and we got amazing seats. I laughed, and he followed suit, releasing me. You're right, and I know how badly you've wanted to see Nala in concert. That's why I had to be sure I got these tickets for my baby. Leland moisturized his hands and checked his impeccable appearance in the mirror as I watched. I wanted to be in the moment and be sure I couldn't be with him one last time. He deserved my effort after all he'd done for me and how much he'd been there for me when I was going through it with Kari. What the latter didn't know was the only reason I made it through the night sometimes was because Leland sat on the phone with me until the wee hours of the morning. One time, he even came to pick me up and took me to the movies. Nothing ever happened. I was too dizzy and in love with Kari to allow that, even though Kari was doing me foully. But by saying that, Leland had truly been there for me in ways I would never forget. Ready? I smiled once he sprayed on his expensive cologne. I am. Taking my hand in his, we left the bedroom, then the apartment altogether before filing into his Range Rover. Like always, Leland and I listened to Nala the whole way, and I was reminded of all the reasons I liked him so much. He didn't care about how he looked singing Nala's songs along with me. He and I could always vibe and have become close friends because of him not possessing that toxic masculinity a lot of guys did, including Kari. Kari wouldn't be caught dead singing along to Nala. Usher or Chris Brown was the closest he'd get, and even with that, he was hesitant. But at the same time, I had friends. I didn't want a homeboy. I wanted a man. I wanted someone who made me feel giddy at the thought of them. I wanted someone who made me fantasize and reminisce about our sex the night before. I wanted that deep-ass connection, and all of that was Kari. Once we got to the show, we grabbed some drinks that cost way more than they should have, and then sat in our seats. The concert started on time, thankfully, and I appreciated that Nala's opening act was pretty good, but I was ready for my girl. With the liquor in my system and one of my best friends by my side, I was having the time of my life when Nala came out. Even the people next to us were cool enough for us to all dance and have a good time together. Okay, you all, I told you I'd have a special guest since I'm in my hometown, right? Nala strutted across the stage in an all-black catsuit with a long ponytail. She was beautiful, no doubt, but looked even better now that she seemed to just be focused on her career and not chasing her boss. The crowd cheered loudly while Leland and I looked at one another, smiling and wondering who she was planning to bring out. I'm going to get us some more drinks before they come out. Leland kissed me once I nodded to say okay. Special guest! Come out! Nala finally shouted after talking them up a bit more. My stomach dropped right along with the beat because I realized who it was just by the sound. How could I have forgotten that one of Nala's biggest collaborations was with Kari? Not to mention he was from L.A., so it made sense that he was the special guest. My heart galloped in my chest as he came out, looking sexier than ever, putting my man, that I once felt was so dapper earlier tonight, to shame. The crowd went insane, almost rendering me deaf with how loudly they were screaming as Nala sang her verse, moving her body sensually against Kari, making his fine ass smile widely. The sight reminded me of those days when I got jealous over things like this. I was a basket case then, but it was Kari's fault. Couture, Leland's voice pulled me out of my trance as he outreached my fresh cocktail. Oh, thanks, honey. I half smiled, but judging by the look on his face, I knew he caught me watching my ex. Damn, it's some beautiful-ass ladies out tonight. Kari spoke into the microphone once the song ended, and the women went even crazier than before. Yeah, he nodded, eyes landing on me and making me freeze. When he gave me that cocky smile, the one I was so familiar with, my face betrayed me by returning the gesture. It was unintentional, but it happened, and when I realized what I'd done, I shut my eyes as Leland's hand gripped my arm. Let's go, he spoke against my ear. The show isn't even over, you're tripping, I spat. I had been waiting months to see this show, and Leland had me fucked up. Not saying another word, Leland sat down as I continued to get my dance and sip on. An hour later, the show was done, so Leland and I left the venue. We hadn't said a word since I'd turned down his request to leave. "What's going on with you, man?" Leland quizzed after we'd been driving in silence for the last 10 minutes. "Nothing," I shrugged, feeling good from all the tequila I'd had tonight. "You're the one who got all mad for no reason and wanted to leave." I reclined my seat and shut my eyes. "For no reason?" He laughed. "You and that nigga pretty much flirted in my fucking face, Couture." "Who? Kari? Because he smiled at the fucking crowd and I smiled back?" I sat up, brows furrowed. "Yes, as for tonight, but you've been acting suspicious. Wanting to work for Chief Music, knowing damn well that's his label, the random flowers that came to the office that just happened to be your favorite kind, staying out all night and coming back smelling like weed. Don't make me mention the fact that it happened on the same night as Kari's secret album release party. Is that just a coincidence, Couture?" As drunk as I was, I wanted to tell Leland to kiss my ass and that yes, I was with Kari that night. Yes, I was smiling at him and we did have a moment at the concert. I wanted to scream yes, that I still loved him and dreamed about him often. But most importantly, I wanted to tell him that it would never be him and would always be Kari, just like back in our college days. Just when I was starting to remember why I ever fell for Leland, he reminded me that it would never work. No one could ever trump Kari for my heart, no matter how handsome, rich, hardworking, or cool they were. If they weren't Kari Compton, they would always come second. "Yes, it was a coincidence," I shouted instead of being honest. "I only wanted to work for CM because it was good money, and I told you then it would be temporary until they found someone. You are bugging and being super insecure, which I must say isn't attractive." I folded my arms, staring out the window. The car became quiet as Ella Mae's "This Is" played over the car. The lyrics only made me think of Kari even more. "I'm sorry." Leland turned the music down. "I guess between you moving slowly with the planning of the wedding and us being back in the same vicinity as Kari, I've become paranoid. I guess I have PTSD, bringing me back to those times where all I wanted to do was prove to you that I was the one, but you never saw me. No matter what I did, I'd always get a message from you after a while telling me you were going to try with him again. Then, when you cut me off completely after you got shot, I was bummed as hell. I won't lie. Then I had to see you in the media with him as you two paraded all over the globe, looking in love. I just kept waiting for your call, your text, your anything, telling me he messed up again and you needed me like you used to." He chuckled lightly. "As bad as that sounds, those messages used to make my day. Used to make me think I could do something different this time to make you stay. It didn't come, but my prayers were answered when we rekindled and you told me you were single. I know you're not the same girl. You're way different. But like I said, being here and us not being married yet or any closer to being married has me on edge." He parked at our complex, shutting the car off and looking over at me. "I love you, Couture. I always have. I just don't want to lose you, especially not to a man who can't love you the way that I can." Having no words, I simply nodded, feeling like shit. Leland had always deserved better than me, and he still did, even now. Hours later, I hadn't been able to sleep all night after seeing Kari. I missed him. We hadn't been communicating much because it was like we were on hold until I took the plunge. He consumed my thoughts regardless, and after seeing him tonight, looking good enough to eat, I needed to see him. I didn't care how risky it was. Gripping the phone as I sat in the bathroom on the closed toilet, I tapped his name. I prayed he answered and that he wasn't holed up with some groupie or Kea or even his baby mama. "Baby," was all he said when he answered. "Hey, are you busy?" I asked softly. "Nah, just at the crib." "I see. I thought you would have taken one of the many beautiful ladies home tonight," I joked. "Nah, princess. It was only one I wanted to take with me, but I would have had to knock her lame-ass boyfriend out. Boyfriend? Yeah, you married. You can't have no fucking fiancé. I giggled, nibbling on my lip. I know it's late, but I need to see you. Come through. Is she there? Nah, I told you what was up with me and Kea. We don't live together. He laughed slightly at my ignorance to the situation. I have a separate crib that she lives in that I'm contracted to sleep at sometimes. Okay then, I will get dressed. I'll be to you in a little bit. I can drive. I know, but I don't want you to. It's late as fuck. I can't have you out here driving and shit. Your husband gonna pick you up. I felt myself blushing and palmed my face as I held the phone to my ear. I couldn't believe how Kari still had me blushing, smiling, and feeling warm and fuzzy at the smallest gestures and comments, just like back in the day. Okay, husband. We disconnected, and I soundlessly returned to the bedroom, thanking God Leland was still asleep. I didn't want to have to explain to him where I was going. I couldn't think of a lie on the spot like that. And me not seeing Kari tonight wasn't even an option. I needed him right now. I was dressed simply in an oversized graphic t-shirt, one I'd gotten long ago representing one of Kari's tours. I hadn't worn it in so long, at first because I wanted no memories of him, and then after that because I knew Leland would be bothered by it. But tonight, I wanted Kari to see I hadn't forgotten about him, the same way he hadn't forgotten about me, despite us both progressing with other people. By the time I had my black, classic Chanel bag on my shoulder and my Prada slides on my feet, Kari was calling. I hurried out of the door, not bothering to answer since I would see him soon. Upon exiting the apartment building, I couldn't help the smile that graced my face when I saw him, looking so fine and gangsta without any effort as he leaned against his burnt orange Ferrari. A wife beater, black sweats, socks, and Louis Vuitton slides graced his tall, muscular, but lean frame, and his long hair was perfectly braided up as it had been at the show earlier in the night. As I neared him, his cologne seemingly wrapped around me, inviting me in with its pleasant but masculine scent. Hey, I spoke bashfully as I melted into his broad chest. Sup, princess? He held me tightly before leaning my head back to peck me deeply. Usually, I wouldn't have allowed such a thing in front of the place I shared with Leland, but right now, I didn't care. I was too overcome with my feelings for Kari and emotions that nothing mattered other than being with him. His large hand moved through my curly hair as our tongues met, twirling around one another and sucking here and there. I loved the way he kissed. It was aggressive, passionate, but gentle at the same time. Let's go. I pulled away, recognizing the thump between my legs. I would do my best not to fuck Kari tonight, but it was basically inevitable at this point. Kari opened the passenger door for me, and once I was safely inside of the very nice car that smelled like his cologne, he joined me and sped off. I fuck with that shirt, he commented, switching lanes. Oh, do you? I smirked. Hell yeah. I was caught off guard when you walked out. I ain't know you still had that shit. He tittered some. I did. I kept everything from that time. I spoke softly, sort of thinking back to those days touring with him. I was literally in bliss, hence us running off and getting hitched. We made it to Kari's colossal home, and I was beyond impressed. It was beautiful, painted in a muted blue with all types of balconies and several garages. He slid his vehicle into one of them after entering the big gate that led to his roundabout. Let me show you around. He smirked a bit. I guess I didn't hide my amazement well, I replied. Not at all. He hopped out, then came around to help me from the car. Even his garage was nice as hell, with beautiful cabinets and shelves throughout. Hand in hand, we entered the large home where we began the tour. The mansion had 8 bedrooms, 7.5 bathrooms, a theater, gym, 2 laundry rooms, basketball court, 3 pools, 2 jacuzzis, and of course, a guest house which had 3 bedrooms itself. When Kari explained that he had this home built from the ground up, it made a lot of sense. "This is truly beautiful, Kari," I exhaled as he and I sat on the balcony directly outside of his bedroom. "Thank you." He sat back against the couch we were on, pulling my legs across his lap. "It's a lot, though, just for you." "Not just me. My daughter has a room here, too, but I bought this shit with the expectation that I would have a family, you know, a wife, kids, and all that shit," he explained, starting to roll up. I smiled, watching him do his thing with my legs across his lap, just like back in the day. Music played softly inside of his room, but since the balcony doors were open, we could hear it clearly. It was the perfect volume, loud enough for us to enjoy, but low enough for us to converse with one another. "You still want that, huh?" "I still want that. With you. No fucking body else." He shook his head to add to his statement as he licked the blunt to seal it up. After firing it up, he took a pull before offering it to me. Feeling relaxed in his presence, I took it from him, inhaling the good weed he'd always had access to. "I want you to know, Kari, that I'm not playing any games." I blew the smoke out, handing it back to him. "Leland and his family are some very influential people. Not only that, they have helped me with my career in ways that would have been impossible without them." "Impossible? How? You smart as fuck. You ain't where the fuck you are because of them niggas." "I know," I agreed. "I mean, certain opportunities that were given to me wouldn't have been an option without Leland's parents." I looked off, over the large balcony railing that were like mini white columns, into Kari's huge backyard that looked like a damn resort in Mexico. "He doesn't even know that I can't have children." I spoke softly, still eyeing the beautiful blue pools and jacuzzi. "Why you ain't said shit? You think you gon' dip?" "I don't know," I shrugged. Sometimes I believe that he truly does love me and always has, but other times I don't know. I regained eye contact with Kari. His family is big on having a legacy, and a part of that is Leland having a child or children to continue that. Exhaling, I continued, "I'm honestly frightened at what they will do when they find out I can't have a child, or what they will do if I tell him I want to be with you. I know for a fact my career will be over, but I'm scared to know just how much damage will be done." It felt like a weight had been lifted after expressing everything to Kari. Outside of being my man, he'd always been someone I could talk to and tell how I really felt, even if it had something to do with him. It was one thing I loved about him as he matured. I never felt afraid to speak my mind or like I had to walk on eggshells in order to not piss him off. He was a safe space, and that was important for me, for any woman. "I got money, baby. You know I can take care of you. However, I know you've always wanted to be a fucking lawyer, and you wouldn't be happy if you couldn't practice." Clearing his throat after blowing out smoke, he looked out over his beautiful backyard and said, "As badly as I want to just run up and smoke them motherfuckers on behalf of you, I love you enough not to. I love you enough to be patient, even though knowing you with that nigga keeps me up half the fucking night. I love you enough to understand that I put myself in this situation by being reckless, unfaithful, and unreliable in the past. And you don't know how fucking badly I wish I could go back." He shook his head, clearly deep in thought. "You would have never been unable to have children, and you would have never left a nigga, and you would have never been in a situation where you feel like this nigga got a hold on you." I didn't realize I had teared up until he pulled me into his lap and thumbed my cheeks. "This is not your fault, Kari. It is, at least partially. I'm gon' chill, but just know I'm here for you, and I'll lose all this shit before I let another nigga make you feel like you gotta bend, break, or fold to please them." He ashed the blunt. Turning my body to straddle him, I kissed him deeply, and he fell right in line. The cold air whipped against my back as he lifted my shirt, interrupting our kiss for only a moment as I allowed him to remove it. I went braless, so my titties were exposed for him to take my nipple into his mouth hungrily. "Kari," I moaned as he groped and grabbed on my ass roughly before standing. We resumed kissing as he carried me inside to his bedroom before dropping me down onto the bed. "I need you, baby," he said, kissing from my lips and down my stomach as he removed my tights. I wore no underwear, so again, I was exposed. Sitting up, I helped him undress as well, shoving down his bottoms as he removed his beater to expose his chiseled and tatted up frame. God damn, this man was fine, looking like a caramel apple with long hair, pretty eyes, and plenty of artwork. As he stood before me, tall, naked, and looking like a Greek god, I scooted to the edge of the bed to take him in my mouth. I moaned, enjoying the way he filled my jaws and the taste of him. I'd missed sucking his dick and feeling him grow within my mouth. His hand cupped the back of my head as I bobbed up and down, allowing saliva to flood my mouth as Kari's thick, lengthy dick hit the back of my throat. All my inhibitions had escaped my body as I sucked him off nastily, ignoring the fact that my chin was drenched. "Fuck," he grumbled. "Fuck," he repeated, and I could tell by his tone he was in awe. I reached up to toy with his balls as I deep-throated him, twirling my tongue around the head of his dick before allowing it to penetrate my throat as deeply as it would go. I was seemingly bobbing on his dick to the beat of Leilani's "Can I?", which was currently playing from the speakers in here. It was the perfect tempo as I performed the act with love and passion, like always, for Kari. My pussy was leaking at this point, throbbing with some serious anticipation as his dick invaded my mouth mercilessly. His hand gripped a handful of my hair as I sped up, slurping him something serious as he called out. Moments later, he was yanking me off, staring me down as if I were a demon. "What?" I smiled. "I missed you." "Lay your ass down," he replied, making me giggle. I fell on my back as Kari climbed between my legs on his California king bed, tonguing me down as his heavy dick pressed against my leg. He was twice the size of Leland's, and I was beyond ready. I didn't care that he wasn't wearing a condom, and I didn't give a fuck that I made my fiancé wear one when it technically should have been vice versa. Roughly pushing my legs back, Kari sucked my lips as he pressed the head of his dick at my opening. "Shit," I cooed, feeling the tip of him push into me forcefully. "I hope that nigga ain't turn you into no runner." Kari gripped my jaw in his hand, pushing himself inside of me completely. "Ah," I whimpered as he filled me up, feeling stretched as far as I could seemingly go. "You're so big, Kari." I blurted my thoughts as he started to pound me slightly, making me gush below. Somehow, Kari knew how to get very deep, and I'd never felt anything like it. My legs hung over his shoulders as he kept a hand on the back of my right thigh, pressing it into me for more access. The feeling was beyond euphoric, bringing me to my peak already as Leilani crooned over us. "Fuck," he groaned against my lips, moving slowly in and out of me. "God damn, this some good pussy." He bit down on his lip. "Don't nobody take dick like you," he complimented me. I knew he meant it because he said it often. "Daddy taught you well." Shit. I prided myself on that shit too. Kari wasn't small in any way, but I made sure to stay in place no matter how hard, deep, or roughly he went. From the moment he'd taken my virginity, Kari had coached me, and now I was a professional at taking dick. He wasn't lying when he said he taught me. My pussy hadn't felt him in a long time. However, slowly but surely, she was welcoming his girth more and more as I sniveled softly. Kari was a beast, invading my walls while using his mouth to lick and suck all over my neck, chest, and nipples. This was what I'd been missing for the past few years, and it was like legit medicine at the moment. The squishiness of my center competed with the music as Kari pounded my walls with precision. He resumed, tonguing me down as he pushed further inside of me, making me call out and shiver as I rained down on him. Turning to the side, he sucked on my inner thigh while continuously stroking me. I couldn't help my hands that were caressing him at some moments and digging my nails into his skin at others. "I'm coming again," I cried out as I did so quickly after I'd just done so. My body shook violently under his hard one as he sucked on my ear before biting my jaw. I nudged him backward, letting him know to lie down, and he did so, taking me with him and keeping the dick inside. Once I was flush to him, my body trembled from the sensation as I began to rock my hips. His big hands gripped my ass tightly as he pressed the back of his head into the bed, proving to me how good of a job I was doing. "Fuck, princess," he called out to me, running his hands up my frame and gripping my breasts as I swirled my hips on him, only pausing to release yet again. He pulled me down to him, thrusting his lips against mine while humping upward and fucking the shit out of me. "Kari!" I called his name in a whimper as he ravaged my pussy. I could barely keep up with the kiss due to my moaning, so he just sucked on my lips as I came on him back to back, wetting up his stomach. Moving me off him, he bent me over, pressing my upper body into the bed and using his dick to toy with my clit from behind. "Show me that pussy, Couture," he commanded, and I fell in line, arching my back even more and spreading my legs even wider for him so he'd have a good view as he pushed into me. I knew the routine. Kari was visual, and he liked to see every little bit. With one hand in my hair and the other gripping my ass, Kari hammered me from behind, making me moan and cry when I could because at times I was silent. My nails dug into the sheets as he fucked me hard, being sure to put all of himself inside of me. I swear I felt him in my stomach, despite that being impossible. "Leave it in," I told him, knowing he was about to come. "I don't pull out of pussy that belongs to me." He slowed up his strokes some, causing me to shiver and collapse. Lifting my hips, Kari pushed further inside of me and pounded my pussy so ruthlessly, my jaw hung open before he paused to come inside of me while grabbing a hold of my ass tightly. We breathed heavily in the same position for a little bit before he turned me over, got between my legs, and tongued me down. We stayed like that, kissing, caressing, and breathing heavily before he went to run a bath for us. We chilled in it for a bit, kissing constantly and feeling and licking all over one another. We didn't have sex again, but he did put me on the edge of the huge and clearly expensive jet bathtub to eat my pussy. I knew it would come because Kari rarely fucked me without eating me out. He loved it, which was why I was shocked to know he hadn't done it since we were together last. Once I came, we washed off, then climbed into his large bed butt naked. But as close as we were, a twin would have sufficed. As we tired out, Kari got on top of me, dick swollen to its full extent. "Let me doze off in it," he whispered near my lips before pushing into me. "I'd deal with Leland in the morning, 'cause right now, I just didn't care enough."
Chapter 4. Kari. The next morning. "Hit decline on that shit," I told Couture as I hugged her body from behind, feeling her soft ass right up against my dick. "I did," she replied, after checking to see who it was. I saw that nigga Leland's name and regretted my comment. I wished she'd answered, but I needed to chill on that nigga from my baby at the moment. Turning to me, Couture smiled with her pretty-ass brown curly hair sprawled all over the pillow. She and I had already hopped in another bath, fucked, brushed our teeth, then did the shit again in the bed. What you want to eat? I know you ain't trying to go out. I sat up, feeling her small hand on my back. Don't be like that, Kari. I don't want to go out because everywhere you go, people take photos and flock. I can't have that right now. She sat up as well, then got out of the bed, walking to the balcony doors and walking right through them with her naked ass. The sun beamed down on her vanilla complexion and brown curls, showing the faint colors of blonde on the tips that could only be seen in moments like this. Couture was fucking beautiful. She was that beautiful that could only be inherited, not manufactured or paid for like a lot of these females had done. Don't tempt me like that, I commented, watching her ass jiggle as she pranced through the sunlight onto the balcony. Standing, I followed her out there, spanking her round ass lightly before taking a hold of her body from behind as we took in the view of my spot. It looks even better in the morning. She reached behind to toy with my beard as she leaned into me. I know. It's good at night, but amazing as fuck during the day. I held her tighter after setting my phone on the railing of the balcony. Running one free hand down the front of her stomach, I kissed on her neck. That pussy and head was so good last night. I spoke my mind. It wasn't this morning? She smirked. It def was this morning, too. You don't get how much a nigga missed fucking you. Since Couture and I had split, I'd fucked a lot of bitches. Some freaks, and some just normal, but nothing compared. There was nothing better than pussy you knew was yours, and Couture's was mine. Most importantly, when fucking her, I could eat. One of my favorite pastimes was eating pussy, and going without doing it for so long had a nigga on edge. Despite that, though, I wasn't about to put my mouth on any fucking body. I'd murk a bitch for playing with me in that fucking regard. I'm too sore, Kari, she giggled, feeling my man's harden. Your mouth ain't sore, I replied, still mystified by the way she'd sucked my dick the night before. Couture's head game had always been off the charts, but it was like she had a motherfucking point to prove last night. Sucking her teeth, she turned to me, and to my surprise, dropped down. Just as Couture was getting into the shit, my phone rang, and when I looked, I saw it was an unknown number. I hit decline, telling Couture not to worry about the shit. However, by the fifth call, she gave up, forcing me to answer, pissed the fuck off. Kari, you have to come down here, a female yelled into the phone. Who the fuck is this? I barked, gripping Couture's body since she tried to leave the balcony. I shook my head at her, letting her know she wasn't off the hook, and she rolled her eyes playfully. Carly, Marley's sister shouted. They're fighting at Kaya's shop. I already knew who the fuck she was talking about despite the few details her ass was providing. How the fuck they even came to blows was beyond me. They shouldn't have even been in the same motherfucking vicinity to fight. What? Couture mouthed when she saw me exhale heavily. Alright, I'll be down there. Fuck. I hung up before Carly could respond. My baby mama and Kaya got into a fight. I finally answered Couture, staring down at my phone in disbelief, as if it were them two. I gotta go make sure everything is alright. I held my breath, waiting for how Couture would react. Typically, anything involving me and another woman always set her ass off. Alright, I do need to go home anyway and get into the office. She attempted to slip past me, but I pulled her back, my forearm wrapped tightly around her body. You mad? I questioned. Nope, she shook her head. I know what it is. She half smiled. Now, if this were way back when, we'd be into it. But this new Kari, she touched my bare chest. I believe it's nothing there between you and either of them. Getting on her tiptoes, she kissed me. Aye, I nodded, biting my lip a little as she switched inside. This was the Couture I'd wanted back then, but I was too immature to realize it was my actions that had her acting the way she did. I felt my love was obvious enough for me to fuck other females, and she not give a fuck. Let me get dressed while you handle that. Couture began gathering her clothes. You about to head back to that nigga full of my nut? I questioned with a smirk, coming in as well and shutting the balcony doors. I admit, a nigga was jealous as fuck watching her slip her clothes on, preparing to leave my ass, even though I knew like she did that Leland was no true competition for me. The only thing bothering me was the fact that Couture felt the need to stay with that nigga out of fear. A small part of me wondered if that fear would fester to the point of convincing her to stop fucking with a nigga. It's not like that, Kari. She stared, waiting for my reaction as I put some fresh boxers on. Moving her way, I slipped my arms around her body before pulling her in. I know. I just don't want you with that nigga. Plus, I told you, once you give me the pussy, it stays home with me. Hugging my neck, she replied, I remember, and it is with you. I'm not with him like that. He doesn't have my heart, and we haven't been intimate in a while. I just need to maneuver correctly and without any help. That nigga living with you and ain't fucking you? I frowned, truly shocked. Not every man is like you with an insatiable sexual appetite. I ain't like that with every female. Just you. I'm referring to you specifically. No motherfucking way I could go even 5 minutes without touching your ass. I squeezed her booty just before she pecked me, nuzzling my face into her neck. I said, the smell, the taste of that shit, man, how tight, warm, and juicy that shit be. No fucking way. But I love you more than that nigga ever could, so it's different. I love you too, she almost whimpered, staring up into my eyes, clearly in thought. I need to get home before Leland sends the police to look for me or something. She sighed, pulling away and grabbing her purse from the chair. I nodded, slipping on a new wife beater, Nike track pants, socks, and slides, before leading her out. I needed to handle this shit with Marley's and Kaya's stupid asses anyway. I'm gonna call your ass tonight. Make sure you pick up. I don't want no fucking excuses. I pulled up in front of Couture's complex. Leaning over the middle part of my Escalade, she kissed me. I can't wait. She kissed me again before pulling on the door lever and climbing out. It took everything in me to pull away from that curb instead of strong-arming her ass and going upstairs to put a gun in that nigga Leland's mouth. But that would be some sloppy shit. And coming up with Prime, I knew better now. Old Kari would have bodied Leland's bitch ass in broad daylight without a care in the world. Now, though, I had to move differently for my daughter, my career, and, of course, my Couture. So instead of doing what the fuck I wanted to, I pulled off, heading toward Kaya's salon. It took too damn long to make it there, even though it was only 20 damn minutes. As soon as I pulled up, I saw the police pulling out, and I thanked God I got here just in time. With my track record, 12 and I didn't too much get along. I avoided their asses as much as I fucking could. Not to mention, I was too known, and if somebody saw me in this parking lot with the police, the shit would go viral. I was trying to clean up my image, not further damage the shit. Swooping into a park, I hopped out as Marley and her sister made their way over to me, wearing identical fucking glares. That stupid hoe. Nah, take your ass to the car or some shit and let me talk to Marley. I cut Carly off. I had enough of arguing and bickering with females I wasn't feeling, so I'd be damned if I was up here going back and fucking forth with a bitch who never gave me no pussy. That wasn't an option. I'm good, Marley told Carly when she gave her a look. I thought we agreed you would ignore Kaya. I frowned. She was taunting me online, Kari. I couldn't do it. Marley shut her eyes, fists balled up tightly as she took a deep breath. I tried. She released the fists, stretching her hands out. I really did. And the hoe kept going. And then her little fan started hopping in my comments, making shit worse. I saw red and told that bitch to drop her location. Marley shrugged, staring up at me as I shook my head, running my hand down my beard. So you let motherfuckers you don't know dictate how the fuck you act? Where's my daughter, while you out here pulling up on motherfuckers like you 16? I frowned. She's with my mom. Calm down, Kari. No need to insult me. You haven't said shit to that bitch, and I don't let people dictate how I act. It just got to me. Marley shook her head, looking down momentarily before saying, Kari, as long as you're fucking with her, it's gonna be like this. I hate to say this, but Harmony can't be with you when you're around her. You funny, I snickered. You don't control when I can have Harmony. Long as Kaya ain't harming her or talking badly about you when she's there, it shouldn't be no issue. So I can have a nigga you don't like around her? Marley raised a brow as she folded her arms over her breasts. Her golden brown hair was shiny as fuck, letting me know she'd just gone to get the shit done or touched up or some shit. The bodysuit she wore accentuated every curve of her body, and her brown skin was glowing under the sun. As beautiful as Marley was, she didn't do it for me no more, especially not now that I was back with Couture. Sort of. I wouldn't have beef with a nigga you fucking with unless he on some bullshit with my daughter. Anything else, I couldn't give less of a fuck. Long as he ain't whooping your ass in front of her, we good. I shrugged, and Marley's scowl deepened. You ask yourself why you let her get you so fucking fired up, Marley. You know why, but you don't give a fuck about me. You know I love you, yet you keep on with that other bitch. She can't make you that happy if you're still coming by and fucking me. But you ain't gotta worry about that shit no more. I started off. Kari, I didn't mean it like... She grabbed my arm, but I moved from her grasp. Go home, I nodded, and kept on toward the entrance of the salon. I could see straight through once I entered that Kaya was in her office, pacing as she ran her mouth on the phone. Nearing the door, I knocked on it despite it being open. And when Kaya saw me, I noticed her swallow a lump before telling her homegirl she would call her back as I shut the door behind me. Kari, don't even start with me, okay? You didn't even come home last night, nor did you answer any of my calls or texts. Kaya waved me off. We don't live together, Kaya. I don't know why I have to keep telling you that shit or why the fuck you keep expecting a nigga to come through every night, I stated, and she rolled her eyes. What the fuck happened? Well, she plopped down in her seat. When you didn't come home, I assumed you were with her ass, and I just lost it, so I started going at her. All I kept picturing was you laid up with her all night and ignoring me, Kaya explained, looking like she was seeing how stupid that shit was as she talked. I wasn't even with Marley. I stared her down, feeling disgusted and fucking annoyed. Where were you then, Kari? I was home, but at the end of the day, this shit we doing right here ain't for real. So whether I was laid up with Marley or anybody else, that ain't none of your fucking business, Kaya. Same way you can fuck on who you want to, and I promise I won't trip. Excuse me? So I can fuck another nigga? Yeah, in fact, I encourage the shit. Maybe that nigga can help me the fuck out. Occupy your time so I won't have to deal with your stupid ass so much. I snatched the door back open and walked off, knowing if I stayed a bit longer, my hands would be around her throat. All the nigga wanted was my wife. Yet here I was in the middle of two dizzy-ass females who you couldn't pay me to lock down. Kari, Kaya yelled. I'm sorry, I won't act up no more. She called after me, but I kept on, hopping in the whip. As soon as I did, my phone chimed and I saw it was a text from Marley. BM. I didn't mean what I said. BM. When you come by, it's the highlight of my day. BM. Even if I do find someone, or you actually marry her, I won't ever turn you down. Shaking my head, I locked my phone, dropped the shit in the cup holder, then cut up my music as I sped off. Few days later. Goddamn, bruh. This shit is sick. The homie Steph circled my new Rolls-Royce truck that had just been delivered in my driveway. Real shit. This paint job alone cost some bread. LeQuay eyed it, stepping back some as if it were artwork. Took forever for them to finish the shit, but damn, was it worth it. I unlocked it, sliding into the driver's seat. LeQuay and Steph joined me, with the latter in the back seat, and LeQuay and the passenger eyeing the front. The back seat is the best part. Steph spoke facts. Same shit I said. I think I might have my driver roll me around in this one, I said, testing the controls and shit. While you and Couture ride in the back seat? LeQuay smirked, catching me off guard. Ma told me she back around and you trying to get back to that shit. LeQuay stared me down. Shrugging, I said, something like that. The three of us laughed a little bit at my statement. This nigga still lovesick like a motherfucker. It's crazy. Pussy can't be that good. LeQuay shook his head. It is, but it's more than that, I replied. Man, rule number 1, never tell niggas how good yo bitch pussy is. Steph shook his head. Nigga, first off, watch your mouth. I ain't got no bitch. I got a woman. Secondly, I ain't worried. I'd bet my next 10 royalty checks no other nigga could fuck Couture, I stated confidently. Damn, LeQuay chuckled, and Steph followed suit. I like Couture, but I got too much pride to want a female after she left me, and the way she did the shit. I feel you. And you know me, nigga. Had this been any other female, it would have been a wrap for me. But it's Couture. I put her through a lot of shit, and she ain't fold once. I love the fuck out of that girl, and I ain't about to lose her over some pride shit. It's complicated right now, but I'm patient. I'm patient when it's worth it. Only issue is, my image may take a hit. I shrugged, looking off at a Maserati speeding down my street. I couldn't care less, though. Nodding, LeQuay said, look at bro maturing and shit. Back in the day, Couture would have been every bitch and hoe in the book for leaving or making you wait. Again, the three of us guffawed loudly. Nah, for real, bruh, Steph nodded. She a good girl, though, bro. Lock it down if you can. Oh, I can, I nodded. I'm your older brother, nigga. You can't comment on my maturity or immaturity, I said, making LeQuay wave me off. How Marley and Kaya feel? Them bitches fight over you constantly and they not even in the running. Steph laughed along with LeQuay. I honestly don't give a fuck. I've been telling them what it was with me and Couture. They accepted it, thinking Couture would never come back or fuck with me again. Shit, and for a minute I thought the same. I huffed, thinking back to the time a nigga was wildin' internally, thinking the Couture and Kari saga was a wrap. Well, if you ask me, nigga, you making the right choice. I looked at them all, and Couture is hands down the finest one. Plus she got that good job, the kind that come with benefits. And real checks, Steph commented, making both LeQuay and me frown. Nigga, shut your ass up and quit looking at my girl and baby mama. Take Kaya off my motherfucking hands. Nah, I'm good on your leftovers, he sighed, shaking his head and shuddering, most likely at the thought of Alyssa. Alyssa was my old bitch, but after she lied about getting pregnant, I stopped fucking with her. Additionally, I was hyper-focused on strengthening my relationship with Couture, and that caused for me to cut off any other woman. Long story short, Steph started fucking her on some fuck buddy shit, and now she's his baby mama, and he's her second baby daddy. And like we all assumed, she was the baby mama from hell, always watching his pockets and running off any potential women he fucked with. Although fucked up, my brothers and I clowned him constantly for getting caught up with her ass. I was just thankful I wasn't one of her kids' fathers, and that God blessed me with Marley's ass. Marley did too much here and there, but she was a good mother, and didn't cause too many problems. Only reason she had beef with Kaya was because Kaya started the shit. Yeah, leave that shit alone, LeQuay stated, making us chuckle at pathetic-ass Steph.
Chapter 4. Couture. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my iced latte and waited for the cars zipping down Santa Monica Boulevard to pass so I could exit my car. Once I was in the clear, I pushed open the door, allowing my sandal heels to clack against the black cement of the street as I rounded my car and stepped up onto the sidewalk. I was dreading seeing Leland at the moment because he and I hadn't been talking since I spent all night with Kari. As soon as I walked in the door that next morning, he was there waiting, already pissed the hell off, and pressing me as to where I'd been. I tried to tell him that I'd snuck out that morning to get some breakfast and work done at the cafe around the corner from our Santa Monica apartment, but he was able to disprove that when he mentioned he'd been awake and waiting for me since 3 a.m. Not wanting to lie, nor tell him the truth, I brushed his ass off and proceeded to the shower. From that day on, we hadn't said more than 2 words to one another, and that was last Friday. It was now Tuesday. "Good morning," I said, entering our makeshift office. "Morning," Leland replied curtly, his office door hanging open unlike the past couple days we'd been working together. Last Friday and yesterday, we both worked with our doors closed, and at the apartment, he slept in the living room instead of the bedroom. The apartment had an extra room, but it lacked furniture, so he had no choice but to sleep on the pullout in the living room. I hated that I preferred it that way. Having the bed to myself and not having to wake up to him or feel him wrap his arms around me was amazing. The only person I wanted cuddled up behind me was Kari. Heading to my office, I set my things down, then went to relieve myself. As soon as I came from the bathroom, Leland was standing right there. "Sorry, I didn't think I was in there long," I said, slipping around him. He sighed heavily before following me into my office room. "Couture, you ready to tell me where the hell you were that night?" He shut the door and sat across from me at my desk. "I just went out. I needed some time alone." "For what, baby? What is going on with us? Do we need to move back to New York?" "Huh? Why would you suggest that?" I looked away from my loading computer. "Because it just seems like ever since we moved here, we've been disconnected. We barely go anywhere together. We don't have sex anymore. You disappear often, and you just seem like you're always thinking about something." I felt like a pastor's daughter going rogue ever since I'd linked back up with Kari. Every day since last week, I'd found time to sneak away and see him, even if only for an hour. He was addicting, and I was starting to care less and less about the risk of us being caught. I knew I was down bad when I fucked him in the parking garage of the apartment Leland and I stayed in just this past Saturday. A month or so ago, I would have been so shaken up about getting caught that I never would have done something like that. "Leland, I know you said a lot is going on with the wedding and clients, but honestly, you haven't even been invested in the wedding like that for it to be an issue. And as far as house hunting, we won't even be doing that until we're married and the lease is up on the apartment we're in right now." He frowned. I could tell he was becoming impatient and frustrated with me. I wanted so badly to just talk to him heart to heart and pray he understood that I couldn't marry him, understand that I didn't love him the way I thought I had back when it was just him and me in New York. But I knew Leland and how Kari was a huge, hard spot for him. Once he knew I was leaving him because I wanted to be with Kari, he would want revenge. "I'm just stressed out right now. I know things haven't been the same since we got here, but I'm going through something right now. My mom is here, and you know she and I don't get along that well. And I know it seems like I'm not invested in the wedding, but I am. I just need to get acclimated here, get into a better routine, and I promise things will get better." Leland nodded, looking me deeply in the eyes as if he would be able to decipher whether I was lying or not. "All right, I hope so. You know you can talk to me about anything, baby. I want you to be happy here. If being too close to your mother is going to bother you, we can move back. Don't worry about the construction on the law office we've started here. It's a wedding gift from my parents, and the money is nothing to them. They can have us something built on the East Coast." I smiled softly. "I know, but that isn't it. I want to be back here in LA. I miss the space. New York is way too crowded for me. And I thought LA had high-ass rent, but New York is literally rape." We chuckled in unison, and it felt nice. "Very true. I like it here, too. It's home for the both of us." He stared at me as we sat in awkward silence, both not wanting to stir the pot with the other by saying the wrong thing. "I have a few emails to respond to and some phone calls, but maybe we can have lunch?" I offered, forcing myself to play the part. It was so much easier and better when he was giving me the cold shoulder. I didn't have to pretend during that time. And even better, I could fall asleep on the phone with Kari since I had the bedroom to myself. I was sure that was over now, and Leland would be back in the bed with me tonight. I'd be sure to leave a tampon on the double sink, however, so he'd know not to press me for sex. I just wasn't interested in fucking him, and it would feel like betraying Kari if I did engage anyway. I couldn't make him promise not to fuck other women and give my body to Leland at the same time. Yes, Leland was my fiancé, but Kari was my husband. That sounds good. Leland hopped up from the seat and then promptly left. The next few hours went by fast as I made calls and responded to a bunch of emails from clients and people who wanted to hire me. It was lunch before I knew it, and as if God was on my side, Leland couldn't accompany me since he was wrapped up in a phone call with a pesky but top client of his. He apologized to me several times over, but little did he know, it was more than okay. After having lunch at the Tender Greens nearby like I always did, I returned to the office to see Kea sitting in the front waiting area. I looked toward Leland's office, thanking God the door was closed and he was still on that call. I only knew because I heard the man yelling at the top of his lungs like he always did. I commended Leland for being able to keep calm with those types of clients. I, on the other hand, couldn't help but get their asses straight and would drop them with ease if the abusive behavior persisted. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked her, walking to my office to put my shit down. Of course, she was right behind me. "Is this how you talk to clients?" she asked, entering the office as I sat down. "You aren't a client," I fake smiled, descending into my seat. "I made an appointment." She returned the fake smile and sat down. "I'm your 2:00. She smirked at me, folding her arms as if she'd just won a game of chess. Wow, what a loser. Booking appointments and paying me for what? I laughed it off. Although seeing her pissed me off, the hoe had paid the $800 appointment fee, so I wasn't tripping. Plus, appointments were only for half an hour. "I make good money, boo. That little fee wasn't nothing, and I'll just write it off anyway. I booked you, though, because I need help with the prenup for my upcoming marriage to Kari." She again smiled, thinking she got me. It would have been easy as hell to burst her bubble and let her know she couldn't marry Kari even if he wanted to because he was already my husband. However, I would be shooting myself in the foot if I did that. I was well aware of Kea and her antics. She was a loud-mouthed bird who ran to social media whenever anything happened. The hoe had even posted herself in the hospital when she miscarried, telling the world something was wrong and to pray for her family. "You need to do better research, boo. I'm an entertainment lawyer. I don't do prenups. You need to find a family lawyer. But make sure the marriage is even gonna happen before you waste any more money. Now, if that is all, you can go." "So you don't do prenups? What do you do other than fuck Kari?" "Yeah, I suggest you get your ass up out of here before I do you worse than the baby mama did." I pointed to the exit of the office. Standing, Kea tossed her purse onto her shoulder, then said, "If you love Kari, you'd leave him alone. If he stops fucking with me to be with you, his career will be in the fucking toilet. He's already known for being a player and creating broken homes. So, what do you think will happen when people find out he ended his engagement to me so soon after I lost our baby?" She cocked her head as if waiting for me to answer for real. I swallowed hard but kept my composure so I wouldn't show her that her words had bothered me. I loved Kari more than anything, and I wouldn't ever forgive myself if he lost the career he'd worked so hard for on account of me. He would do it too. I knew him. If being with me meant losing everything he'd worked for or being canceled, he would still do it. It made me feel like shit for not taking that same plunge. But if it was as simple as me losing my career, maybe I would, but I was worried the Lewises would fuck with Kari as well. I couldn't deal with losing my dream career and dream man to the prison system. I knew I could say the word and Kari would handle Leland, but I didn't want that shit backfiring on him. The Lewises had unfathomable reach. "Get the fuck out of my office before I make good on that ass-whooping promise." I outstretched my arm, pointing toward the exit again. Think about what I said. She winked, then pulled the door open to leave. Sitting there with my thoughts, I wondered if Kari's and my lives had ventured off course too far to where now we would be doing more harm than good by trying to piece it back together. But damn, was he hard to shake. A week later, thank you, I smiled at the valet guy who helped me out of my car. I was at Compton Boys, which used to be a diner owned by Kari's father, Devontae, until it closed. It was located off Crenshaw and Stalker. However, once Shakur was drafted to the Gremlins, he opened it back up, keeping the same location. That diner used to be the place to go on Sundays once everyone was let out of church, especially those who attended Devontae's congregation. I'd only been a handful of times since I didn't live in the area back then. I thought back to how my mom used to always say how weird it was for Devontae to reside in Lakewood but have a church and business so far away. I brushed her off back then, but seeing as to how he was hiding a whole boo, maybe she was on to something. According to Kari, the diner was now frequented by people who wanted privacy and or didn't want to worry about fans or nosy photographers. He said mainly celebrities and crooked types frequented the place. It was pretty discreet now, unlike back when Devontae owned it. It didn't even have a huge lettering sign like it used to. The place was painted completely black, and the once big windows were covered by trees, conveniently placed vines and branches. You couldn't see inside unless you walked right up and moved the greenery off to the side, but with the way the place was heavily guarded, good luck with that. A burly security guard at the back of the diner, which was where you entered the place, showed me to the door and allowed me in. "Any weapons on you?" a woman asked after being told to frisk me. "Nah, she's good." Shakur showed up before smiling at me. He and Kari shared the same warm caramel complexion and their signature hazel green eyes. Only Shakur had a dollop of short, cropped curls on his head, while Kari had long, thick-ass hair. "You are so big now. I mean, I saw you on TV, but in person is crazy." I hugged him as he laughed, amazed that he was towering over me with quite the amount of muscle. All the brothers were built pretty similar, with some being leaner than others. Kari was tall and muscular like Shakur. However, the latter was bigger, while Kari was on the leaner side. I preferred my baby's build. "I mean, I'm a grown-ass man now," he chuckled, waving for me to follow him. We only took a few steps into the dimly lit diner before I spotted Kari making his way over with his fine ass. He was wearing jeans, a Dior crew neck, and some Dior sneakers that resembled Chuck Taylor's. His beautiful hair was free at the moment, and I just loved when he wore it like that. I used to beg him to do it when we were younger, but he swore it was gay then. A smile graced his handsome face as he stroked his beard, blinding me with his icy watch. A matching bracelet and Cuban chain complemented his look, and, of course, the nigga smelled so good and rich. "I got it from here." Kari slapped hands with his brother, using his other arm to wrap around me. "Aight." Shakur threw his hands up and walked off.